Chapter 1. With concerned eyes, the taxi driver watched as a relatively drunk Melissa Hawthorne opened the back door to the silver Mazda 3 and awkwardly stepped out onto the sidewalk in front of her house. The time was coming up to 2 a.m. on a Sunday morning, and Melissa had been drinking since around 9 p.m. the night before. She didn't usually drink a lot. She didn't usually get that drunk either, but it was her best friend's 28th birthday, which was celebrated at the Broken Shaker, a pool-deck cocktail lounge with a very relaxed South Beach vibe located on the rooftop of the historically unique Freehand Hotel in downtown Los Angeles. Fruity cocktails followed by Jaeger bombs added up to quite a lethal combination, Melissa had found out. Though she'd had a great time, she wasn't looking forward to the mammoth hangover that she knew would be coming her way when she woke up.
"The door," the driver called out. "Could you please close the door?" "Oh yeah, sorry," Melissa replied in an unsteady voice before shoving the Mazda's back door with her hip. The effort was cumbersome and not quite powerful enough for the door to shut properly. "Nope, it didn't close," the driver announced, pulling a face. Melissa gave the driver a silly smile and tried a second time, but instead of simply giving the door a quick bump, she fully opened it again before repeating the shoving movement, this time with even less strength than before. "Oops. It's okay," the driver said with a shake of the head. "I'll do it, don't worry." As the driver got out of the cab and rounded the car, Melissa slowly stumbled toward her front door, where, in between trying to find her house keys and managing to properly slide the correct one into the keyhole, she spent the best part of 2.5 minutes. Once finally inside, she closed the door behind her, poured herself a glass of water, and made her way into her bedroom at the back of the house. She dropped her handbag on her bedside table and took a quick shower before at last getting into bed. As she did, she checked her cell phone. The time was 2:28 a.m. No messages. Melissa would have been lying if she didn't admit to herself that she felt a little disappointed. At the Broken Shaker cocktail lounge, she had met someone who she felt quite attracted to. His name was Mark, and after several cocktails, a few shots, and plenty of laughs, they had exchanged phone numbers. At the bar, just before she left, Mark had asked Melissa if she wanted him to come back with her. Melissa had been tempted. Very tempted. It had been over 6 months since she had shared her bed with anyone after catching her boyfriend of 2 years cheating with someone he worked with. However, despite how drunk she'd felt and how attracted she'd been to Mark, Melissa hadn't wanted to appear too keen. In her book, taking someone to bed on the first night was never a good look. "Maybe next time," she had replied, sending a disarming smile Mark's way. Secretly, Melissa was half hoping that he would text her before she went to bed. Nothing extravagant, maybe just a "hope you got home okay" message, or even a simple "it was nice meeting you tonight." Something to let her know that he was still thinking of her. Mark didn't seem the type who played the conventional waiting until at least Wednesday before messaging game. 2:30 a.m. No messages. No missed calls. "Mel, you're reading too much into this," she told herself. "This isn't your first rodeo, remember? He'll message you tomorrow." She put down her phone, turned off the lights, and buried her head into her pillows. But as she was just about dozing off, she heard her phone vibrate on her bedside table, followed by the distinctive beep that announced a new text message. She blinked awake, smiled confidently, and reached for it. "Did you have fun at the party?" Melissa's smile brightened. "I sure did." Melissa was one of those who could cell phone type with both thumbs, and she was lightning fast at it. "Did you?" "I wasn't at the party." Melissa frowned at the reply. Still feeling somewhat drunk and fully expecting the message to have come from Mark, she hadn't checked the name. Unknown. The smile faded from her lips. "Who is this?" she quickly typed back. "My phone didn't recognize your number." It took about 15 seconds for a response to come back. "Oh, your phone wouldn't recognize my number. I'm definitely not in your contacts." Melissa sat up against the bed's headboard, reached for the bedside lamp, and turned it on. "So who are you?" she typed back. "And if you're not in my contacts, how did you get my num?" "Who am I?" "Well, to you, I'll be a mentor, Melissa. A teacher of sorts." Melissa's forehead knitted with doubt. Not quite the reply she was expecting. "A mentor?" she typed back. "That's correct. I educate. I teach. And this is all part of a big lesson, Melissa." That was when the penny dropped for Melissa. She remembered that Mark had told her that he was a high school teacher. If she remembered correctly, he taught algebra. "Oh, I see," she said out loud, nodding at herself. Mark must have turned off caller ID so her phone wouldn't recognize his number, and this was him, probably still half drunk, trying to be charming or funny or mysterious or something. "Cute," she thought, "but I hope he's not trying to be funny only to ask me for some nudes." Though she felt tired, Melissa decided to indulge him, at least for a little bit. "A lesson, is it?" she texted back. "You're going to teach me something, huh? So what are you going to teach me?" It didn't take long for Melissa's phone to beep and vibrate with a reply. "The first lesson, Melissa, will be about fear." Melissa's eyes squinted at the message. "Fear?" she asked herself. Was that an autocorrect word swap? Did he mean to type something else? The message was quickly followed by a second one. "Then I'll teach you about pain." Melissa's squint turned into a frown. And yet a third message. "And once you finally understand what those two really mean, Melissa, I'll teach you about death." Melissa's eyes widened in surprise and disgust at the words on her screen. If this really was Mark, he had a pretty horrible sense of humor. "What the hell?" she typed back. "Mark, is that you? That's not funny at all. In fact, that's quite disturbing. Even more so at this time of night. You are drunk. Go to bed." The reply came a few moments later. "Mark? Who's Mark? Is that who you're fucking at the moment, Melissa?" "What?" Melissa gasped, her head jerking back slightly. No, this couldn't be Mark. She was now pretty sure of that. Back at the cocktail lounge, Mark had come across as a sweet, polite, intelligent, and quite funny individual. This didn't sound like him at all, drunk or not. Melissa had had enough. "Listen," she quickly typed. "Whoever you are, that was just rude. I'm blocking your number right now." "Wait." The reply came back almost instantly. Melissa paused. "There really is something that you should know." She stared at her phone's screen like a mother waiting for her kid to apologize. "Are you still there?" "Yes, I'm here. I'm waiting. What is it that I should know?" Instead of words, the next message Melissa received contained 4 emojis. The first was that of a moon, the second of a car, the third of a door, and the final one was of a house. Melissa shook her head at her phone before shrugging. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" She spoke the words as she typed them. "It means that tonight, Melissa, after you got back from your little soiree and stumbled out of the cab, about half an hour ago, you forgot to lock your front door." As she read those words, Melissa felt a shiver of fear kiss the back of her neck, and instinctively, her anxious eyes darted in the direction of her bedroom door. Was this a stupid prank? The rational part of her brain tried asking her. Maybe. But if so, then the next 2 questions really worried her. Who did she know that would be capable of such a distasteful joke? No one, she concluded. And, worst of all, how would anyone know that she had stumbled out of the cab and into her house about half an hour ago? The time frame was too accurate for it to have been a guess. Was this the cab driver? No, Melissa thought, quickly discarding that idea. It couldn't have been. The moment that followed was filled with hesitation, but it didn't last long, as it was interrupted by yet another message. But it's okay, Melissa. Don't worry. I've locked your front door for you. Melissa was completely unsure of what to do. Should she reply? Should she block the person? Should she go check her front door? Should she call the police or someone? What? Ding, ding. A new message. Here. Have a look. This time, the message came accompanied by an 8-second-long video clip. Melissa hesitated for just a split second before her curiosity got the better of her. She tapped the attachment, and the video clip immediately started playing on her screen. It began by showing her house keys dangling from the keyhole on the inside of her front door. A second later, a gloved hand appeared. It reached for the keys and turned them to lock the door before removing them from the lock itself. What the fuck? Melissa murmured to herself, but the video wasn't quite through yet. As the keys were removed from the lock, the camera panned right into her kitchen and onto the digital clock on her counter by the fruit bowl. It read 2:24 a.m. Melissa's eyes shot to the top left-hand corner of her phone screen. 2:38 a.m. 14 minutes ago. That meant she was in the shower when that video was shot. Just before the video ended, the sender whispered something into the microphone, but not loud enough for Melissa to understand what was said. She immediately rewound the video a few seconds, turned up the volume on her cell phone, and brought it to her ear. But she never got to hear what was said. As she brought her phone to her ear, Melissa angled her head slightly right in the direction of her bedroom door, which she always left ajar. That was when she finally realized that she wasn't alone in her house. Hidden in the darkness of her hallway, in the gap between her bedroom door and the doorframe, she saw a face smiling back at her. Chapter 2. Hi there, the tall, olive-skinned woman said as she pulled open the door to greet the new guest. You must be Robert. Detective Robert Hunter of the LAPD's Ultra-Violent Crimes Unit was a little surprised, but his expression gave nothing away. Instead, he smiled politely as he nodded. I am, yes. The woman's jet-black hair fell far beyond her shoulders and perfectly complemented her intense golden-brown eyes. The delicate features of her youthful face were further accentuated by two very charming dimples, one on each cheek, that appeared every time she spoke. I'm Denise, she said, returning the smile and offering a perfectly manicured hand where her nails shone in crimson red, a color that matched her lipstick. I'm an old friend of Anna's. Pleasure to meet you, Hunter replied, taking her hand. Denise wore white sneakers and a white t-shirt tucked into faded blue jeans, which had a natural tear over the left knee. The silver chain around her neck had a small but very detailed anatomical heart as a pendant. There you are, Detective Carlos Garcia, Hunter's partner of the UVC unit, said as he appeared behind Denise wearing a long and dark apron. Across his chest, in large white letters, were the words, Kiss the Chef. I'd rather not, Hunter commented, nodding at the words. Garcia chuckled. A present from Anna, he clarified. As if you wouldn't have guessed it. Shall I take that for you? Denise asked Hunter, already reaching for the shopping bag that he had with him. The dimples on her cheeks twitched into being and then out just as quickly. Sure. He handed her the bag. Thank you. Come on in, man, Garcia said, gesturing Hunter inside with the grill spatula he had in his right hand. I'm going to put this in the kitchen, Denise announced before disappearing into the house. Perfect timing, Garcia said, as Hunter stepped into his partner's small entry lobby and closed the door behind him. The first batch of picanha has just come off the barbecue. Anna is slicing it now. Picanha was Brazil's most popular cut of beef. Due to its almost perfect marbling and tenderness, It was considered by many to be the perfect barbecue grilling steak. Hunter had never heard of it until several years ago when Garcia first invited him to a barbecue at his house. Garcia, who was born in Brazil but had left at the early age of 10 after his parents' marriage collapsed, had inherited his barbecue grilling skills from his father, and truth be told, he was great at it. "Everyone is outside," Garcia informed Hunter with a jerk of the head. "Go right ahead. I have to grab something from the kitchen. I'll see you out there." Hunter wasn't exactly shy, but he also wasn't the most extrovert of people, especially when it came to social gatherings. "Robert!" Anna called as soon as Hunter stepped outside and onto the backyard. Garcia had married his high school sweetheart almost immediately after their graduation. Always an optimist, totally supportive, and sharp as a spear, Anna was also the sweetest woman Garcia had ever met. Her beauty, despite being unconventional, was nonetheless mesmerizing. With a bright smile parting her lips, Anna walked up to Hunter and gave him a kiss on each cheek. Her short black hair was a little disheveled, mainly from moving her sunglasses from her eyes to her head, then back to her eyes again. As Hunter stepped outside, she had just moved them to her head. "You made it," she said. Hunter frowned at her surprise. "Don't I always?" Anna laughed. "For barbecues you do." "Thank you for having me again." "Always a pleasure, Robert, you know that. But come, let me introduce you to the ones you don't know." 3 other people were leisurely sitting around a circular patio table. A 4th person was standing by the impressive brick barbecue that Garcia had built himself. "This is Martin," Anna said, indicating a tall and skinny man. He looked a few years older than the woman he was sitting next to. "And his partner, Charlotte," Anna proceeded. "Pleasure to meet you," Hunter said, shaking their hands. "I'm Robert." "You remember Paulo, right?" Anna continued, now indicating the person standing by the barbecue, flipping sausages over. "You met him the last time you were here." "Yeah, of course we did," Paulo said, turning and greeting Hunter with a head gesture and a bright smile. "Hey man, how you doing?" "I'm all right. Yourself?" "I'm doing great," Paulo replied, his Brazilian accent still very noticeable. "You should try some of these sausages. Argentinian chorizo. So good it gives you goosebumps." "And of course, you've met Denise," Anna said, nodding at her childhood friend who was sitting to Charlotte's left. "I have, yes." Once again, Denise smiled at Hunter, but this time the smile came accompanied by a subtle wink. "Let me get you a plate and some picanha to start you off," Anna said, indicating an empty seat. "Drinks are in the kitchen." "Thank you so much, Anna," Hunter said back, before addressing the rest of the group. "Can I get anyone a drinks top-up?" "We're good, thanks," Martin said, indicating his and Charlotte's cans of beer on the table. "I'm good too, thanks," Paulo said, returning to the table with a plate full of chorizo sausages. "Anna?" Hunter asked. "Thanks, Robert, but Carlos is in there making me a caipirinha." "Oh, nice," Hunter commented before allowing his eyes to settle back on Denise. "Sure," she replied, "if you don't mind." "Of course not. My pleasure. What can I get you?" "Red wine, please." She handed Hunter her empty glass. "Coming right up," Hunter said, as he turned and re-entered the house. On the kitchen counter, Hunter found 3 bottles of red wine, together with a small selection of spirits. Garcia had just finished squeezing limes for a jug of caipirinha. "Want one of these?" he asked, nodding at the jug. "You know how good my caipirinhas are." "I do," Hunter agreed, as he reached for a new glass and a bottle of Argentinian Malbec. "I also know how lethal they are, but maybe later. I think I'll start with some wine." Garcia paused while his eyebrows arched at his partner. "I assume the other glass is for Denise?" "No one else wanted a drink." Garcia smiled. "She's nice, isn't she?" "Who, Denise?" Garcia chuckled and leaned against the kitchen counter. "You know that doesn't suit you at all, right?" "What doesn't suit me?" Hunter finished pouring the second glass of wine. Garcia pointed at him. Exactly what you were doing right now, Robert. Playing dumb. It's not your style, and you suck at it, so just drop it. Hunter turned to face Garcia, holding a wineglass in each hand. She's single, you know. Garcia pushed. Who? Get out. Garcia pointed to the kitchen door. Outside, Hunter handed Denise her wineglass. Malbec okay? Perfect, she replied before indicating the seat next to her. Have a seat? As Hunter took the seat, Garcia came out carrying a tray with the freshly made jug of caipirinha and several glasses. Get ready to get woozy, he said, placing the jug on the table. This is strong. As Garcia poured the caipirinhas, Hunter's work cell phone rang in his trousers back pocket. He reached for it and checked the display screen. Unknown number. Excuse me for a sec, he said, and saw the expression on Anna's face change. Everything all right? Garcia asked, his tone now dead serious. Hunter's reply was a coy tilt of the head before getting up and putting some distance between him and the other guests. Detective Hunter, he said as he took the call. Ultra-violent crimes unit. Detective Hunter. The voice at the other end of the line retorted. This is Detective William Barnes, LAPD Southwest Division. I'm sorry to have to bother you on your Sunday off. That's okay, Hunter replied. How can I help you, Detective Barnes? Well, I'm just really trying to save everyone some time and paperwork. Hunter frowned at the reply. How so, Detective? About 40 minutes ago, I received a call from dispatch concerning a body found inside a house in Lemert Park. African-American female, 29 years of age. My partner and I arrived here about 20 minutes ago to find two ghost-faced uniformed officers standing outside the house. Both of them had already puked up their lunch, their breakfast, and probably their dinner from last night, too. There was a short pause. What I'm trying to say, Detective Hunter, is that no matter which way you look at this crime scene, and I don't think anyone is really able to look at it for longer than just a minute, this will be escalated to violent crimes. Of that, I have no doubt. So like I said, I'm just trying to save everyone some time and paperwork, because you guys are going to end up here no matter what. Hunter breathed out before shaking his head ever so slightly. His eyes lifted from the floor to meet Garcia's, who was still standing by the table full of guests. What exactly do you have? Hunter asked. Detective Barnes chuckled. I don't think words can describe what's in there, Detective. You'll have to see it to believe it. What's the address? Hunter asked. Garcia wasn't a lip reader, but he didn't have to be one to know that for him and Hunter, this barbecue was over. Detective Hunter, Barnes said after giving Hunter the address. Do you believe the devil exists? Excuse me? Hunter's expression contorted into a quizzical one. The reason I ask, Detective Hunter, is because if you don't, you might change your mind once you get here. Chapter 3. With its vast number of independent galleries, music venues, bars, and even an open-air museum, Lemert Park, which was located in South LA, was better known for being the center for both historical and contemporary African-American art, music, and culture in the city of Los Angeles. Several internationally famous singers, musicians, and artists had started their careers in one of the many back-alley clubs and theaters in Lemert Park. The neighborhood was also a mere 25 minutes' drive from Garcia's house in West Hollywood. Hunter tried urging Garcia to stay at his barbecue. After all, it was their day off, and Garcia had guests in his house. But Hunter knew that his partner's work ethic was just as rigorous as his own, and both of them understood the importance of experiencing a crime scene in situ instead of studying it through photographs and written reports. So when Hunter suggested that Garcia stayed with Anna and their guests, Garcia's reply was a simple, as if. Anna, who always understood the kind of commitment that her husband's job required, had smiled kindly at him and Hunter as she read the "I'm so sorry" expression on their faces. Go make the world safer for everyone, boys, she said, putting on the bravest face that she could muster. After turning left onto 4th Avenue from West Martin Luther King Boulevard, Garcia had to drive another block and a half before he saw the flashing police lights ahead of him. He parked on the road, just behind one of the 3 black and white LAPD cruisers that had practically barricaded the dark gray-fronted house on the right. The property in question had a 3-foot-high brick wall surrounding it, with an old wood gate that was definitely in need of some restoration. The wall was there purely for aesthetic purposes, not security. As they stepped out of Garcia's Honda Civic, both detectives couldn't fail to notice the uneasy tension that showed in the faces of all 3 uniformed officers standing by the black and yellow crime scene tape that had been raised around the property. Whatever they'd seen inside that house, it had clearly disturbed them. The perimeter extended all the way to the road, including the stretch of sidewalk directly in front of the house. As always, a large group of curious onlookers had already gathered around the perimeter, every single one of them with their smartphones in hand, eager to capture something a little more exciting than just crime scene tape and uniformed officers. With their badges clipped to their belts, Hunter and Garcia zigzagged through the crowd. At the perimeter's edge, one of the officers greeted them with a head nod before lifting the tape for them to stoop under. As soon as they did, a tall, skinny man in a light gray suit approached them. He had been standing by the house's front door, idly staring at nothing at all, as if questioning existence itself. "Detective Hunter?" he asked, as his evaluating gaze settled on the 2 new arrivals. His tie was loose and his collar button undone. Hunter nodded. Garcia adjusted his sunglasses on his nose. "I'm Detective Barnes," the man announced. "We spoke on the phone." Hunter introduced Garcia, and they all shook hands. "Forensics hasn't arrived yet?" Garcia asked, failing to spot any forensics unit vehicles parked in the vicinity. "Like I said on the phone," Barnes replied, "this crime scene has UVC written all over it. I didn't want to step on anyone's toes here. Some detectives can be very particular about that. Plus, we all know that UVC can get a forensics team out to a scene a lot faster than regular homicide, so I called you." He nodded at Hunter. "And no one else. This is your show. You run it in whichever way you want. I was called to this scene by mistake. What I did do was set a perimeter so that the social media vultures would keep their distance." He turned to look at the crowd on the other side of the tape. "Nowadays, everyone is a cameraman. Everyone is a reporter. Everyone is a critic." Barnes shrugged disapprovingly. "None of us need any of that hassle." Hunter and Garcia nodded their understanding before Garcia reached for his cell phone. Barnes was right. The LAPD Ultra-Violent Crimes Unit was at the very top of the priority chain when it came to certain requests. Garcia quickly placed a call to the LAPD Forensics Unit. "The victim seems to be one Melissa Hawthorne," Barnes continued. 29 years old, resident at this address. She lived alone." "Seems to be?" Garcia questioned. Barnes's lips stretched thin as he angled his head to one side. "I'm playing safe here because no proper tests have been conducted yet," he explained. "But you'll understand once you get inside. Facial identification done purely by sight is damn near impossible, even for her sister." He paused to correct himself. "Stepsister, actually. She found the body." That was about to be Hunter's next question. Barnes breathed out before his squared chin jerked in the direction of one of the LAPD vehicles parked on the road. "Her name is Janet Lang," he said. "She's sitting in that cruiser with a female officer. We had to give her something to calm her down. Hysterical doesn't even begin to describe it." Barnes shook his head as his eyes saddened. What a total mindfuck having to have that as the last image of your sister. I am so sorry for that girl. She's only 26. Hunter turned to face the cruiser that Barnes had indicated. Through its window, he could see an African-American woman with her face buried in the palms of her hands. Even at that distance, Hunter could see that she was shaking. Sitting next to her, with a comforting hand on her shoulder, was a female LAPD officer. "The officer at the door can provide you with shoe covers and latex gloves," Barnes informed them. "Nothing was touched. The scene is as in situ as it can be." He checked his watch. The time was coming up to 2 p.m. "Look, I need to get going. Just before you guys arrived, a call came in about a shooting in Baldwin Hills. That's more my department." "Okay," Hunter said. "Thank you for your help here." Barnes took one step in the direction of the road, but paused before turning to face the two UVC detectives again. "Good luck with this one," he said, in a tone that made it clear that he was happy that this would not end up being his investigation. "I really hope you guys catch this son of a bitch." Hunter and Garcia watched Detective Barnes duck under the crime scene tape and jump into a blue Toyota Camry that was parked across the road. As he drove away, both detectives turned to face the house. It was a small, single-story structure with a tiled hip roof and dark blue window frames. There was no porch. A curved walkway, made up of squared concrete slabs, led from the wooden gate to the 3-foot brick wall to the front door. Surrounding the walkway was a well-cared-for lawn patch. There was no garage. Despite the front door having been pulled almost to a close and the curtains on the two large windows at the front of the house being drawn shut, Hunter and Garcia could easily tell that the lights in the house's first room were on. Credentials in hand, they walked up to the uniformed officer guarding the front door, who, just like Detective Barnes had told them, supplied them with elasticated plastic shoe covers and latex gloves. As Hunter reached for the door handle, the officer, a short and stumpy man with a thick mustache and matching sideburns, took a step to his right and quickly crossed himself, reciting something in Spanish. The front door opened straight into the house's humble living room. One step was all that Hunter and Garcia managed before they saw her, just a little to their left, as the living room gave way to the open-plan kitchen area. As they did, both detectives immediately came to a halt. Garcia pulled his sunglasses from his face, his unblinking eyes nearly the size of poker chips. "What the actual fuck?" Hunter stood completely still, while an uncomfortable knot began tying itself inside his throat. "In all your years in the force," Garcia asked Hunter without breaking eye contact with the body, "detective or not, have you ever seen anything like this?" Hunter's reply came as a simple whisper. "No." Chapter 4. Melissa Hawthorne's living room was a modest one, both in size and in furniture items. Rectangular in shape, it had a 3-seater, red fabric sofa and 2 mismatching armchairs facing a medium-sized flat-screen TV that hung from the north wall. On the floor, a worn-out shaggy rug and a glass coffee table centered the room. The kitchen, which was located to the left of the entry door, was small but well-equipped, including a modern dishwasher and a 5-burner stove with a double oven. The walls in the living room were adorned by colorful framed prints that differed in sizes. A couple of vases with fake flowers added a tranquil and homey feeling to the room, but without a doubt, the main features of that open-plan living kitchen area were the 2 thick wood beams that ran parallel to each other, high above their heads, about a foot or so from the ceiling. And that had been where the killer had left the victim's naked body, hanging from the beam closest to the kitchen. This wasn't the first time that Hunter or Garcia had attended a crime scene where a victim hung from the ceiling, but what had made both of their skin crawl was the fact that the body wasn't hanging by its neck. The killer had used a climbing rope that had been thrown over the beam. At one end, the rope had been looped several times around the thick metal handle that ran across the front of the stove, before being secured in place with a triple knot. At the other end, the killer had attached a stainless steel, extra-large shark hook. And that was where things went from the crazy to the totally insane, because the body hung from its mouth, as if the victim were a prized fish. The hook had completely perforated the underside of the victim's chin, savagely rupturing through skin and muscle as it severed arteries and ripped nerves apart, before coming out through the mouth and suspending the body about 2 feet off the ground via the mandible. That had been why Detective Barnes had mentioned that facial identification, done purely by sight, was practically impossible. Being suspended in midair merely by her lower jaw forced the victim's head back, making it look like she was staring at the ceiling and at the climbing rope that seemingly emerged out of her mouth. She was a petite and slim African-American woman who couldn't have weighed any more than 120 pounds at a push, but that had still been more than enough weight pressure to cause her jawbone to completely dislocate. One didn't need to be a doctor to clearly see that both lower jaw joints had detached from her skull so severely that ligaments, nerves, tendons, and muscles had been shredded and torn, allowing her mandible to move gruesomely forward and out of line with the rest of her head. Her chin now sat about 2 inches past her nose. From her open mouth and the wound under her chin, blood had cascaded down her neck, torso, and legs to create an ugly and viscous pool of blood on the floor, directly beneath her feet. Her face was also completely covered in blood splatters. To keep her from fighting and reaching for the rope, her hands had been tied behind her back, which made Hunter's stomach churn, because it indicated that she was still alive when the killer pulled at the rope to lift her from the ground. The second indication that she was still alive while that insanity had taken place was the swelling to her face and neck. It looked like someone had stuck a small balloon down her throat and then inflated it. The swelling, coupled with the weight pressure due to the fact that she was hanging from her jaw, meant that the skin and flesh around the lower half of her face had strained to such a degree that it was starting to tear, especially at the corners of her mouth. "Why do something like this to someone?" Garcia asked, finally letting go of the breath that he'd been holding onto for quite a while. "This is just sick." He shook his head as he tried to make sense of something so senseless. "It's pure evil." Hunter's gaze broke away from the body at last, as he began taking in the surroundings. He also let go of a sad and tired breath. "That is the problem, Carlos," he replied, taking a couple of steps to his left to reach the kitchen area. Garcia walked the other way into the living room. Though he tried studying the rest of the room, he found it hard to break eye contact with the victim. "This does go way past being sick," Hunter continued. "Way beyond being evil. Someone would only take the time to do something like this to someone else if the whole act had a meaning." He reached the stove and began studying the climbing rope that knotted around the oven handle. "She was murdered this way for a reason, and that reason has to be something very specific, very personal." From the stove, Hunter allowed his eyes to move along the rope and onto the fishing hook in the victim's mouth. The hook, which looped through her chin and came out through her mouth, had also cracked and broken off several of her lower teeth. "This whole scene," Hunter said, "the murder, the staging, the props, all of it, was thought of, prepared, and executed with a lot of precision. Unless she was a climber and a fishing aficionado at the same time, these aren't regular household items, Carlos. The killer wouldn't have found these in a drawer somewhere in here." Garcia crossed to the other side of the living room. "He would have brought them with him," he said in conclusion. Hunter nodded, and Garcia knew exactly what that meant. This hadn't been a spur-of-the-moment attack. All that savagery had been intentionally planned. Everything about this crime scene had a meaning. Chapter 5. While they waited for a full forensics team to finally arrive at the house, Hunter and Garcia checked the rest of the property for signs of a break-in. They didn't find any. None of the windows were broken, and none seemed to have been tampered with either. The front door, together with the one that led from the kitchen to the small courtyard at the back of the house, also seemed intact. Inside Melissa Hawthorne's bedroom, they did find her handbag on the bedside table. It contained a purse with $18 in cash, a few makeup items, her driver's license, a packet of gum, 2 credit cards, a hairbrush, and a couple of old shopping receipts. No cell phone. They checked every drawer, every pocket of every item of clothing in her wardrobe, and every handbag they could find inside the house. No phone. They checked under the bed, under the sofa, and under its cushions. Still no phone. Hunter and Garcia both found that very interesting. They had just stepped back into the living room when Dr. Susan Slater walked through the front door, immediately followed by 3 other forensics agents, all of them suited up in white hooded coveralls. As their eyes found the victim hanging in midair by her mouth, all 4 of them stopped dead. Despite all their experience and all the terrifying brutality they had seen over the years, they all seemed shocked. "Jesus," the youngest of the agents murmured, slowly placing the tools case he had with him on the floor. "Is that a fishing hook?" "That's correct," Hunter replied. "Let's get all this photographed quick," Dr. Slater said, turning to address the team photographer. "I'm all over it," the young agent replied, adjusting his glasses on his nose and rounding the pool of blood on the floor to face the victim. "Robert, Carlos." Dr. Slater greeted both detectives with a simple head bob. "How long have you guys been here?" She, too, approached the body. Dr. Slater was one of the best and most accomplished lead forensics agents in the whole of California. In the past few years, she had led more forensics investigations for the UVC unit than any other lead agent. The other 2 team members began quickly setting up 2 powerful spotlights. "About 40 minutes, Garcia replied, "give or take." "Single victim?" the doctor asked. "Or are there any others?" She gestured to indicate the rest of the house. "No, this is it," Hunter replied, taking a couple of steps back to allow the agents to do their jobs. "Any blood anywhere else?" Dr. Slater asked, angling her head to have a better look at the hook protruding from the victim's mouth. "Signs of a struggle?" "Not exactly," Garcia said. "The bed is unmade, which suggests that the victim didn't make the bed in the morning, was in bed when she heard a noise and went to investigate, or she was attacked while she was in bed, but that's all. No mess anywhere else, except for this." He gestured toward the victim. "This is pretty grotesque," the doctor said, still studying the fishhook and the victim's viciously dislodged jaw. A moment later, she allowed herself to slowly examine the rest of the body. "Poor girl." She shook her head. "Just by looking at the swelling on her face and neck alone, I can tell you that she was still alive when that hook was pushed through her jaw." She paused and peeked at both detectives. "But you knew that already, didn't you?" "I don't see much of a reason to tie her hands behind her back," Garcia replied, "if not to stop her from fighting." The doctor agreed with a nod. "Lights on," one of the agents announced as they finished setting up the 2 forensics lights. He flicked a switch, and the room burned in ultra-bright whiteness. Dr. Slater carefully rounded the body. "We're lucky to have the body in one piece." "What do you mean?" Garcia asked. "Her mandible is severely dislocated," she indicated as she explained. "Both of her jaw joints have completely come undone, which isn't surprising given that her whole body is being held up in midair exclusively by her lower jaw. The significant swelling indicates that ligaments and muscles have also ruptured around her neck and lower half of her face, and right here—" the doctor indicated where the victim's lower jaw was supposed to be attached to her skull. "You can see signs that the skin and some of the flesh are tearing." "If she were any heavier," Hunter said, understanding what Dr. Slater was referring to. "Maybe by about 20 more pounds or so, there's a chance that her jaw wouldn't have held for as long as it has.
That's right, the doctor agreed. But even at her low weight, I'd say that we aren't that far from the total rupturing of muscles and ligaments and tearing of the skin and flesh. If that had happened already, the body pressure would have caused her entire lower jaw to rip from her face, and the body would have come crashing to the floor. No doubt an even more horrifying scene than what we already have here.
Garcia cringed at the mental image.
Do you think that was the killer's original intention? He asked, but immediately lifted his hands in surrender. He knew that Dr. Slater had no way of knowing that. I'm sorry, stupid question. Who knows? She replied anyway. But it wouldn't surprise me if it were. What I can tell you is that what seems to have kept it all together in the end was rigor mortis, which, as we all know, toughens the muscle and ligament fibers. That hardening of the fibers has added a new resistance layer against all the tearing and rupturing. She used her thumb and forefinger to lightly squeeze the victim's left biceps. Rigor mortis is well on its way. Ballpark guess, I'd say that she's been dead for at least 10 hours. She was definitely murdered in the early hours of the morning, not last night. Instinctively, Garcia consulted his watch. I'll instruct the officers outside to start a door-to-door, he told Hunter. This road and a few of the neighboring ones as well. Maybe someone has noticed something out of the ordinary. A vehicle, someone wandering the streets, either late last night or in the very early hours of this morning. Hunter nodded his agreement. I'm done with the body, the photographer announced. I'll move on to the scene details. Great, Dr. Slater replied. Let's get her down. She turned to face the tallest of the agents in her team, who stood at 6'1". Sean, while Mike and I hold her up, you unhook her from the rope. Sean nodded and moved around to face the body. Need any help? Hunter asked. Nah, we'll be okay, the doctor replied. Hunter and Garcia stepped out of the way, while Dr. Slater and Mike lifted the body up to ease the pressure on her jaw. As they did, Sean reached up to the hook. Easy, Sean, Dr. Slater cautioned him. I'm sure that the hook has fractured her jaw in more ways than one. The bone might easily splinter. Sean was as careful as he could be, and even so, it took him around a minute and a half to finally unhook Melissa Hawthorne from the rope. As the hook came free, a slab of flesh of about 2 squared inches fell onto the pool of blood, splattering some of it in all directions. Damn, Garcia said as he cringed. We need to bag that, Dr. Slater said, nodding at it. That's her tongue. Chapter 6. Hunter and Garcia stayed with the forensics team until they were done processing the crime scene and the rest of the house. After that, instead of returning to Garcia's barbecue, Hunter stepped outside to try to get as much information as he could out of Janet Lang, Melissa Hawthorne's stepsister, while Garcia moved on to helping the uniformed officers with their door-to-door inquiries. Forensics did find a couple of sets of fingerprints in the house. The first set was found in every room, clearly belonging to the victim herself, which was confirmed after a quick on-site analysis. The second set was found mainly in the living room kitchen area, and though it was still to be confirmed, the assumption was that the prints belonged to the victim's younger sister, Janet Lang, the person who had found the body. Forensics had also collected a few different hairs and fibers that were found on the floor inside the victim's bedroom and on her bed, but other than that and the props that the killer had used to hoist the victim up in the kitchen, nothing else was found that they deemed of any significance. They also confirmed that there were no indications of forced entry anywhere, not on the doors, front and back, or on any of the windows. The door-to-door had so far proved to be fairly unsuccessful. No one, not the next-door neighbors or anyone else on the victim's street, had seen anything or anyone that they considered suspicious, either on Saturday night or in the early hours of Sunday morning. The next-door neighbors also reported hearing no loud noises either.
no screams or sounds that could have been the result of a struggle. "This can't have been this killer's first crime," Garcia said as he and Hunter got back to his car. "It's too clean, too elaborate, too well thought out." Hunter paused and looked up at the star-filled sky. He couldn't quite disagree with Garcia. It was a well-known fact that serial killers tended to refine their methods through time, escalating as they got more confident. Their first crimes, murder or not, tended to be a little sloppy, most of the time impulsive and badly planned. Very, very rarely would a killer go from no murder at all to something sophisticated and well-planned, like what they'd seen inside that house. When that happened, it almost always indicated a severe level of detachment in the perpetrator. The lack of evidence left behind, fingerprints, DNA, footprints, forced entry, etc., wasn't that much of a surprise. With so many films and TV shows out there themed around CSI and forensics, anyone could learn the basics of suppressing evidence in one sitting. True, there was no evidence at the moment to suggest that this had been the work of a serial killer, and both Hunter and Garcia hoped to high heaven that that was the case. But the principle was the same. Nothing in the crime scene looked like this was the killer's first ever crime. "I know," Hunter said back. "Maybe we should check the national database," Garcia suggested. "Cross-referencing murders for anything similar." He thought about it for a heartbeat. "Or even remotely similar." Hunter nodded in agreement. "I'll get research onto it first thing in the morning." Chapter 7. By 9 o'clock the next morning, Dr. Carolyn Hove, the chief medical examiner for the Los Angeles County Department of Medical Examiner Coroner, had already scrubbed up and made her way into Autopsy Theater 1 at the end of a long and brightly lit corridor down in the basement of the main coroner's building. The LA County Department of Medical Examiner Coroner was one of the busiest coroners in the whole of the USA, and despite its team of pathologists performing anywhere between 20 to 40 autopsy examinations every day, the workload would still inevitably accumulate, especially over the weekends. Most bodies, as they arrived at the LACDC, would be added to the back of the post-mortem examination queue, but there were some exceptions to that rule. Cases marked as urgent by the investigating officers would usually take priority over certain other cases, but that priority would still be at the discretion of the chief medical examiner. Another exception would be new arrivals that belonged to an investigation conducted by the LAPD UVC unit. Due to the nature of their investigations, those would always take precedence even over urgent cases sent in by any other department. And that was why Melissa Hawthorne's body had already been brought into Autopsy Theater 1 and transferred onto the second of the two large stainless steel autopsy tables at the center of the large, sterile room. Her body was lying on its back, uncovered, with her arms loosely resting by the sides of her torso. Livor mortis, the discoloration of the skin due to the gravitation of blood after death, had made her legs look significantly darker than the rest of her body. Her skin appeared waxy and rubbery, which indicated that she had been brought into the morgue and stored into a cold storage locker just a little under 24 hours after her death. "Wow," Dr. Hove said as she paused by the autopsy table. "This is certainly something different." Though Melissa's head was lying flat against the table surface, the damage to her jawbone, together with the rupture of her facial muscles and ligaments, had been so severe that her chin was resting against her chest. Nathan Reese, one of the 3 junior pathologists who usually assisted Dr. Hove, was standing to the left of the autopsy table. "How does something like this even happen?" he asked, his eyes fixed on the body's facial deformation. "I mean, did somebody just rip her mouth open until she was dead?" "She was hung by her mouth," Dr. Hove told him, reading from the admission file that she had with her. "The perp used a fish hook to do so." "Jesus." "I know." Dr. Hove put down the admission file and gloved up. I take it that all the joints have been flexed, right? To make sure that rigor mortis had already come and gone, joint flexing was a normal procedure when dealing with new arrivals, where their post-mortem examinations had been brought forward for one reason or another. Yes, the orderly who brought her in has flexed them. We're good to go, Doc. Okay, let's make a start. Nathan adjusted the microphone that hung from the ceiling directly above the examination table and switched on the digital voice recorder. Dr. Hove began by stating the date and time, followed by the assigned case number. Next, she spent a couple of minutes describing the general state of the body before moving on to a much more detailed external analysis, where she began by studying the victim's neck. No strangulation bruises. A quick touch examination revealed that neither the larynx nor the trachea had collapsed. The hyoid bone in the victim's neck also didn't seem to have been fractured in any way. Dr. Hove used her thumb and index finger to pull open the victim's eyelids. With the help of a magnifying glass's headset with a directional light, she carefully studied the victim's ocular globe. As expected, her cornea was cloudy and opaque, but what the doctor was looking for was a phenomenon called petechiae, minute red specks that could be dotting the victim's eyes and eyelids. Those signified tiny hemorrhages in blood vessels that, for a number of different reasons, could occur anywhere in the body, but when found in the eyes or eyelids, were usually due to a blockage of the respiratory system, consistent with suffocation or asphyxiation. The victim's eyes and eyelids were both dotted with them. Death resulted from lack of oxygen, Dr. Hove announced to the microphone. That lack of oxygen did not derive from strangulation. Poor woman, Nathan said with a shake of the head. No one deserves to die like this. Dr. Hove sent him a judging stare. I know, he said, lifting both gloved hands. I'm not getting emotional, Doc. I'm just making an observation that no human being deserves to go this way, that's all. The rest of Melissa's body's external examination lasted another 5 minutes or so. It revealed no further surprises. Next, the doctor needed to check all of the body's cavities for signs of aggression, sexual or otherwise. She started with the vagina. The skin all around the vulva, including both of the upper thighs, showed no bruises or hematomas, nothing that would give Dr. Hove any cause for concern. Her next step was to examine the vagina's internal walls, but she didn't get that far. As she used her thumb and index finger to spread the walls, she paused, her eyes squinting at something. Hold on a sec, she said, angling her head to one side to get a better line of vision. Something wrong? Nathan asked, repositioning himself around the autopsy table. I'm not sure. Can you pass me a pair of locking forceps, please? Would you like the speculum as well? Nathan asked, handing Dr. Hove a pair of surgical locking forceps. Maybe in a minute, Dr. Hove replied, as she inserted not much more than the tip of the forceps into the vagina. It looks like a foreign object was left inside of her, she announced, for the benefit of the digital recording. Behind her, Nathan bent over at the waist, trying to look over the doctor's right shoulder. As he did, he heard the instrument in her hand click. Got it, Dr. Hove said, before slowly extracting whatever it was that the forceps had clipped onto. Securely gripped at the tip of the surgical instrument was a small, transparent, grip-seal plastic bag of about 2 square inches. It was clear to see that the bag wasn't empty. Are those drugs? Nathan asked. Dr. Hove straightened up her body and lifted the forceps up to the light. I'm not too sure. Once again, for the benefit of the digital recording, Dr. Hove dictated what she had retrieved, and from where. Nathan tilted his head left, then right, trying to better understand what they were looking at. Still keeping the bag at the tip of the forceps, Dr. Hove gave it a little shake. It looks like we have a folded piece of white paper inside a plastic bag. A small paper envelope, perhaps, Nathan again. I don't think so. Dr. Hove shook her head, after looking at the bag through her magnifying glasses. But let's find out, shall we? She flipped the glasses back up onto the headset, then turned around and placed the small bag on a stainless steel worktop. Nathan quickly joined her. From the instruments tray, Dr. Hove retrieved a second pair of locking forceps. It didn't take her long to pull open the bag's grip seal and extract the folded piece of paper from inside. It doesn't look like a drugs envelope, Nathan commented. Dr. Hove's eyes moved to him. I'm just saying. Nathan gave her a shrug. It doesn't look like an envelope at all, she agreed before using both forceps to finally unfold the strip of paper, which had been folded 3 times. As she undid the last fold, she paused. What the hell? Nathan said from behind Dr. Hove. What does that even mean? It means that we better call the UVC unit. Chapter 8. For Hunter, that Monday morning started with a trip back to Melissa Hawthorne's house. He got there before the sun was up. Albeit necessary, the forensics circus provided a craziness of movement, people, noise, and lights that was a whole world away from what the original crime scene would have been like. Hunter wanted to walk the scene alone, no distractions, with the lights out and with the house as quiet and as still as it would have been just before Melissa was killed. He didn't really believe in premonition, omen, clairvoyance, or whatever name people like to call it. He also didn't believe that by revisiting the crime scene on his own, he would somehow get abrupt visions of what had really happened in there. What he did believe in, what he knew existed, was evil. The human kind. The kind that could lead someone to rip the life out of a young woman in one of the vilest ways Hunter had ever seen. And evil, sometimes, would leave clues behind. That morning, Hunter spent almost 2 hours inside Melissa Hawthorne's house. Most of that time was spent in the living room kitchen area. The pool of blood had been cleaned from the floor, but a stain still remained, marking the exact location where a young woman had been robbed of her life. The room now also carried a particular smell that came with the aftermath of every crime scene. It wasn't the putrid smell of decomposition. That was a very different smell altogether, and Melissa Hawthorne's body had been days away from entering that stage when found. No, this was a peculiar smell, part sweet, part heavy iron, and part disinfectant agents. The crime scene cleanup team had, once again, done their job well. Standing in the exact spot where Melissa's body had been found, his feet at the center of where the pool of blood had once been, arms sunk to his sides, Hunter looked up at the ceiling, stretching his neck until he couldn't anymore. He held his head in that position for a few seconds before moving his chin forward as much as he possibly could to also stretch his lower jaw. As he did, he felt a pull under his tongue, followed by his throat constricting. Hunter held himself in that new position for several seconds, trying as best as he could to imagine Melissa Hawthorne's agony, her desperation, her pain, her panic, her terror, because she knew that no one was coming for her. She knew she would die. All of a sudden, the skin on both of his arms turned into goose flesh, and he felt as if something was trying to dig a hole into his stomach. And there it was, as if Hunter could sense it. Evil. Its ugly, invisible presence somehow still lingering in the air, still embedded in those walls, like some sort of catch-me-if-you-can tease. Hunter lasted less than a minute in that position before he had to let go. He stepped back from the bloodstain on the floor and looked around the kitchen one last time. The gooseflesh didn't go away. The pit in his stomach didn't go away. True, death and evil had stained that house forever, but what had really left Hunter with a very bad taste in his mouth was that he knew from experience that that sort of evil, personal or not, very rarely came in a single dose. More often than not, The urge to hurt, to kill again, was too strong, practically impossible to contain. It was just a matter of time. Chapter 9. The LAPD's Ultra-Violent Crimes Unit's office was located at the far end of the Robbery Homicide Division's floor, inside the famous Police Administration Building in downtown LA. When Hunter got there, about half an hour after leaving Melissa Hawthorne's house, Garcia was standing before the picture board, which was pushed up against the south wall. He had just finished pinning up the last of the forensics photos they had received from CSI. "Morning," Hunter said, placing his jacket on the back of his chair and firing up his computer. "The more I look at these," Garcia replied, his eyes never leaving the board, "the less sense they make." Hunter didn't join Garcia by the board. He didn't take a seat at his desk either. In silence, he simply looked at the photos from where he was standing. "Yes," Garcia continued, "I know that every murder, especially the ones assigned to our unit, are in essence senseless, but I'm not talking about the crime itself, or the motive, or the fact that this kind of sadism has to be a personal affair. I'm talking about the method." He shook his head as his eyes slowly moved from one picture to another. "This killer didn't strangle her. He didn't cut her into pieces. He didn't gut her. He didn't even eat her flesh. No, he really did string her out by her mouth, like a fish, in her own living room. Senseless doesn't quite cut it here." Before Hunter could say anything, the captain of the LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division, Barbara Blake, pushed open the door to their office and stepped inside. Without acknowledging either detective, she walked straight up to the picture board and paused next to Garcia, her eyes taking in the photos, her brain trying to understand them. "What in the hell of hells?" she murmured to herself. "Good morning, Captain," Garcia said, his stare moving to her for just an instant. The captain's long auburn hair was elegantly styled into a twisted bun. She wore a white silk blouse that was neatly tucked into a black tube skirt and black low-heel shoes. Her makeup was subtle, professional, and still very feminine. Her dainty earrings matched her black beaded necklace. In her right hand, she held a case file. It took her a few more seconds before she looked back at Garcia, then at Hunter. "What the hell is wrong with humanity?" she said, her voice sad and angry in equal measures. "Why? What would be the point in doing something like this to another human being?" "Because it means something to the killer," Hunter replied, finally taking a seat at his desk. "What does?" Captain Blake pushed. "All of it, Captain," Hunter replied before his gaze moved to Garcia. "All that senselessness, everything you see on those pictures, it all means something to the killer." She allowed her eyes to study on the horror displayed on that board for a moment longer. "Including the victim?" "Especially the victim." Garcia was the one who replied. "This is too up-close and personal, Captain. Too intimate." "Personal as in the killer wanted her in particular?" The captain pointed at a photo of Melissa Hawthorne. "Or are we talking about what the victim represents?" Hunter sat back on his chair. "Are you asking us if we think this is a hate crime?" "I am," the captain confirmed, broadly gesturing at the board. "Because to me, this is the image of hate. Pure ignorance. The kind of hate and ignorance that very few people are capable of, and among those who are, I can't discard race fanatics." She paused, taking a breath to steady her voice. "Since the Black Lives Matter movement, a lot of good in this country's racial divide has occurred. But at the same time, little pockets of ultra-extreme racists have sprung up just about everywhere. Many of them right here in L.A. You both know that. And this exact same question will be asked by the press, by the chief of police, by the mayor, and probably by the governor of California as well. So let me ask you again, because we won't be able to escape it. Do you think that this is race-related?" "Right now, nothing can be discarded, Captain." Garcia replied first. "We don't know much at this point. It's been less than 24 hours since she's been murdered, but we're working on it." Captain Blake's attention returned to the board. A few seconds later, her slim index finger pointed at a specific photo. "What sort of oversized fishing hook is this? Can it be traced?" "It's a giant shark hook," Garcia replied. "Also used for alligators. Stainless steel. It can withstand in excess of 900 pounds of weight." The captain pursed her lips as she looked back at her detective. "People fish for alligators?" "They do. Hunter this time." "In California?" she challenged. "That's just it, Captain." Garcia took the lead again. "The hook can be used for alligators as well as sharks or any large fish. Tuna, swordfish, you name it. And those, we got plenty of over here." "So tracing the hook is out of the question?" "Practically impossible," Garcia informed her. "It could have been bought online from any fishing shop anywhere on the planet, not to mention a private sale via eBay or any of the many private sale sites that can be found online." Captain Blake took a step back from the board. "Okay, so, who is she? Do we know that much?" Hunter reached for his notepad. "Her name was Melissa Hawthorne." He read from it. 29 years of age, born right here in Los Angeles and a resident of Leimert Park. She lived alone and was a hairstylist. Worked for a small independent hair salon called Hues of Curls on Crenshaw Boulevard. Not that far from where she lived, actually. Her mother, Joanna, passed away a year and a half ago. Cancer. "How about her father?" the captain queried. "Her biological father has been out of the picture from the get-go," Hunter told her. "From what we understand, Melissa never met him. For the next 5 years, Mrs. Hawthorne had a string of different live-in boyfriends until she remarried Clayton Lang." Captain Blake shifted on her feet. "Any history of abuse by any of the live-in boyfriends?" "We're looking into it," Hunter informed her before moving on. Mr. Lang also had a daughter from a previous relationship, Janet, 3 years Melissa's junior. Despite the two girls not being blood sisters, they got along as if they were twins. Janet was the one who found the body. Captain Blake momentarily closed her eyes and used the tip of her index finger to lightly rub between her eyebrows. "When was that?" "Yesterday at around 11:30 a.m. Hunter flipped a page on the notepad. Melissa and Janet were supposed to have gone jogging in Kenneth Hahn Lower Park prior to going out for brunch around the same area. Meeting time was 11 a.m. After a few text messages and a couple of unanswered calls to her sister, Janet got worried and decided to drop by. The front door was left unlocked. "Anybody else had keys to her house? Boyfriend?" According to her sister, only Janet herself had a copy. Melissa had no boyfriend. At least, not anymore. "And that means what, exactly?" Captain Blake asked, frowning at Hunter. "It means that she did have a boyfriend, but they split up some time ago. Janet wasn't exactly sure when, but it was less than a year ago." "Do we have a name for this ex-boyfriend?" the captain pushed. "Maybe he had a key and never gave it back. Do we know why the relationship ended?" "His name is Kevin Garrison. The information we got from Janet is that the relationship ended because he was cheating on Miss Hawthorne." Captain Blake pulled a face that practically spelled the word typical. "That's all we have on him so far," Hunter continued. "But we'll find him. There are a lot of people we need to talk to." "Who are you starting with?" "Janet and Melissa were both at a friend's birthday party on Saturday evening." Hunter read from his notes. "The friend's name is Kelly Ann Teller. According to Janet, Miss Teller and Melissa were best friends." "What time did they leave the party?" Blake asked. "The two sisters." "They didn't leave together," Hunter explained. "Janet was there with her boyfriend and they left sometime after midnight. Melissa stayed behind." "How did she get home? Did she drive?" "No, she doesn't own a car. We suppose she took a cab, but we don't know for certain yet. We'll be talking to Kelly Ann Teller today. Hopefully we'll get a list of all of the guests that were at her party on Saturday evening and then talk to each one individually. Also, since she was Miss Hawthorne's best friend, Miss Teller might know a little more about Kevin, the ex-boyfriend. Did the victim go to this party by herself? Captain Blake looked at Hunter. Or did she take a date? Do we know? According to her sister, Miss Hawthorne went to the party on her own. But here comes the kicker. She mentioned about going to the party on her social media several times. In fact, she first mentioned it over a week ago. She even posted the date and the location. Captain Blake allowed her head to drop, as if defeated. Unbelievable. When will people learn to stop publicizing their lives? She breathed out disappointment. How about her phone? Any calls to or from her phone on that night? We don't know yet. Her phone hasn't been found. Captain Blake's brow creased as she looked back at her detectives. We looked everywhere, Hunter reassured her. The phone is gone. We tried tracing it last night. The signal is dead. So it's been destroyed. Captain Blake didn't phrase it as a question. Most probably, Hunter confirmed. We're getting in touch with her network provider for a copy of everything. Text messages, phone calls, whatever we can get. Okay. Captain Blake nodded at Hunter before facing Garcia again. Go on. That's it, he informed her. Janet Lang was in shock and could barely put a sentence together, which is no real surprise. His head tilted slightly toward the picture board. It took Robert over an hour and a lot of patience just to squeeze this much information out of her. I'll try again, either later today or tomorrow morning, Hunter said. How about this Clayton Lang? The captain asked. Janet's father. Any history on him? He's also passed away, around 4 years ago, Hunter said. Heart attack. From what we understand, he was a great stepfather to Melissa. Captain Blake's gaze returned to the board. This ex-boyfriend of hers, Kevin, right? Garcia nodded. Any idea if he was involved in gang activity? Both detectives knew the reason for the captain's question. She was correct about the fact that the kind of hate and ignorance that the pictures on that board depicted was indeed a special kind. The kind that very few people were capable of, and certain LA gangs were internationally known for the brutality and sadism of some of their acts, especially when those acts were intended as a lesson to others, or as revenge. Like Robert said, Captain, Garcia said, we know basically nothing about this Kevin Garrison character, but we already talked to Captain Carmona of the LAPD Gang and Narcotics Division. He shook his head as he indicated the board again. He's never seen or heard of anything like this before. If this is the work of a gang, it's something brand new. Right then, Hunter's desk phone rang. Detective Hunter, he said, bringing the receiver to his ear. UVC unit. Robert, it's Carolyn. Dr. Hove's velvety but strong voice was no stranger to Hunter's ears. I'm done with the autopsy of case... She read the case file number to Hunter. African-American female. I understand that this is your investigation. That's correct, Doc. Any interesting findings? Dr. Hove chuckled, but it carried no humor. Yes, I'd say so. May I suggest you drop by to have a look? Have a look? Garcia and Captain Blake's stare asked Hunter the same silent question. It appears that whoever strung your victim up by the mouth left you a little present. Such as? We found a note. A note? Hard frowns from Garcia and Captain Blake. Where? Hunter asked. It was left inside of her. Hunter knew exactly what that meant. Okay, we're on our way. Chapter 10. The main building at the LA County Department of Coroner was, in every sense, an impressive piece of architecture, clearly influenced by the Renaissance style. The facade of the old hospital-turned-morgue was a stylish combination of red bricks and light gray lintels. The extravagant entrance stairway was flanked by a couple of Gothic-looking lampposts, which added an extra pinch of charm to a beautiful building that ironically sheltered nothing but death. In morning traffic, the short drive from the police administration building to the LACDC took Hunter and Garcia just under 10 minutes. As they stepped into the entrance lobby, Martha, the Jamaican receptionist with kind eyes and plum cheeks, nodded courteously at them. She had perfectly mastered the art of the solemn, respectful face. Her greeting smiles were always gentle and polite, her facial expressions showed compassion and understanding, and her tone of voice had an almost soothing quality to it. "Detectives?" She greeted Hunter and Garcia as they approached the reception counter, already placing 2 visitor badges on it. "Martha," Hunter replied, returning the courteous nod. "How are the kids?" "More expensive than ever," she replied with a roll of the eyes. "I hope you've been keeping well." She pushed the visitor badges toward both of them. "Dr. Hove is expecting you. She's in Autopsy Theater 1, down in the basement." Hunter and Garcia had been to the LACDC so many times that they could practically navigate every corridor, in every floor, in every building, blindfolded. Martha buzzed them through the security gate, and they made their way to the staircase just past and to the right of the reception counter. In the basement, they turned right at the end of the first corridor, then left at the end of the following one. Directly in front of them was a set of double swing doors. The plate above the doors read, Autopsy Theater 1. Hunter pressed the button on the intercom and waited. 3 seconds later, the door buzzed open, and Hunter and Garcia stepped inside the large, winter-cold room, illuminated by 2 rows of fluorescent lights that ran the length of the ceiling. 2 stainless steel autopsy tables dominated the main floor space, one fixed, one wheeled. Each was occupied by a body, covered by a white sheet. The 2 circular surgical lights above both examination tables were switched off. A hospital-style gurney was parked next to a wall of body fridges. Dr. Hove was standing by the second examination table, the fixed one. She wore blue latex gloves and a long white lab coverall over her regular clothes. "Robert? Carlos?" She greeted each of them with a subdued head bob. "We have a note?" Garcia asked, losing no time. "Come have a look, and I'll guide you through everything." Dr. Hove gestured them closer as she spoke. Hunter and Garcia gloved up and approached the autopsy table. Dr. Hove reached over, grabbed the 2 top extremities of the white sheet that covered the body, and pulled it down to the body's waist. "Oh, Jesus, Doc!" Garcia gasped, his head jerking back slightly. Hunter didn't flinch. The body on the table in front of them was that of Melissa Hawthorne, but her face was now incomplete. The entire lower jaw was missing. As part of the post-mortem examination, Dr. Hove had to cut through what was left of skin, muscles, tendons, and ligaments, and remove the mandible in its entirety to determine the extent of the damage caused by the fishing hook and the pressure exerted on her jaw. "What?" Dr. Hove asked. "I thought you were at the crime scene." "I was, but so was her jaw. Dislocated and hanging by a thread, but it was still there." "You've seen similar. I know that." "Similar, yes," Garcia accepted. "But even you have to admit that this is something else." The doctor's lips squeezed into a thin line. "Yes, this is definitely something else." "So what have we got, Doc?" Hunter asked. "Well," Dr. Hove began, "just like Carlos mentioned, her mandible was severely dislocated. It was also fractured in 9 different places." Garcia grimaced again. "I'm going to skip the whole anatomical explanation about ruptured muscles and what have you, because none of that would really interest you. But this will." Dr. Hove guided their attention to something on a stainless steel worktop to her left. Her tongue was deliberately severed, not by the hook that was forced into her mouth, but by a sharp instrument, something like a scalpel or a pair of scissors. The cut was clean. Garcia peeked at Hunter, who kept his full attention on Dr. Hove. They both knew that a victim's tongue being deliberately severed by a perpetrator could signify an act of revenge, payback for something that the victim had maybe said, or could have said. "What's the official cause of death?" Hunter asked. "It's actually a combination. She half suffocated, half drowned, both in her own blood." "Fuck," Garcia breathed out, momentarily closing his eyes. "The wound to her lower jaw was brutal," Dr. Hove explained. "Savagely so, and, unfortunately, as I'm sure you already know, she was alive through it all." Hunter nodded once. "I have no doubt that she passed out from the sheer pain of the perforation," the doctor said. "Without anesthesia, no one would be strong enough to withstand that sort of pain." She drew everyone's attention back to the body. Despite the tremendous pain and the viciousness of the attack, the wound to her jaw didn't kill her. What it did do was fill her mouth with blood. Too much blood. Garcia uncomfortably shifted his weight from one foot to another. "In any other position," Dr. Hove added, "sitting down, laying down, standing up, whatever, she would have been able to spit out some of the blood from her mouth, but strung out through her jaw." To demonstrate, the doctor threw her head back as far as it could go. "This position is severely problematic for 2 reasons. One," she pointed to her own throat, "it constricts the throat, making swallowing anything, even saliva, a difficult job. 2, it creates a gravitational pull, so all the blood that inundated her mouth had nowhere else to go but down." She indicated with her index finger. "If she still had her tongue, she could have maybe moved it up and down, pushing some of the blood out of her mouth." "But the tongue was gone," Garcia said, his eyes going back to the deformed face on the autopsy table. Dr. Hove nodded. "Her tongue was gone. All the blood in her mouth had nowhere else to go but down to her already constricted throat. She swallowed some, of course, but it was too much blood. In time, it obstructed her respiratory system. Blood was found inside her lungs just like water is found in the lungs of a drowning victim. Like I said, she partially drowned, partially suffocated. Her eyes were dotted with petechiae. Blood toxicology will still be a couple of days, but I suppose that she was sedated before being tied up." Silence ruled the room for a moment. "How long do you think she would have lasted before she finally suffocated?" Hunter asked. "Not very long," Dr. Hove confirmed. "Just a matter of minutes, really, but even seconds would have felt like an eternity for her. The pain, the agony, the desperation to take in oxygen." She shook her head in disgust. "This woman's last few minutes on this planet were undoubtedly the most painful minutes of her entire life." Another silent moment went by before Garcia spoke. "Was she sexually assaulted?" he asked. "Not in the way you're thinking. She wasn't raped," Dr. Hove explained as she turned to direct their attention to a strip of paper on the instruments trolley. "But this was left inside her vaginal canal." Hunter and Garcia approached the trolley. The strip of paper contained a single, handwritten sentence. "Through these eyes, no one will ever look as perfect as you did." Chapter 11. "Through these eyes," Garcia quoted as soon as he and Hunter got back into his car. "No one will ever look as perfect as you did. What the hell do you think that means?" Hunter pressed his lips together as he shook his head. "I'm not really sure. It could be a love poem or a line from a poem. It could be the lyrics to a song, a line from a movie, or something that the perp wrote himself." "So you've never seen it before?" Garcia asked. Hunter frowned at him. "No, why would I?" "Because you read a hell of a lot. A lot more than I do. Just gambling on the chance that you'd come across it somewhere. Not that I can remember, but I'll get research on it. Once they got back at the police administration building, Hunter and Garcia decided to split the afternoon workload. Garcia went to see Kelly Ann Teller, Melissa Hawthorne's friend, whose party she was at on Saturday evening, while Hunter was once again tasked with trying to interview Melissa's stepsister, Janet, who shared a small one-bedroom flat with her boyfriend, Thomas Molina. The apartment was located less than 5 blocks away from Melissa's house. Hunter parked on the street, directly in front of Janet's apartment block. It was a simple building with a dirty yellow facade, white windows, and a couple of small balconies showing at the front of it. The intercom at the entrance didn't work, but the lock mechanism at the front door was busted, which meant that the door never really locked. Hunter pushed it open and took the stairs up to the first floor. Janet's apartment was number 102, the second door on the right down a narrow windowless corridor where one of the 2 fluorescent tubes along the ceiling flickered on and off like a strobe light. There was no doorbell. Hunter knocked 3 times and waited. He had called beforehand and spoken to Thomas, Janet's boyfriend, who had said that he wasn't sure how much help Janet could be. She was still in shock, and since yesterday had barely done anything else but cry. Last night, after a hysterical episode, she'd had to be sedated to fall asleep. Hunter had been in that same situation so many times that he had lost count. More often than not, interviewing someone who was still in shock resulted in either very unreliable information or absolutely nothing at all. But Janet hadn't been an eyewitness to a crime. What Hunter wanted to ask her didn't rely on her immediate memory. He was about to knock again when he heard heavy footsteps approaching from inside. The peephole darkened, and Hunter held up his credentials. A couple of seconds later, the door unlocked and it was pulled open by a well-built 6'1" African-American man wearing black jogging trousers and a purple and yellow LA Lakers jersey with the number 8 across his chest. His exposed arms were covered in black and gray tattoos. His hair was cut short, military style, and his 7 o'clock shadow had been expertly trimmed to accentuate his jaw. He looked to be around 25 years old. "Thomas Molina?" Hunter asked, locking eyes with the man, who regarded Hunter and his credentials for another few seconds. "I'm Detective Robert Hunter of the LAPD. We spoke on the phone earlier." "Call me Tom," the man replied, his voice matching his strong frame. "Only my mother calls me Thomas, and she only does it when she's angry." Hunter waited, but Tom said nothing else. "Is it okay if I come in?" Tom hesitated for a moment. "I don't know, man. Like I said on the phone, since yesterday, Janet has done nothing else but cry, sometimes hysterically. She's finally calmed down for a little. Talking to her will just start things up again." "I understand, Tom, and if it were an option, I would not bother Miss Lang or you. But it really is important to our investigation that I talk to her. I'll be as brief as I possibly can." Tom's head angled to one side as he considered Hunter's words. "All right, come in," he finally agreed, pulling the door fully open and taking a step to his left. "Thank you." The front door opened directly into the apartment's living room, which was small and modestly furnished. Janet was sitting by the room's only window, which faced west, at a small circular table with 4 chairs. On the table next to her was a small plate with an uneaten ham and cheese sandwich and a glass of milk. She didn't acknowledge Hunter. "I told you, bro," Tom whispered as he gestured towards Janet. "She ain't talking much. She ain't even eating." Janet Lang seemed to be a couple of inches taller and maybe 20 pounds heavier than her sister. Her black hair was cut low to the nape of her neck, framing an almond-shaped face. Her eyes were wide, but slightly tilted up at the corners. Her skin was also half a shade lighter than Melissa's. Her arms were slender and her hands small and delicate. Most of the red varnish on her fingernails was chipped. "Has she taken any medication in the past 2 to 3 hours?" Hunter asked. "Sedatives, anything?" "No, bro, nothing," Tom replied. Hunter nodded his understanding before approaching the table and taking a seat across from Janet. Her eyes didn't move from the world outside her window. "Hello, Miss Lang," he said in a steady, almost doctor-like voice. "Remember me? I'm Detective Robert Hunter. We spoke yesterday." No movement from Janet, except for tears that started to well up in her eyes again. "Miss Lang," Hunter began, "I know that this is terribly hard for you right now. I know that you don't feel like talking, not to me or anyone. But if I could ask you just a few more questions, it could really help our investigation." He paused and waited. Without looking back at Hunter, Janet squeezed her eyes and tears began running down her cheeks. She swallowed dry. From his jacket pocket, Hunter retrieved a paper tissue and offered it to Janet. She didn't take it. From experience, Hunter knew that in general, the best approach in these situations was to simply ask the first question. That was exactly what he was about to do when Janet beat him to the punch. "Why?" she asked as a teardrop ran to the tip of her nose. "Why would someone do something like that to Mel?" Hunter understood that Janet wasn't really expecting a reply because no reply would ever make sense. She was just venting her anger, her anguish, her pain. He stayed silent, allowing her to carry on. "Did you see what was done to my sister?" There was so much pain in Janet's voice that it squeaked at times. "Did you see her face? Her mouth? What kind of monster could do something like that to another human being? To someone like Mel?" She broke down in sobs as her entire body shook with emotion. Hunter felt an odd sadness wrap itself around his heart and slowly begin to squeeze. Those sobs, that pain, that was just the beginning for what was to come for Janet Lang. Finding the tortured and mutilated body of a loved one had the power to do much more than just fracture a human mind on the spot. It could completely obliterate it. Only time would tell the sort of damage that Janet's psyche had sustained. Hunter didn't push. Instead, he allowed his gaze to move on to a shelving unit on the corner, where several photographs were displayed in picture frames. Melissa appeared in most of them, always smiling a smile that seemed bigger than her, bigger than the world. Janet's framed high school diploma split the photo frames into two groups. "Mel was the sweetest person you'd ever meet," Janet said, as if she had followed Hunter's stare at the photos. Her voice was still faltering. "She was friendly, compassionate, understanding, forgiving." She slightly shook her head. "She never talked bad about anyone. Always saw the good in others, never the bad. She was one of those people who always had a smile ready, and her smile was contagious. Always with an uplifting comment, no matter how bad the situation was." Janet finally broke eye contact with the window to look at Hunter. "She was more than my big sister. She was my best friend. The one person that was always there for me no matter what. The one person I could count on no matter what. Never judging, never criticizing, always helping. I looked up to her so much." Hunter stayed quiet for two reasons. One, words would be the most meaningless things he could offer Janet right at that moment. And two, she was talking, which was exactly what Hunter needed. He just had to find the right moment for his questions. He once again held out the tissue for her, and once again she didn't take it, preferring to use her left hand to wipe the tears from her face before chuckling angrily. "Typical," she said almost derisively as her stare returned to the window. "What is?" Hunter asked. "That a white cop would be assigned to investigate the murder of a black woman." Janet turned her neck to lock eyes with Hunter. "No offense, Detective Hunter. No offense, Detective Hunter." Despite all the sadness, an underlying anger punctuated by hopelessness made itself heard in Janet's voice. "I'm sure that you are good at what you do, but this is still America, where so-called police officers will kneel on a black man's neck until he's dead and say that they were doing their duty." Through the corner of his eyes, Hunter saw Tom, who had taken a seat on the sofa, nod approvingly. "Our system is broken and corrupt," Janet said as she sniffled and wiped some more tears from her face. "Even more so when the subject is a black person." Hunter wasn't really expecting that sort of response, but he wasn't surprised or offended. The events that had not so long ago taken place in the USA and led to the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement had become infamous all over the world. The footage that had gone viral had been indisputable. The brutality that had been used by the police had been inexcusable and shameful. The air around them seemed to thicken with the pain in Janet's tone. Hunter breathed it all in and held her stare. "I understand how you feel, Miss Lang," he said, being careful not to sound condescending. "I also understand that there's nothing I can say that will change that feeling. All I can tell you, all I can give you, is my word that I will do everything I can to bring the person responsible for what happened to your sister to justice." "Your word?" Janet shot back with a sarcastic chuckle. "You're giving me your word, are you?" Hunter lifted his hands in surrender. "I know that my word means absolutely nothing to you. To you, I'm just another white cop following protocol." He paused and exhaled. "But my word is the most important thing, the only valuable thing I have, Miss Lang. To me, it means everything. I have never once broken it." Through her tears, Janet regarded Hunter quite intensely. In his eyes, she recognized something she didn't see too often: sincerity. She sniffled again, and Hunter, for the third time, offered her the paper tissue he was holding. This time, she finally took it and dabbed it against her nose. Hunter seized the opportunity. "Yesterday, you told me that your sister wasn't seeing anyone. Romantically, I mean. Is that correct?" Janet sucked in a lumpy breath through her nose before nodding. "And you're sure that she would have told you if she were?" Another nod from Janet. "We talked about everything. Mel would have no reason to hide something like that from anyone, least of all me. She was a very confident person." "Okay." Hunter accepted it. "And you told me that the last time you spoke with your sister before the party on Saturday had been on Wednesday, is that right?" This time, Janet didn't actually nod. She simply allowed her head to drop forward. "They met for dinner." The comment came from Tom. "Janet and Mel used to meet for either dinner or lunch at least twice a week. The last time was on Wednesday." "We also spoke briefly on the phone on Saturday," Janet added. "Before the party. I just asked her what she'd be wearing and what time she was thinking about getting there." Hunter acknowledged her reply. "And your sister didn't mention anything about anyone that she might have met recently?" It took Janet a few seconds to respond. "No." "So as far as you were aware, the last person she dated, or had any sort of romantic connections with, was Kevin Garrison, her ex-boyfriend?" Janet went silent again, her eyes wandering the room like lost souls. "Miss Lang?" Hunter said, trying to bring her attention back to him. 2 more seconds went by before her gaze settled on his face, and she nodded. "Yes, Kevin." "How long were they together for? Do you remember?" Janet went quiet again, but Tom offered a response. "They started dating roughly around the same time as Janet and I did," he said. "We've been together for just over 2.5 years, so I'd say that they were together for about 2. Am I right, babe?" Janet finally nodded. "Yes, about 2 years." Her voice wavered again. "And you said that they split up around 6 or 7 months ago, is that correct?" "Yeah." Hunter stayed on the subject. "Was he ever violent towards your sister?" "Kevin was an asshole in many ways." Tom again. "No doubt about that, but he was never violent towards Mel, not even verbally. At least, not that we know of." His gaze moved to Janet, who shook her head. "No, she confirmed. He wasn't a violent person. Do you know where I can find him? I'd like to ask him a few questions. Janet didn't answer. Instead, she looked down at her hands and at the crumpled-up tissue she was holding. Kevin is a gym buff. Tom took over again. Trains 5 to 6 times a week, early mornings. Do you know which gym? Yeah, he trains at Six Packs in Culver City. How about any admirers? Hunter ventured. You know, people who followed her on social media. Sometimes these people can become problematic. Did she ever mention anything about anyone who she thought was a little too insistent or creepy, or maybe someone who made her feel uncomfortable in some way? Maybe sending her unsolicited pictures or just romantic poems or quotes or something. Janet used the crumpled tissue against her nose one more time. Not really. Hunter offered her a new one. Not really isn't exactly no, he said. She would sometimes get the random dick pics sent to her, Janet explained. It happens. Some idiots out there think that they can impress a woman with the size of their penises, or lack of it. Mel and I used to laugh about it every time she got one. Did it happen often? Not really. A handful times at the most. Any of those times recently? The headshake came before the vocal answer. No, I don't think so. I can't really remember. Janet's chin dropped to her chest before coming back up. Her eyes widened at Hunter. Hold on. Mel was chatting to someone at the bar on Saturday evening. Chatting to someone? Yeah, Janet confirmed. When we left, we went to say bye to Mel. She was at the bar, chatting to this guy, tall, dark hair. A guest at the party? No, I don't think he was. The reply came from Tom. Kellyanne had a section by the pool reserved for her party, he explained. But the bar was open as normal. I think he was just there having a drink. You said they were chatting, as in laughing together, flirting, getting on like a house on fire, you know? Do you think that Melissa could have invited him back to her place for a nightcap or something? Janet looked at him with sad eyes. I doubt it, she said, her tone just a hairline away from sounding offended. My sister wasn't a one-night stand kind of girl. Sex could mean so many different things at different times. Hunter knew that. Maybe that night Melissa needed the sort of emotional and physical relief that sex could bring a person. Or maybe she believed that whatever happened that night would develop into something more meaningful than a simple one-night stand. There were so many scenarios that Hunter could use to counter-argue Janet's statement, but none of them would make a difference. And all of them, no matter how diplomatically Hunter put them forward, could sound offensive. He decided to let it go and move on. When you went to say goodbye, he said, did Melissa introduce the person that she was talking to? Do you remember the name? Tom squinted at nothing at all before looking at Janet. She did introduce him to us, he said, but I can't remember his name. Can you, babe? Once again, all Janet could do was shake her head. And what time was that? What time did you leave the party? Tom looked at Janet, but she had gone back to staring at the window in an almost catatonic state. It was around midnight, he finally said. Maybe 1:45, no later than that. Hunter wrote it down. How about Melissa? Did she mention anything about how she would be getting home? Was she getting a ride with anyone from the party? No. Once again, the answer came from Tom. She didn't mention anything about a ride. Janet did ask her just before we left. Mel told us that she was getting a cab home. That's good to know, Hunter said as he took note. Why? Tom asked with concern. Back at her place, was there any indication that she had company that night? A second wine glass, an extra wet towel, marks on the bed sheets, anything like that? Hunter looked back at him curiously. I watched the crime channel, Tom clarified, looking a little smug. Hunter did his best not to roll his eyes. No, we haven't found a second wine glass or an extra wet towel or anything, but we also found no sign of forced entry anywhere, doors or windows, so there's a chance that Melissa willingly let her attacker into her house. Hunter's statement managed to regain Janet's attention. He breathed in through his nose and out through his mouth before he spoke again. We also found a note.
A note?
Janet asked.
What sort of note?
A romantic one, it seems. Hunter reached into his inside jacket pocket to retrieve his cell phone. From the photo gallery, he showed Janet the photo he had taken from the note back at the morgue. Tom got closer to have a look. Janet read the words on the note.
Through these eyes, no one will ever look as perfect as you did.
And they brought a fresh onslaught of tears to her eyes. Hunter offered her a new paper tissue. Where was this found? Tom asked. In the kitchen, Hunter lied. He saw no reason to add to Janet's pain by revealing that the killer had also violated her sister by inserting a note into her body. Janet looked back at Hunter with questioning eyes. She had found the body and obviously didn't remember seeing a note in her sister's kitchen. It was folded, Hunter added, indicating the paper creases that could be seen on the photo. Left by the stove. Janet's stare returned to the photo on Hunter's phone, and she began sobbing. Do you have any idea who could have written those words to your sister? He asked. Could this have been Kevin, maybe? It took Janet several long seconds to control her tears. When she finally did, she dropped a bomb on Hunter.
I don't know if those words are Mel's or not. I didn't know her to write poetry or anything like that. But that...
She pointed at the photo.
That's definitely Mel's handwriting.
Chapter 12. Heavy clouds had been slowly gathering above downtown Los Angeles for most of the afternoon. At around 5 o'clock, the same time that Hunter and Garcia met back at the UVC unit's office, the first drops of rain finally began assaulting the city. The two detectives had barely gotten to their desks when Captain Blake sneaked up on them.
Okay, what is this note that was found in the victim's body?
She asked. Garcia, who had his back to the door and hadn't seen the captain enter, jumped as the door closed behind her.
Damn, Captain, where did you come from? And do you have a tracker on us or something? We literally just got in.
The captain scowled back at him.
This is my department, my floor. I've got eyes everywhere. So, the note. What's that all about?
While Garcia quickly ran Captain Blake through all the autopsy findings, including the note, Hunter connected his cell phone to his computer and printed out the photo he had taken of it.
Through these eyes, no one will ever look as perfect as you did.
The captain read out loud before squinting at her detectives.
And this was left inside her vagina.
Garcia nodded. Inside a grip-seal plastic bag.
I take it that both the note and the bag have already been sent to forensics for analysis and graphology.
They have, Garcia confirmed. There's no need to bother with graphology anymore, Hunter said, bringing everyone's attention to him.
What do you mean? Garcia asked.
Why not? It's Melissa Hawthorne's handwriting, Hunter explained, approaching the picture board and pinning the photo printout onto it. I talked to Janet earlier today, Melissa's stepsister. I showed her the photo on my phone.
And she was 100% sure it's her sister's handwriting?
Captain Blake asked. She had no doubt. In silence, Captain Blake read the sentence one more time.
Do we know what that is? I mean, are those lyrics to a song? Is that a poem by someone? Words from a film? Were those the victim's words, or are they by the killer himself?
I did a basic internet search, Hunter informed her. It came back with nothing. No lyrics, no poem, no nursery rhyme, no movie line, nothing. At least, nothing that has been published on the net with those words in that exact sequence. I've already passed it on to our research team for a more in-depth search. Janet Lang also told me that as far as she knew, her sister wasn't one to write poetry or song lyrics or anything similar to that. Hunter pointed to the board before continuing. But I'm going to go back to Melissa's house to have a look around. It's not uncommon for people to have poetry, lyrics, even drawing as a secret hobby. Some people like to write down their innermost personal thoughts, feelings, desires, whatever. But they do it for themselves, not for sharing.
Like a secret diary,
Captain Blake said. Something similar, yeah. Captain Blake studied the photo on the board for a moment longer.
Regardless if these are the victim's words or not, she said, what's the theory here? That the killer made her write this down before inserting it inside her and hanging her up by the mouth?
Doubt danced in the curve of her words. Presumably, yes. Hunter took a seat behind his desk. Captain Blake coughed a breath.
Well, I'm no expert here, but to me this reads like some sort of love declaration from a disgruntled ex-boyfriend, or a lover, or maybe someone she turned down, some idiot whose pride she hurt.
That's very possible, Hunter accepted. And that's definitely one avenue that we're going to pursue. Like it was mentioned this morning, Melissa ended her relationship with Kevin Garrison around 6 or 7 months ago.
Yeah, you said, the captain remembered. He was cheating on her, right?
That's correct.
But why make her write it down? Garcia asked with a shrug. It would make more sense if the killer had written it himself, don't you think?
He lifted a hand to stop all the comebacks.
Yes, I know that if the killer had handwritten the note himself, he would have been giving us his handwriting, but he could have printed it out or something, don't you think?
Meaning, Hunter said. Garcia heard a question.
Meaning exactly that, he retorted, nodding at his partner. That he could have printed it out.
Hunter shook his head. It wasn't a question. It was an answer. The killer made the victim write it down because it meant something to him. He wanted the note to be in her handwriting for a reason. There's meaning behind everything he does, trust me. And that would also be why he made her write it down more than once.
More than once?
The captain found that strange.
Why do you say that? Were earlier drafts found in her house?
No, none. The answer came from Garcia as he turned to Hunter.
Were there?
Hunter shook his head. No. Captain Blake looked more confused.
So how do you know that the killer made her write that down more than once?
Have a look at the note again, Hunter said, pointing at the board. Both Garcia and Captain Blake walked over to it and restudied the note. Each of them looked for something different. Captain Blake squinted at the photo, trying to identify pre-existing grooves on the piece of paper behind the writing. She saw none. Initially, Garcia looked for the same telltale signs, but quickly realized what he had missed.
The handwriting itself,
he said, turning to face Hunter, who smiled back at him.
The handwriting?
The captain asked, moving her attention to it.
It's perfect,
Garcia said. It took another couple of seconds before the penny dropped for Captain Blake.
If the killer really did force the victim to write those words down before killing her, she would have been terrified and under duress. Her hand would have been too unsteady. The handwriting would have been all over the place.
No doubt, Hunter confirmed, which clearly isn't the case here, and that leaves us with a few alternatives, but the two most probable ones are: the killer made the victim write those words down until the unsteadiness was gone from her handwriting, or the killer's an expert forger.
Could this really have been her ex-boyfriend?
Captain Blake asked.
What's his name again?
Kevin Garrison, Garcia replied.
I ask that because this...
The captain gestured at the whole board.
This isn't a crime of passion. We've seen plenty of those, and this isn't it. This is hate and anger. and everything that's bad. Right now, we know very little about Kevin Garrison, Hunter said, consulting his notepad. But finding him won't be much of a problem. He trains at a gym in Culver City every morning. I'll be paying them a visit tomorrow, but apparently we also have a mystery guest. What do you mean, mystery guest? Captain Blake asked. Janet also told me that Melissa was chatting to someone at the bar on Saturday night. Someone who didn't seem to be a guest at Kellyanne's birthday party. Captain Blake's question was asked with simple eyebrow movement. Kellyanne had a section of the Broken Shaker cocktail lounge reserved for her party, Hunter clarified. But the bar was also open for regular customers. Janet and her boyfriend, Tom, were just leaving when they saw Melissa and this mystery man at the bar. They went over to say goodbye, and they were introduced, but neither Janet nor Tom remember his name. Mark, Garcia said from his desk as he flipped open his own pocket notepad. The mystery man Melissa was chatting to at the bar? His name was Mark. Hunter and Captain Blake turned to look at him. Kellyanne invited 35 people to her party, Garcia informed them. The turnout was 31. I talked to her and her boyfriend, plus 8 other guests this afternoon. More to come. And you're right, he said, addressing Hunter. Melissa was chatting to someone at the bar who wasn't a guest at the party. Kellyanne and her boyfriend saw them too, and so did 3 of the other 8 guests I talked to. Garcia flipped a page on his notepad. Kellyanne actually talked to him for a little while. Melissa introduced them. Kellyanne was 100% sure that his name was Mark. She remembered it because it's the same as her father's. No last name? Captain Blake asked. No, Garcia replied with a short laugh. They met in a bar, Captain. How many people do you meet in a bar that introduce themselves using their last name as well? Most of them, the captain volleyed back. This group is in their mid-20s, Garcia countered. Okay, point taken. How about a facial composite? Or maybe even a photo? Nowadays, everyone is snapping photos everywhere and all the time, aren't they? I'd expect that at a birthday party, a lot of photos were taken. Maybe someone snapped this Mark character at the bar by chance. Maybe in the background. My thoughts exactly, Garcia replied. I did ask Kellyanne, her boyfriend, and all 8 guests I talked to this afternoon if they had taken any photos at the party. And? They all did. And obviously, Kellyanne and her boyfriend had loads. But the problem is that the bar was located right across the rooftop from the area that had been allocated for the party. He shook his head. You couldn't even see the bar in any of the photos that I looked at today, and I looked at every single one of them. CCTV cameras, Hunter suggested. They probably have a couple at the bar area, but even if not, the Broken Shaker is the rooftop bar at the Freehand Hotel. To go up to the bar, everyone has to go through the lobby, and every hotel lobby has got CCTV. Once again, my thoughts exactly, Garcia agreed. And I've already called the hotel to check. They do have CCTV cameras over at the bar area in the Broken Shaker. I'm going to pay them a visit. He checked his watch. It was coming up to 5:30 p.m. Right about now. Want to come along? They're just a mile down the road. Before Garcia had even finished his sentence, Hunter had already reached for his jacket. Chapter 13. At the hotel pool rooftop, Hunter and Garcia lost no time explaining to Christina D'Angelo, the manager of the Broken Shaker, the reason for their visit. After checking their credentials, she took them straight to the office where the CCTV recordings were kept, which was located to the right of the bar. The office was spacious, but a little cluttered. Please excuse the mess, Christina said as she rounded the only desk in the room and hit the spacebar key to wake up the computer on it. We usually don't have visitors in here. She indicated the pile of folded chairs on the corner. Feel free to grab a couple of those. As Hunter and Garcia picked up the chairs, Christina clicked away on the computer. Saturday was a very busy night for us, she began. All in all, from opening to closing, we must have had around 400 people come and go throughout the evening, maybe more. The 2 cameras we have are on the ceiling in the bar just outside. Yeah, I saw them.
Hunter said, bringing his chair to her right. Garcia took his to her left.
And that could be a problem,
Christina said, as the images on the two monitors in front of them materialized. The ceiling cameras were aimed at the bar's serving counter.
If the person you're looking for didn't come to the bar, meaning if he or she was at a table and ordering drinks from one of our waitresses, then these recordings will be of no use to you. These are the only two cameras we have up here, and they don't cover the tables.
He was at the bar, Garcia said, commanding her stare.
I was told that he was sitting at this end.
On one of the monitors, he indicated the far left of the bar.
Okay, Christina said with a nod. That helps a lot. Now, problem number 2. Do you have a time frame in mind? Because if you don't, you could be looking at over 10 hours of footage here.
Let's start at midnight, Hunter said, remembering the conversation he'd had with Janet and Tom that afternoon. He moved his chair a fraction closer to the desk. We can go back and forth from there, but I know that he was seen at the bar sometime between midnight and 1 in the morning.
Sure,
the manager said, typing the time into the time frame search box. She hit enter, and the image on the monitors jumped to show a very busy bar where 2 bartenders moved as quickly as they could, taking orders from customers and waitresses alike. One of the bartenders was the same tall Hispanic man who was working the bar just outside the office. Standing at the left end of the bar were 3 women and 2 men. They didn't seem to be together. None of the women was Melissa Hawthorne. The clock on the top right of both monitors began counting up from 12 a.m. May I? Hunter asked, indicating the keyboard.
Of course. Sorry.
Christina stood up.
Here, take my seat.
The 2 of them swapped chairs. The controls on the screen were pretty self-explanatory. Hunter fast-forwarded the images, making the footage move at 8 times its normal speed. Garcia leaned forward, placing his elbows on the desk. His eyes squinted in concentration. On the screen, as the bartenders prepared and handed out drinks, customers and waitresses moved to and from the bar in a seemingly chaotic fashion. 12:05 a.m. No sign of Melissa yet.
Do you mind very much if I leave you to it? Christina asked, once again getting to her feet. It's the beginning of the evening, and I need to make sure that everything is running smoothly out there.
Please do, Hunter said, pausing the images for a second. There's no reason for us to keep you here, especially as we might be at this for a while.
Take your time, she said, crossing the office to reach the door. If you need me for anything else, I'll be either in the restaurant or the bar area.
Christina closed the door behind her, and Hunter and Garcia's attention returned to the monitors. At high speed, customers came and went, with some pausing at the bar for a lot longer than others. But it wasn't until 12:23 that Melissa finally appeared on the screen. Both detectives spotted her at the same time.
There she is,
Garcia said, his index finger pointing at the monitor on the left. Hunter quickly returned the footage back to normal speed. The images showed Melissa getting to the bar, leaning forward, placing both elbows on the counter and lacing her fingers together. She wore an elegant shirt-waist flared tea swing dress in red. She didn't look to be exactly sober. It took the bartender just a few seconds to notice her. He handed a customer who was standing at the other end of the bar a colorful cocktail in a tall glass and walked over to Melissa. They both smiled politely at each other before the bartender leaned over, moving his ear a little closer to her mouth to take her order. The elevated, ceiling-height camera angle wasn't great. Hunter could only partially see Melissa's lip movement.
Did you catch that?
Garcia asked, knowing that Hunter could lip read, something he had learned when he was a young boy. No, not exactly. As the bartender turned away to start mixing Melissa's drink, a tall, well-built, dark-haired man came up to the bar and took the space directly to her left. He wore dark trousers and a white button-up shirt under a blue blazer jacket.
And here is our mysterious mark, Garcia said, instinctively moving a couple of inches closer to the screen. The time was 12:25.
Hunter did the same,
but the man had positioned himself just behind the last pillar on the left. His face was around 80% obscured by the wooden pillar. "Oh, that's great," Garcia commented, angling his head left then right, as if that would allow him a better view of the man's face. Hunter watched in silence. Within just a few seconds, the man looked at Melissa before pointing down at her shoes. She turned her neck to look back at him, looked down, smiled, looked down again, and then her lips moved. This time, Hunter read them clearly. "Thank you. They are new." "Very smooth," Hunter said with an approving nod. Mentioning her shoes instead of straightaway paying her a beauty compliment is a great icebreaker. It also puts forward the idea that he's attentive to details, not only the obvious. "And women love that," Garcia agreed. "And most also love shoes." The smile stayed on Melissa's lips for a few more seconds before it turned into an animated laugh. "A shoe compliment followed by some quick joke to make her laugh," Hunter commented. "He knows what he's doing." "Come on, Mark," Garcia urged the man. "Lean forward just a little so we can see your face." But even though Mark had by then turned his whole body to properly face Melissa, he stayed securely behind the pillar, his mouth 100% covered by it. On the screen, Melissa smiled again, and then it was her turn to angle her body to fully face Mark. If he knew how to read body language, and Hunter was pretty sure he did, she just fully agreed to his company. The bartender returned with Melissa's drink, a classic mojito by the looks of it. As he approached Melissa, something caught Hunter's attention. He waited to see if Garcia saw it too, but Garcia didn't mention anything. Hunter made a mental note of the time frame and allowed the footage to play on. They watched as Mark ordered his drink. He also insisted on paying for Melissa's. She accepted it. Soon after that, Mark ordered a couple of Jaeger bombs. They talked and laughed for another 4 minutes until Janet and Tom joined them at the bar. 12:34. "Is that her stepsister and her boyfriend?" Garcia asked. "Yes, that's them," Hunter confirmed. They stayed for less than 2 minutes before they bid Melissa and Mark goodbye. Janet also appeared to be quite inebriated. Another 5 minutes went by before another couple came up to Melissa and Mark. This time, it was a short-haired blonde woman with a contagious smile, accompanied by a skinny man with his hair tied back into a man bun. "That's Kellyanne and her boyfriend Justin," Garcia informed Hunter. 12:42. On the screen, they all shook hands, and Mark ordered 4 more shots of Jaeger bombs. Garcia pinched his bottom lip as he studied the images. "This doesn't seem right." "What?" Hunter asked. "The fact that we've been watching them at the bar for over 15 minutes now, and Mark has not once moved from behind that pillar." "Exactly," Garcia agreed, nodding a few times in quick succession. "It looks like he knows where the bar's CCTV cameras are. His position behind that pillar seems strategic, not by chance." Kellyanne and her boyfriend left just after the round of shots. Mark and Melissa stayed at the bar. They talked for another 8 minutes before Mark reached inside his jacket pocket for his cell phone and handed it to Melissa. She typed something into it and handed it back to Mark. "Well, he's definitely got her number," Garcia said. Hunter was hoping that Mark would, right there and then, place a call to Melissa. That would confirm that she had given him the right number, and it would automatically give her his number. But Mark simply returned his cell phone to his pocket. "No confirming callback," Garcia said. He had clearly been expecting the same as Hunter. Melissa and Mark stayed at the bar for another 15 minutes, during which time they had another drink each and 2 new rounds of shots, this time tequila. Every time the bartender brought them their order, Hunter would slow the footage down to check if Mark had maybe slipped something into Melissa's drink. If he had, they never saw it. During that whole period, not once did Mark's face become fully visible.
As Melissa finished her drink, she finally checked her watch before telling Mark that she needed to go. She then fetched her cell phone to use an app. A few screen taps later, and Hunter was able to read her lips again. 3 minutes, she told Mark. On the screen, after telling Mark that her cab was on its way, Melissa got to her feet. Mark said something in return that prompted a shy, perhaps even embarrassed smile. Hunter read her lips for her reply. Maybe next time. The embarrassed smile became a disarming one. I have to meet my sister tomorrow, but message me. We can meet up later in the week, if you like. Holding on to her hand, Mark said something that brought the embarrassed smile back to Melissa's lips. I'm sure, she replied, her head tilting to one side. But tonight I really can't. But call me, okay? We'll meet up. She finally turned and walked away. Less than a minute later, Mark was gone. Hunter pressed stop. We just watched a little over half an hour of footage here, Garcia said, his eyes widening at Hunter. And this Mark character managed to stay behind that pillar throughout all of it. What are the chances of that? Statistically, very slim. Unless it was done on purpose, Garcia shot back. There's something else, too, Hunter added. Did you notice that Mark paid for all of his rounds, drinks and shots, with cash? Every single time. No electronic trail. Son of a bitch! Hunter rewound the footage to the counter time he had memorized earlier and quickly searched for the best frame before pressing print screen on the keyboard. What do you need that for? Garcia frowned. His face doesn't appear on any of it. I know. Hunter admitted it. But there's something that I need to ask the bartender outside. What? If he remembers this Mark character? He does. Hunter's tone was confident. Garcia got to his feet. How do you know that he does? You'll see. Chapter 14. Hunter and Garcia exited the office to find the tall bartender mixing the last of 4 cocktails. At that time, there were only 2 customers sitting at the bar, a young couple who were standing a little to the right, sipping on frozen margaritas. Hunter and Garcia positioned themselves on the left, at the exact location where Mark had stood. I'll be with you gentlemen in just a sec, the bartender said, as he used a strainer to pour the drink he had just mixed into a tall glass before garnishing it with a triangular slice of pineapple. He placed the drink on the tray where 3 other cocktails were waiting. What can I get you, gentlemen? He asked, approaching both detectives and placing 2 round coasters in front of them. Hunter and Garcia quickly displayed their credentials and introduced themselves. I'm Roger, the bartender said before nodding. Yeah, I saw you go into the office with Chris. She told me that you're trying to identify someone who was here at the Shaker on Saturday evening, right? That's right, Hunter confirmed, pointing to his feet. Someone who was standing exactly here. Roger gave Hunter a sad smile. Saturday night was a busy night. A lot of people stood at that spot throughout the evening. I have no doubt, Hunter agreed. But I'm sure that you'll remember this one. He placed the printout he had with him on the bar counter. It showed Mark standing where Hunter was, his face almost completely obscured by the leftmost bar pillar. Melissa was standing where Garcia stood, her smiling face clearly visible. But the main reason why Hunter had chosen that particular frame to print out was because the bartender was also in it. He had just brought Melissa the first mojito she'd ordered at the bar, but his gaze wasn't on her, it was on Mark, and the look on his face was what had caught Hunter's attention. His eyebrows were arched down slightly, while the corners of his mouth had been stretched out, pressing his lips tightly against each other. Clearly a disapproving look. Sure, the bartender's facial expression could have been simple jealousy. Maybe he'd been hoping to flirt with Melissa, but while he was busy preparing her cocktail, Mark had beaten him to the punch. Maybe. But Hunter had always been a few levels above most when it came to analyzing people's behavior, their mannerisms, their facial expressions, their attitudes, all of it. Roger's disapproving look hadn't been fueled only by jealousy. Hunter was very sure of that. The bartender looked down at the printout, and in 1 second flat, his lips drew the exact same thin line from the image. "Oh," he said, using his right index finger to tap the image. "Him." "Do you know him?" Garcia asked, his tone skeptical. A firm shake of the head. "No, not really." Garcia peeked at Hunter before his gaze landed on the bartender again. "And what does 'not really' actually mean?" Roger shrugged. "I don't know who he is." There clearly was a but hidden at the end of that sentence. Hunter pushed for it. "But you've seen him here before." "Yes," Roger admitted. "At least once before. And you don't like him very much." Hunter again. Roger shifted his weight from one foot to the other as he pondered the best way to reply. "It's not my job to be judgmental," he began. "He's a customer. He comes to the bar. I serve him. He pays. It's that simple." "Still," Hunter insisted, "there's something about him that bothers you." Roger gave both detectives a sideways look. "It's just his attitude towards women." Hunter and Garcia could guess what he meant, but they needed to hear it from him. Garcia pushed. "What about his attitude towards women? What's wrong with it?" The bartender scratched the back of his neck. "It's a little slimy." He lifted his hands in an apologetic gesture. "What I mean is that he's a Casanova. He's a good-looking guy, and he knows it. He uses that to his advantage. He spots an attractive woman, approaches her, and sweet-talks her. What happens from there, I don't know. But I've been a bartender for almost 10 years now. I've seen and heard plenty of guys like him before. The Casanovas, the sweet-talkers, the smooth operators. They lurk around in every bar, every cocktail lounge, especially the upper-class ones. Some are after just easy one-night sex. Some are proper con men. And this guy?" Garcia's turn to use his index finger to tap the image on the counter. "What do you think he is? A charmer or a con man?" Roger shook his head at Garcia. "Like I've said before, it's not my job or my place to judge." "But you mentioned that his attitude was a little slimy." Hunter took over again. "I'm assuming you overheard some of his conversation." Though Hunter had used the word assuming, from the footage he'd just watched, he knew for certain that the bartender had overheard at least some of what Mark and Melissa had been saying. Roger didn't look embarrassed. "Unfortunately, that's something that we can't really help," he explained. "It's not a very large working floor area in here." He indicated the other side of the counter where he stood. "On a busy night like this past Saturday, the bar gets jammed. With the loud music," he indicated the DJ booth to their right, "people at the bar raise their voices. We always end up overhearing conversations. It's a fact." "And in this case," Garcia asked, "what did you overhear?" Another shrug from the bartender. "Nothing out of the ordinary, really, just..." He made a silly face. "Cheesy pickup lines and loads of compliments, not only to how attractive this lady really was," he pointed to Melissa on the printout, "but also to her taste in clothes and shoes and perfume and what have you. Like I said, he's a very smooth operator. He knows how to charm a lady." They were interrupted by a waitress with a restaurant table order. It took Roger less than a minute to prepare the drinks. Once the bartender came back to them, Hunter indicated Mark on the printout. In the CCTV footage, he paid for a few rounds of drinks, but always in cash. The previous time you said you remember seeing him here, can you remember if he did the same, or did he ever use plastic? Roger didn't even try to think about it.
I'm sorry, but there's no way I'll be able to remember that. He's not a regular, you see. It's not like I see him here every weekend. He shrugged again. To be honest, I remember him by default because he's always chatting to attractive women. Women that catch the eye, do you know what I mean? His gaze returned to the printout. May I ask what this is all about? Did something happen to this lady? Did she get conned? Did he take her purse or something? Garcia collected the printout from the counter. She was murdered that night, after she left here. The look on Roger's face exploded into a mixture of legitimate shock and surprise. Murdered? These women you've mentioned? Garcia was quick to question. The ones that catch the eye, the ones that you saw him chatting to the previous time. Are they regulars? Have you seen them here since? Any of them here tonight? The look on Roger's face changed again, this time into a serious, thoughtful one. I don't think so, he said after several pensive seconds. I can't really remember. I thought you said that these were eye-catching women, Garcia challenged. They were. His demeanor turned a little defensive. But a large number of our customers are actually guests here at the hotel. Many come up here out of pure convenience. If you had a little too much to drink, it's a lot easier to stumble back to your room than to try to jump in a cab when you're somewhere else in town, you see? That's also why a lot of these charmer types prefer hotel bars. We get a lot of executive women traveling alone on business trips. He shrugged. Men aren't the only ones who like to have a little extramarital fun when they're away from home. Do you catch my drift? These women get charmed up here in the bar, and if they feel like it, their room is just a few floors down. Like I said, convenience, it plays a big part for both sides, the women and the charmers. Hunter nodded his understanding before placing his card on the bar counter. This Casanova, as you called him, was one of the last people to see the woman he was talking to alive. We need to track him down. If you see him again, please call us straight away. No hesitation, you understand? Yes, of course. Roger picked up the card. If needed, Hunter asked, zipping up his jacket, do you think you could describe what this Casanova looked like to a sketch artist? Roger nodded, but there was no certainty in the gesture. Sure. I mean, I can try. Chapter 15. From the cocktail bar, Hunter and Garcia took the lift down to the ground floor to talk to the hotel's head of security. To get to the Broken Shaker, located all the way on the rooftop, Mark would have had to walk through the reception lobby. There was no other alternative. Hunter had spotted 3 CCTV cameras in the lobby area when they came in. Also, unless Mark had decided to climb up 15 floors on foot, he had to have taken one of the lifts up. There were 3 lifts at the Freehand Hotel. All 3 were equipped with a ceiling CCTV camera. Hunter and Garcia didn't know what Mark looked like, but thanks to the footage from the Broken Shaker bar cameras, they knew what he was wearing on Saturday night. All they had to do was pick him out in the footage from either the lobby cameras or the lift ones. They knew that Melissa Hawthorne had left the Broken Shaker at around 1:25 a.m. Mark had left just a minute or two after her, so it made sense for Hunter and Garcia to start with the lift cameras footage. Cue time, 1:24 a.m. There she is, Garcia said, indicating on the screen. Melissa had taken the first elevator on the left at 1:25:42 a.m. She was alone. Exactly 1 minute and 20 seconds after her, Mark took the middle lift, heading down to the hotel lobby. Hold on, Garcia said, pointing at the screen. Is that him? The guy in the hat? Yes, that's him, Hunter confirmed, nodding slowly. On the screen, Mark had entered the elevator wearing a black Panama hat. He was looking down at his cell phone, which he held in his right hand. Not once throughout the entire ride did he divert his eyes from his phone. Oh, that's just great, Garcia commented as Mark stepped out of the elevator. Lobby cameras, Hunter said, noting down the time.
It took him just a few seconds to switch the footage, but their luck didn't change. At 1:28:10 a.m., Mark exited the lift, crossed the lobby floor, and exited the hotel, all the while with his head down, staring at his phone. No clear shot of his face. Garcia chuckled sarcastically. Surprise, surprise. He doesn't look up, not even for a millisecond. They rewound the footage back just a couple of minutes until the lobby cameras had picked up Melissa Hawthorne exiting the lift. She had paused by the front door and checked her phone before finally leaving the hotel. He was right behind her, Garcia said, filling the silence that had come between them. Hunter took note of the time on the screen. 1:26:45 a.m. That would help track down the cab driver who had picked Melissa up that morning. Get comfortable, he said, puffing out a breath. We're going to need to search for when he arrived. They spent just a little over 45 minutes speeding through almost 4 hours of footage until they finally spotted Mark again. He had entered the hotel lobby alone at 9:27 p.m. Panama hat on, phone out, head down. And here we go again, Garcia commented. Hunter and Garcia watched as Mark crossed the lobby floor and, together with a hotel guest, took the lift on the left going up. Back to the lift footage. The hotel guest, an overweight man with a receding hairline, traveled up to floor 6, while Mark went all the way to the rooftop. And that was when Hunter and Garcia finally caught a brink of a break. As the lift doors opened, a guest who looked to be a little past his legal limit stumbled into the lift, and he and Mark almost collided, which forced Mark to look up for just an instant. Hunter immediately reached for the pause button before rewinding the footage frame by frame. But though Mark had lifted his head to look at the guest, the Panama hat, together with the awkward camera angle, still kept most of his face hidden. That's it? Garcia asked, squinting at the screen. That's the best we can get. Pretty much, Hunter confirmed. The camera had caught Mark's right profile, showing a squared chin and a strong jawline. But that was about it. No nose, no lips, no eyes. Despite choosing the best frame before hitting the print screen button on the keyboard, Hunter's disappointment was obvious. I don't think that even Forensics IT, with one of their wonder apps, would be able to hypothesize the rest of his face. There isn't much here to go on, but I'll ask them anyway. His whole attitude is just wrong, Robert, Garcia complained as Hunter picked up the printout. The hat, the way he's always looking down at his phone, the strategic position at the bar upstairs, all of it. It's wrong. Hunter showed the printout to Garcia. Seriously? Garcia chuckled. This is the best we have. He could be anyone. That's the best we have, Hunter confirmed. Garcia laughed. Which means that we've got diddly shit. Chapter 16. After finishing her third 12-hour shift in just as many days, an exhausted Kirsten Hansen sat in the nurse's room on the second floor of the Los Angeles Surge Hospital in Westlake. Her hands were shaky, her eyes were tired and gritty, and her brain felt numb and fatigued. The time was 9:24 p.m. Kirsten had been a nurse with the surgical emergency unit at the Lash for 4 years, and in that time she'd assisted in hundreds of operations. But this had been her first septal myectomy surgery, a very complex procedure performed to reduce the thickness of the heart muscles, a symptom of patients diagnosed with advanced stages of hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, HCM. Originally, the surgery was supposed to have taken around 6 hours, but due to a minor problem with the bypass machine, their total time inside the operation theater neared 9.5 hours. In the end, the surgery was a success, but the team did come a hair away from losing the patient. Though Kirsten wasn't a surgeon, she had played a very important part in the entire procedure and in keeping the patient alive. In the hospital parking lot, she sat at the steering wheel of her Hyundai Accent and looked at herself in the rearview mirror. There was no denying that she looked drained, but behind the mask of exhaustion was a very proud Kirsten Hansen.
"You did good today, girl," she said as she smiled at herself. "You did good."
Her hands were still a little shaky, so she reached inside the glove compartment for her cigarettes. Yes, sure, smoking was bad for you. Everyone knew that, especially a health professional like Kirsten, but she wasn't a heavy smoker. In fact, she was barely a smoker at all. It wasn't the taste of cigarettes that she craved. It was their almost magical, calming effect, and she wasn't ashamed to admit it. Kirsten brought a cigarette to her lips, lit it up, and took a long drag. She sat back on the driver's seat, closed her eyes, and allowed the nicotine to do its job. 4 drags in, and she felt 10 times better. No shaky hands, no racy heart. She had one last drag before stubbing the cigarette out and checking the time. 9:58 p.m. Kirsten hadn't counted on leaving the hospital so late that night, but as she turned on her engine, she shrugged at the time, because the truth was, it didn't actually matter. She was off for the next 2 days, and her fiancé, Troy Foster, with whom she shared a 2-bedroom house in Alhambra, was out of town until tomorrow evening. Troy, who was a sales manager at a gun store, had traveled to San Francisco on Friday to attend a 3-day ammo and weapons expo. Not only did Kirsten have the house all to herself for one last night, but she also didn't have to wake up early in the morning. Despite the late hour, she could still get home, pour herself a large glass of wine, order some pizza, and quietly binge on some pointless TV series until the early hours of the morning. That thought put a smile on Kirsten's lips. Not that she didn't miss Troy. She did, very much. They'd been dating for 3 years, and they were engaged to get married in 7 months' time. But they had also been living together for nearly 2 years now. Due to Kirsten's night shift work schedule, Troy did get the house all to himself at least a couple of nights a week, but not Kirsten. If lucky, she would get a night in all by herself once every 6 weeks, when Troy would have a testosterone-filled boys' night out with his friends. The drive from the hospital to her house in Alhambra took only 20 minutes, and the first thing she did as she got in was to call for a pizza. Extra hot pepperoni with double cheese. Measuring 5'7", with dirty blonde hair that was always cut into a classic bob style, light blue eyes, a heart-shaped face, and a smile that could warm a cold room, Kirsten had always tried to take care of her health and her appearance. Food-wise, she usually steered herself toward the healthier option, but sometimes all she really needed was comfort food, and for her, very few things were more comforting than extra hot pepperoni pizza with double cheese. According to the app on her phone, the pizza would be about 25 minutes. Kirsten didn't like opening a bottle of wine without Troy, but just like everything in life, there were exceptions, and right then she needed a glass of wine. She chose something that she knew she would love, a bottle of Zinfandel from Napa Valley. While the wine breathed in a glass, Kirsten took a quick shower, which helped her relax. With her hair wrapped into a fluffy towel and comfortably in her leopard print bathrobe, Kirsten returned to the kitchen and reached for her wine glass.
"Who knew that heaven could be red and in liquid form?"
she thought, as she closed her eyes and took a moment to appreciate the soft flavors that developed in her mouth. Cherries, raspberries, and light spice, with notes of wood herbs. Ding ding. New text message. Her pizza was on its way. In the living room, Kirsten switched on the TV and queued up the second episode of a series she had started watching the previous week. A love triangle involving a nun in some fictitious city in rural America. Just before she pressed the play button, her phone rang. It was her fiancé. Troy and Kirsten didn't chat for long. She told him about her long day at the hospital, and he told her about some new machine gun he had seen at the expo.
"Okay, baby, I gotta go," Troy said, sounding tired.
"I want to try to get an early night. I'm meeting a supplier for breakfast tomorrow morning, and I'll hit the road straight after."
"Sounds great, honey. Do you know what time you'll be getting home?"
I'm aiming for about 7 or 8 in the evening, but I'll keep you posted.
Okay, baby. Sleep well. I'm just about to go binge on some brain-numbing TV for a while. Just waiting for my pizza first.
Oh, it's pizza night, is it?
And wine. Lots of it. I'm off for the next 2 days, remember?
Don't finish all the wine. Wait for me. We can have our own private party tomorrow night.
You got yourself a deal. I'll see you tomorrow.
Beautiful. Miss you and love you.
Miss you and love you more.
Less than a minute after Kirsten put the phone down, her doorbell rang. Pizza time. She gave the delivery guy a $10 tip, brought the pizza to the living room, placed the box on the coffee table, and returned to the kitchen to grab some paper towels. No plates. Pizza, she believed, tasted better when you held the slice in your hand. As she tore a couple of sheets from the paper towel dispenser, Kirsten felt a light draft of cold air kiss her right cheek. She turned to find that a strong gust of wind had pushed the window open just a touch.
Again?
She asked out loud, half annoyed, shaking her head.
God damn it, Troy.
Troy had a habit of opening the kitchen window when cooking, instead of switching on the extraction unit above the stove. More often than not, he would forget to lock it back. But tonight, that really annoyed Kirsten because it meant that the window had been left unlocked since Friday, the day Troy left for San Francisco. It was Monday night. With Kirsten being at the hospital for most of the past 3 days, anyone could have climbed in and stolen whatever they liked. Troy would be getting an earful next time he called. Kirsten locked the window and returned to the living room, where she got comfortable on the sofa. But her binge-watch session didn't quite go as planned. She only managed to watch a single episode, in which time she finished half of her bottle of wine and ate 3/4 of her pizza. She did think about starting episode 3, but after all that wine and such a hard day at the hospital, she was feeling a little woozy and exhausted. She switched off the TV and put the rest of the pizza in the fridge. She loved cold pizza for breakfast. Being in between the sheets without Troy did feel awfully lonely, and since she was unable to hug him, she threw her arm over his pillow and brought it to her face. At that exact moment, her cell phone beeped and vibrated on her bedside table, announcing a new text message. The unexpected sound startled her. The digital clock on her bedside table read 12:29. Kirsten let go of Troy's pillow and reached for her phone, fully expecting it to be him, sending her another "I love you" message. He was that kind of guy, romantic and attentive. Absent-mindedly, Kirsten opened the message without checking the sender's number. Rough day at the hospital today, Kirsten. How was the pizza? Surprised, she blinked a couple of times to unblur her vision. This couldn't be Troy. He very rarely called her by her name. It was always baby or my love or some permutation of it, especially on text messages. He also preferred using WhatsApp instead of regular SMS. Kirsten at last checked for the sender. Unknown number.
Who is this?
She typed back. The reply came back in just a few seconds. I am an educator, Kirsten. A mentor, if you will.
What?
Kirsten asked out loud, frowning at her phone before typing exactly that back. I am a mentor. You know what that means, don't you? And this will be a lesson. Kirsten switched on her bedside lamp and sat up against the headboard.
Seriously, who is this? She texted back. I had a long day at the hospital today, and I'm already in bed. In fact, your message woke me up. Not really in the mood for jokes.
She stared at her screen for the next 13 seconds before a reply appeared. Jokes? Who said that this was a joke? Kirsten truly wasn't in the mood for any of this.
Look, I'm really not doing this with you. You either tell me who this is in your next text or I'm blocking your ass. Got it?
Once again, she waited, during which time she searched her brain for who could be messaging her any time past midnight on a Tuesday morning. Yes, there was a very slight possibility that this could be Troy pranking her, but if it were him, he knew that when Kirsten started using words like ass in her sentences, it meant that her patience was wearing thin. If this were Troy,
The joke would end now. He would not push any further. Her phone finally vibrated again in her hand. I've already told you who this is. I'm a mentor. And this isn't a prank, Kirsten. What this is, like I said, is a lesson. Kirsten chuckled humorlessly at the message, but though her intention really was to block the sender, her curiosity was engaged. A lesson, she typed. A lesson in what? How to be annoying? The reply came back in exactly 20 seconds. Actually, this will be a lesson in 3 subjects. Okay, Kirsten laughed. Good to know. She really had had enough of this, but though blocking calls and messages from unknown numbers was very possible, it wasn't quite as straightforward as blocking a call from unhidden numbers, and Kirsten was no phone expert. She tapped the ellipses at the top right-hand corner of her screen to call the drop-down menu. As the menu popped up, it showed no option to block. Ding ding. A new text message from the mentor. Kirsten opened it. But before we start our lesson, Kirsten, I've got a question for you. There was a deliberate break. Ding ding. Does it scare you? Does what scare me? Kirsten asked herself with a chuckle. Getting stupid text mess... Ding ding. Knowing that you will die tonight. Chapter 17. Outside, the night had grown cold and ominous. The moon and the stars had given way to a long, dense, and menacing dark sheet of clouds. Unsteady gusts of wind came and went like lost ghosts, haunting the streets. The scent of oncoming rain had been slowly filling the air like burning incense for the last hour, and just as Kirsten read that last message, the first heavy drops began drumming against her rooftop. Kirsten wasn't one to scare easily, but right then, sitting alone in her bed, with the rest of the house in total darkness and the rain rattling against her windows, she felt unsettled. She read the last 2 messages again. Does it scare you? Knowing that you will die tonight. She once more tapped the ellipses on the top right-hand corner of her screen and searched for the block option on the drop-down menu. It must be there somewhere. It wasn't. Ding ding. A new message. Shall we make a start with the first lesson, Kirsten? Fear. Kirsten hesitated for a second, unsure of what to do. Yes, she could simply turn her phone off and put it away, but that just meant that when she turned it back on in the morning, it would go crazy with all the unread messages. Plus, Kirsten had always been a curious soul. There was no way that she would be able to fall asleep knowing that some idiot was sending her stupid messages, trying to prank her. Because this had to be a prank, right? There really was no other explanation for it. Instead of putting her phone away, she decided to type one last message. Look, this has now gone way too far. It wasn't funny to begin with, and now it's just plain stupid. I'm tired, it's late, and I had a very difficult day at the hospital. Don't message me at... Ding ding. A new message arrived before Kirsten had finished typing hers. I'm not sure if you noticed it, Kirsten, but the window in your kitchen was left unlocked. Kirsten's fingers trembled against her cell phone screen. How the hell could this freak know about the unlocked window? She quickly deleted what she had just typed and started a brand new message. This really isn't funny. The reply came moments later. The reason I know that the window was left unlocked, Kirsten, is because I was the one who unlocked it. Kirsten's instinctive reaction was to look in the direction of the door to her bedroom. As she did, a horrible shiver shot down her spine. She immediately began doubting her own thoughts. Could this actually be Troy? Who else would have known about the kitchen window? Troy, is this you? If it is, I swear to God... No, this isn't Troy, came the reply.
This is the person who left your kitchen window unlocked. Another deliberate break. New message. After I climbed through into your house and hid somewhere inside. Kirsten's breath caught on her throat. She had to read the message a couple of times just to be sure. Ding, ding. That's right, Kirsten. I'm in here with you. Just the two of us. So how would you like to play a game of hide and seek? I'm hiding. Now you seek. That was it. Enough was enough. Okay, you fucking freak, she tied back. It was better to sound angry than scared. That's it. I'm calling the cops on your ass. Ding, ding. A pop-up displaying just part of the new message appeared at the top of Kirsten's screen. She tried to dismiss it, but her unsteady fingers tapped it instead, and the full message was displayed. What if I told you that I was already inside your bedroom? Kirsten's heart did a triple somersault inside her chest, and she shifted in bed, her eyes sweeping the room, the corners, the shadows. But even with the bedside lamp on, there were too many of them. Ding, ding. There aren't that many places to hide in here, Kirsten. In fact, there are only 2 places where I could be. Kirsten's breathing became heavy. She was about to reach over to the bedside lamp on Troy's side of the bed when a new message arrived. Would it scare you if all of a sudden you felt something move from under your bed? What? Kirsten yelped. Reflexively, she brought her knees to her chest to make herself into a human ball. Prank or not, lesson or not, fear had definitely been achieved. Ding, ding. Would you look, Kirsten? Would you stretch your body and look under your bed? Right now. Kirsten didn't look under her bed, but she did angle her body slightly so she could see past the edge of it on the side that she was on, the left side. Her gaze stayed on the floor for several seconds. Nothing there but her slippers. She took a deep breath, readying herself to scoot over and have a look on the other side, when she received a new message. How about your wardrobe, Kirsten? I could be hiding in there. Ding, ding. Have you noticed anything different about your wardrobe? Kirsten's eyes immediately moved from her cell phone screen to her wardrobe, which was built into the wall across the room from where the bed was, and she froze in place. The doors were just a little ajar, and she was pretty certain that after her shower, once she'd collected her slippers from the wardrobe and gone back to the living room to wait for her pizza, she had closed them both. Fear was starting to turn into panic. Outside, the rain was getting heavier and heavier, the drumming against her window and rooftop louder and louder. Kirsten's attention returned to her cell phone. She was done playing this stupid game. Yes, she was scared, and no, she was not about to get out of bed and go check under it or inside her wardrobe. What she was about to do was dial 911. New message. Did you notice the doors? Fuck this bullshit, Kirsten whispered to herself. As she tapped the phone app, her frightened gaze returned to the wardrobe. The doors were still ajar, but she could swear that there was something else different about it now. Kirsten couldn't quite tell what it was, and instinctively her eyes squinted at it to gain better focus. With her full attention fixed on the wardrobe, she never noticed the figure, dressed all in black, that began slowly slithering from under her bed. Chapter 18. The morning was damp and cold. Puddles on the ground reflected the scale of the night's downpour, which lasted until around 4:30 a.m. Hunter had managed just a little over 4 non-consecutive hours of sleep, which for someone who suffered from chronic insomnia wasn't at all bad going. After dropping by the Six Packs gym in Culver City, he arrived at the police administration building at 7:26, 26 minutes after Garcia. "How did it go with Kevin Garrison?" Garcia asked as Hunter entered the office and closed the door behind him. "No bill," Hunter replied, getting to his desk. "He's not our guy.
Really?
Garcia sat back on his chair. He sounded truly disappointed.
How come? What did he say?
I didn't talk to him. He wasn't there, Hunter said. But I did speak to one of the trainers in the gym. Kevin has been in Sacramento since Friday. He and 2 other gym members competed at the IFBB Pro League, which took place over the weekend. He placed 4th. He shook his head. He wasn't in LA the night Melissa was murdered, and his alibi is watertight. He's not our guy. Garcia rested his elbow on his desk and scratched his chin.
So now our only person of interest is Sleazy Mark, if Mark is his real name.
So far, yes, Hunter agreed as he took a seat behind his desk. Any news from forensics?
Nothing yet, but we got a report back from research on the cross-reference I asked them to do for any similar murders.
Any luck? Garcia breathed out disappointment.
I'm still just scamming through the list, trying to see if anything sticks out, but I guess that would depend on what you'd call similar.
He used his mouse to scroll down on his screen.
Be warned, research was kind enough to include crime scene photos with all of these, and they've sent us violent murders coming from all over the map. New York, Chicago, Miami, Seattle, LA, you name it. But I still haven't come across anything in the vein of what we've got. For example, there are plenty of crime scenes where the victim was left hanging, but not a single one was hooked or lifted by the mouth. Other than the expected rope, we got cases where the perpetrator has used a variety of different props. Electric cables, chains, pantyhose, dog collars, work ties, even a cincture. We also have plenty of cases where the victim was left hanging by the feet or arms.
Another scroll down.
There are a handful of cases here where a meat or bail hook was used, but the victim was only lifted from the ground and left hanging in 3 of those crime scenes, and in all 3 of them, the victims were found inside a meat locker, and the hook perforated the victim's back, not their mouth, face, or skull.
Hunter nodded, his eyes on his computer screen.
We also have several cases showing severe facial disfiguration, Garcia continued. Cuts, mutilation, beaten to a pulp, acid burns, fire burns, throat sliced from ear to ear, skull crushed.
He threw his hands up in the air in a go-figure gesture.
Research did come across one case where the perpetrator practically ripped his victim's mandible off her face, but this is going back 15 years. There was no hanging, and the perp was her own husband, who was caught and convicted.
He lifted a hand to pause Hunter before he spoke.
I understand that we're not looking for an identical crime scene to the one we have. What we're looking for is some sort of proceeding escalation, right? Something not as severe, but with hints that it could escalate to the level of brutality that we got.
Yes, that's the theory, Hunter agreed, also scrolling down on his screen.
But how do we know what it can escalate from? Garcia asked. I mean, are we looking for something, let's say, just a little less violent than what we got? Or a lot less violent? Can this have escalated from something that would have looked a lot different? No hanging, no facial disfiguration. What? Because I'm a little lost here.
Hunter sat back on his chair and rubbed his eyes. That is the problem, Carlos. Human behavior is not an exact science. Patterns change, and they can change drastically from person to person. His turn to lift a hand at Garcia. With that said, it would be very unnatural for our perp to go from no, little, and even moderate violence to the level of brutality displayed on our crime scene.
And that's my point,
Garcia said, both of his index fingers pointing at Hunter.
Garcia understood the escalation theory well. If this killer was killing because of an urge that he couldn't control, some kind of compulsion that came from within, 9 times out of 10, that compulsion started small, probably not even as a homicide. Whatever that compulsion was, the perp would somehow feed it to curb the urge. That feeding, whatever it was, would initiate the cycle. Soon enough, the urge would come back, stronger, hungrier, but not by much, demanding just a little bit more. Unable to deny it, the perp would feed the monster again, giving it that little bit more that it had asked for. The pattern would then repeat itself, always escalating, always demanding more with every cycle. If what we saw at the crime scene really was the result of escalation, Garcia carried on, then this killer has reached boss level, which means that he's been active for a long time, probably years. Since he's now active in LA, it stands to reason that he's committed other crimes in this city, probably homicides. So how come none of his previous crimes ever came to our attention, right? Hunter said, anticipating what Garcia was about to ask. Exactly, Garcia confirmed. We're the UVC unit. Something would have come to us. Maybe. But remember that the escalation theory isn't infallible. Cases of cognitive escalation do exist, where the majority of the escalation happens inside a person's mind. When the monster inside becomes too big, too hungry for the cognitive process, the perp finally acts on it. In those cases, their first murder tends to show severe violence. You think that could be the case here? Garcia's chin tipped toward his chest as he asked the question. I don't know, Carlos. Yes, it could be, because nothing in human behavior is set in stone. But we still know very little about this case. This killer might not be serial. This could have been an isolated racial crime. There are lots of possibilities. All we're doing by checking older cases is examining one of the possibilities, that's all. Garcia slumped back on his chair at the exact same time that a bell-like sound came from his and Hunter's computer, announcing a new email. Garcia checked the title. Oh, wow. I wasn't expecting this until later in the week, if we were lucky. What is that? Hunter asked. Melissa Hawthorne's phone calls and text transcripts, Garcia said, nodding at Hunter's monitor on his desk. Check your email. Hunter did. The email came with 2 attached files: phone calls and SMS text messages. Chapter 19. While Hunter was still scanning through the list that they had received from research, Garcia opened the first of the 2 attached files, phone calls, and quickly skimmed through the last phone call Melissa Hawthorne had received. Crap, he said after just a few seconds. What's wrong? Hunter asked. Garcia kept his eyes on his computer screen. I was hoping that maybe Sleazy Mark would have called the victim after they left the broken shaker, just to check that she hadn't given him the wrong number. Nothing. Hunter minimized the list and moved on to the email. Nope, not from him. The last ever call Melissa Hawthorne received was at 18:33 on Saturday evening, the night of the party. That was probably the call she got from Janet. Maybe he sent her a text instead, Hunter suggested, quickly double-clicking the second attachment to the email, the list of SMS text messages. Maybe, Garcia agreed, but he stayed with the phone call transcripts for the moment. As the file opened on Hunter's screen, his eyes settled on the first conversation, and he went eerily silent. Garcia was too engrossed in the phone call transcripts to notice the look on Hunter's face. Forget about the phone calls, Carlos, Hunter said, a disbelieving edge to his voice. Have a look at the text messages file. Did he message her? Garcia's tone, on the other hand, carried a full measure of excitement. I'm not sure, but the killer certainly did. What? Garcia's eyes lifted from his screen to look back at Hunter. First conversation in the file, but her last ever one. First message arrived at 2:32 on Sunday morning. Garcia opened the file. As he read through the conversation that Hunter had flagged, the expression on his face changed, from curious to intrigued, to doubtful to confused, and finally to shocked. You've got to be shitting me, he said, quickly minimizing the text message's transcript and rechecking the email he had received. There really were only 2 attached files. What the hell? He shook his head at his screen before looking at Hunter. There's no video file. The transcript says that the message came with a video attachment. Where's the video? Why wasn't it included in the email? Probably because it wasn't requested, Hunter informed him. It wasn't requested because we didn't know that there could or would be a video file,
Garcia replied with annoyance. But since there was one, it should have gone without saying, right? Nothing ever goes without saying when it comes to cell phone providers surrendering private videos and photos, Carlos. You know that. We'll need a warrant. Garcia did know that. In the USA, the law concerning what cell phone providers could store from their customers was very broad. In a nutshell, it was mainly up to the providers themselves to decide what they would archive from calls and messages other than normal audio and text files. It was true that most providers chose to archive just about anything, but to protect themselves against privacy lawsuits, they put up a world of walls when asked to disclose private images and video. I thought this had moved way too fast for a cell phone provider, Garcia said. Something just had to be missing. I'll put in a request for the warrant as soon as Captain Blake gets in. Hunter's attention went back to his computer. He reread the messages that the killer had sent Melissa twice over before sitting back on his chair, resting his elbows on the armrests and interlacing his fingers in front of his chin. There's a hell of a lot we can interpret from all this, Garcia said, breaking the silence that had taken over the room. Okay. Hunter nodded. What's your take? Well, Garcia leaned forward. Right from the start, we have, did you have fun at the party? Which shows that the killer knew that Melissa had been to a party that night. Hunter nodded. That strengthens the case for Sleazy Mark, Garcia continued. He met her at the party. He knew her name. He had her phone number, and he could have followed her home without her noticing it. As we found out through the CCTV footage, he did leave the hotel pretty much on her heels, remember? He could have jumped in a car or a cab and easily followed her back to her place. True, Hunter agreed. But if that's the case, then Sleazy Mark was posing. Posing? Garcia frowned. What do you mean? We've already accepted that this couldn't have been a spur-of-the-moment attack, right? It was too well planned, too elaborate, and this text conversation solidifies that assumption. So sure, Sleazy Mark could have made himself known to Melissa that night at the Broken Shaker, but if he really is her killer, then he clearly had the whole thing planned beforehand. Melissa might have only met him on Saturday night, but from his side, that meeting wasn't by chance. He was there for her. Garcia pointed an index finger at Hunter. Very true. Sorry, I'd forgotten about that for a moment. And from the CCTV camera footage, from the way we saw Sleazy Mark acting at the bar. Garcia shook his head. I wouldn't put it past him. He knew exactly what he was doing. I agree. Sleazy Mark is still very much our prime suspect. Garcia returned to the text message. Now, this is the bit that really bothers me. Who am I? Well, to you, I'll be a mentor, Melissa. His eyebrows lifted at Hunter. He gives himself an alias, Robert. Mentor. And that freaks me out because we both know that killers who do that do it for a reason. They want the notoriety. They want the world to know what they've done, what they've accomplished. BTK, Son of Sam, the Grim Sleeper, history is full of them. And we also know that that means there's more to come. Melissa is only the beginning. That's a possibility, Hunter agreed. But I'm not 100% sure here. Really? Why not? Hunter angled his head slightly to one side. To me, there's something in the way that the killer phrased his reply that comes across too unconcerned. Who am I? Well, to you, I'll be a mentor, Melissa. I can practically hear the shrug in those words, can't you? As if he doesn't really care for the name he'd just given himself. Garcia's attention returned to that specific line on the transcript. You're right, Hunter confirmed. Killers like BTK, Son of Sam, or the Grim Sleeper, they want the notoriety. They want to be known. And that notoriety comes via their aliases, even after they've been caught. It's an extremely important part to who they are, who they want to be. He pointed to his monitor. In his reply, the killer didn't even capitalize the word mentor, as if it doesn't really matter to him. He also used the words, to you, almost as if with a different victim he would have picked a different alias. Garcia thought about that for a second. I might be wrong, Hunter accepted. But reading this entire exchange of messages again, I don't get the impression that this killer cares too much about the alias he gave himself. He's not doing this for notoriety. All right, Garcia nodded. So what's your take on this, then? Hunter breathed out. That this whole exchange was, in fact, what the killer called his first lesson. Fear. He wanted Melissa to be scared, and he brought that fear to her gradually and expertly. First, the mysterious messenger who introduces himself as the mentor, then... As he spoke, Hunter moved his hand up in steps to show escalation. He tells her that he's going to teach her about fear, pain, and death. Sure, that could be a little scary, but just like you see from Melissa's replies, her first thought is, this has got to be a joke, right? She even tries calling Mark's bluff, because for some reason she thought that this could have been him. Which again, Garcia reiterated, strengthens the case for sleazy Mark. Hunter agreed before moving his hand up another step. After that, it gets serious. He read from the transcript. It means that tonight, Melissa, after you got back from your little soiree and stumbled out of the cab, about half an hour ago, you forgot to lock your front door. He knew that she had stumbled out of her cab, and he knew the time frame. Garcia nodded. Now Melissa knows that this isn't a joke. There was no way that this mentor could have known about any of that unless he had followed her home from the party, was already in her house when she got there, or he was hiding somewhere outside, waiting for her to arrive. Exactly, Hunter agreed. And he finishes it all off with victim blaming. You forgot to lock your front door. This is really all your fault, not mine. I picked that up too, Garcia agreed. And you're right. Alone, at home, at that time, there's no way that Melissa wasn't terrified by the end of those text messages. Like I said, expert gradual escalation. And I bet that the missing video here is the icing on the cake, right? What truly petrified her. Hunter nodded. We need to get that warrant. Chapter 20. Janet Lang woke up in fright from another soul-disturbing nightmare. This time she saw her sister, Melissa, begging her for help, but Janet could hardly understand what she was saying. Melissa wasn't hanging from a cable, but she did have a giant hook through her lower jaw, and every time she spoke, blood splattered from her mouth, coloring the air with a crimson mist. The mist would turn into clouds, and blood would rain in the living room. Since Sunday morning, the morning Janet had found Melissa's body, her days and nights consisted mainly of her dozing off, sometimes due to medication, sometimes due to pure exhaustion, and then being brutally awakened by nightmares so unsettling and vivid her whole body would shake. Twice, her dreams had been so terrifying that Janet had lost control and wet herself. This time, Janet had fallen asleep in her bedroom, while Tom was in the kitchen preparing himself a sandwich. The one he had made for Janet at 6 a.m. was still untouched, sitting on a plate on her bedside table. Tom had taken a week off work to stay by her side, and he would have been lying if he hadn't admitted that he was very concerned. He knew that mentally, Janet had always been a very strong person, but even the strongest of minds could break if pushed far enough. It was true that there weren't many life events that could, with a single blow, fracture a mind way beyond the point of no return. Unfortunately, finding a loved one brutally murdered was right at the top of the list of such events, and Melissa had been much more than just a beloved sister to Janet. She had been Janet's best friend, and the rock she could always lean against no matter what. Without Melissa, Janet could easily become a lost soul. Tom knew that too. He had just taken a bite out of his peanut butter and jelly sandwich when he heard Janet's muffled scream. He dropped the sandwich on the kitchen counter and hurried into their bedroom. Janet was sitting on their bed, knees against her chest, sobbing, with her face buried into her hands. "It's okay, baby," Tom said as he reached her. "It was just a dream.
just a dream." He placed his arms around her and brought her towards him. Janet allowed herself to be hugged, but she didn't hug back, keeping her face hidden in her hands. "I'm here, Jen. I'm here." Tom reached for her hands. "Look at me, baby. It was only a dream." He kissed both of her hands and caressed her hair. "Please, look at me, Jen." Still sobbing, Janet finally allowed her hands to drop and locked eyes with him. He kissed her cheeks and tried wiping away her tears, but Janet couldn't stop crying. "It's all right, baby." Tom tried again. "It's gone. It was a dream. Nothing but a bad dream, that's all. It's not real." "That's where you're wrong, Tom." Janet hit back, her tone full of pain. "Because it is real. Mel is gone, Tom." Her voice thinned. "She's gone. Mel is dead. She's dead. My sister is not here anymore." Her hands returned to her face. Tom couldn't believe that he had chosen his words so poorly. He hugged her tighter, his heart broken inside of him. "I'm so sorry, baby." It was his turn to fight back tears. "I'm so sorry." In his arms, he could feel Janet shaking. Not knowing what else to say, he simply held her tight until the sobbing had turned to sniffles. "Why don't you come sit in the living room with me, Jen?" Tom asked, once again wiping away tears from Janet's face. "We can watch some old show rerun. Something light, something easy to watch. What do you think?" Janet stayed silent. Tom kissed her forehead and then her cheeks. "Come on." He got up, but kept her hands in his. "Come with me. Let's sit on the sofa for a little. I'll make popcorn." Janet looked away, trying to decide what to do. She really didn't want to face reality, at least not at the moment. Every second she spent awake, she knew that she would spend thinking of her sister, who she would never, ever see again. But despite how exhausted she felt, she was also terrified of falling back asleep. Actually, she was terrified of even closing her eyes, because every time she did, the images that she saw that Sunday morning were there, waiting for her, as if they had been forever etched on the inside of her eyelids. Tom read the indecision in Janet's face. Stay awake or try to fall back asleep. She needed rest, he knew that, but sleep wasn't bringing her any. If she came to the living room with him, he could at least be by her side. He tried again. "Come on, baby. Sit with me, just for an hour or so." His tone was pleading and tender. Still sniffling, Janet finally nodded and slowly got to her feet. Tom let go of her hands, and she used a paper tissue to dry her face. As they got to the bedroom door, Janet paused. "My phone," she said, pointing at her bedside table. "Let me get my phone. I haven't checked it since last night." Janet had put her cell phone on silent. No ring and no vibration. Tom waited. She grabbed her phone and checked its screen. 10 missed calls and over 20 messages. She breathed out and rejoined her boyfriend. In the living room, while Tom searched through seemingly hundreds of satellite channels for something watchable, Janet scrolled through the missing calls. 1 from her doctor, 8 from friends, and 1 from her boss at work. She decided that she would call them all back later. She just didn't have the strength for a phone conversation with anyone right then. Instead, she moved on to the messages. Most of them were from friends. 24 WhatsApp messages and 1 SMS text. The SMS had come from an unknown number. Janet thumbed down on her screen to check the message preview and was instantly surprised. The preview read, Melissa. The body of the message contained just a video, no text. Janet's response was automatic. She simply tapped the preview to open the message. As it did, the sent video filled her screen, and her heart immediately shot up to her throat, almost choking her. Her body lost all of its strength, her arms went limp, and she dropped her phone onto the floor. The shriek that came out of her vocal cords was a sound that Tom had never heard before, and it frightened him stiff. Chapter 21. At the police administration building, Hunter and Garcia were standing inside Captain Blake's office. She had just read through the transcript of the text conversation between the killer and Melissa Hawthorne.
"The video?" she asked, lifting the transcript in her hand. "Where's the video that was sent?"
"Exactly," Garcia replied with a single nod. "You would have thought that they would have included it with our request, wouldn't you?"
They didn't.
The surprise in her tone was genuine. "We need a warrant, Captain." Hunter jumped in. "You know how heavily cell phone providers shield themselves from privacy lawsuits. It's a private video."
"Unbelievable,"
Captain Blake said as she pressed the intercom button on the phone on her desk.
"Yes, Captain?"
Officer Teresa Brody's voice came through the tiny speaker. She partially took care of Captain Blake's daily agenda.
"Teresa, can you please get Judge Peterson at the Metropolitan Courthouse on the line?" "Right away, Captain."
"Do you think there's a chance that this killer showed his face on this video?" the captain asked Hunter and Garcia as she let go of the intercom button. Both detectives shrugged back at her.
"That's what he says, isn't it?"
Captain Blake checked the transcript again.
"Right here. Don't worry, I've locked your door for you. Here, have a look."
"The video could have shown just about anything, Captain," Hunter speculated. A shot of the door being closed, a shot of a hand turning the lock, a shot of the door ajar, whatever. Right now, there's no telling.
"Or even a shot of someone in a mask locking the door," Garcia added. "The main intention of that entire text conversation was to scare Melissa. This is the fear lesson, Captain. What could be scarier than you knowing that you're locked inside your own house with an intruder?"
"Maybe," the captain agreed.
"But don't ever underestimate the stupidity of some people. Maybe this killer believed that by taking the victim's phone away with him, he would be in the clear."
"We can but hope," Garcia said.
"Judge Peterson is on line 1, Captain,"
Officer Brody's voice announced through the intercom. Captain Blake took the call, and Hunter and Garcia waited while she gave Judge Peterson a quick run-through the situation before giving him Melissa's name and number and asking him to issue the warrant. The judge and Captain Blake went back a long way. He had always trusted her judgment. 8 out of 10 times, when she needed a warrant for anything, she would go to him.
"Send an officer over, Barbara,"
he told her.
"The warrant will be ready by the time they get here."
Captain Blake put down her phone and immediately used the intercom to ask Officer Brody to send a uniformed officer to the Metropolitan Courthouse to pick up the warrant. As soon as she let go of the talk button, Hunter's cell phone vibrated inside his jacket pocket. He checked the display screen. The number displayed wasn't on his contact list. He lifted a hand at the captain as he took the call. "Detective Hunter, UVC unit." He listened for about 5 seconds, after which Garcia and Captain Blake watched his facial expression change, as if Hunter hadn't quite understood what was said. "Hold on, Tom," he said into his phone, his voice steady. "Take a breath and tell me that again from the beginning." He walked over to the northwest corner of the office.
"Who's Tom?"
Captain Blake whispered the question to Garcia, who, with a pensive look, shrugged at her. "Janet has received what?" Hunter said. That refreshed Garcia's memory.
"He's Janet Lang's boyfriend," he whispered back to the captain. "The victim's sister."
"When?" Hunter asked Tom. "I'm guessing it came from an unknown number," Hunter said. Garcia's eyes widened at his partner.
"What happened?"
Hunter gestured him to give him a moment. Tom, listen. It's a lot easier if you forward it to me, and I mean right now. Can you do that?" Hunter nodded sadly as he listened to Tom's reply. I'm so sorry that this has happened, Tom, and yes, I can imagine how distraught Janet must be. There's really nothing that we could have done that would have prevented that from happening, Tom, but we might be able to get a location. Yes, I can try to run a trace from here. If you forward the message to me from her phone, I'll have her number. I'll take it from there. Can you do that? Yes, right now. Thank you. I'll get back to you. Hunter disconnected. What was that all about? Garcia asked. What message? Janet, Melissa's sister, received a message earlier this morning. Hunter explained. No words, just a video. From who? Captain Blake this time. The killer? I can't be sure, but apparently so. Hunter's phone vibrated again, this time 2 quick bursts announcing a new text message. Hunter immediately opened the message, and as the video clip began playing on his screen, his eyes narrowed for a moment before he exhaled a heavy breath. Fuck. Chapter 22. Barbara Blake had been the captain of the LAPD Robbery and Homicide Division for almost 13 years. In that period, she could count on one hand the number of times she'd ever heard Hunter curse. Garcia immediately shot to his partner's side. Captain Blake was hot on his heels. Hunter rewound the video back to the beginning and angled the phone on his hand so that both of them could see its screen. There were 3 heartbeats worth of anxious silence before Hunter hit the play button again. What? The ass-ripping fuck? Garcia whispered. The look on his face was pure disbelief. While in 13 years Captain Blake had only heard Hunter curse a handful of times, Garcia, on the other hand, was a whole different proposition. This time, she had to admit that he had a point. The video that Hunter had shown them had been shot inside Melissa Hawthorne's kitchen on the night of her murder. And it was simply grotesque. It began with a shot of Melissa in a standing position. She had been stripped naked, her hands had been bound behind her back, and her feet were tied together at the ankles. The large fishing hook that the killer had used had also already crudely perforated her lower jaw, with the rope attached to the hook strung out over the beam. The images showed blood cascading from her wound and her open mouth in sheets, covering her body in a thin, red, horrific blanket. But Melissa was still alive. As the video played on, she convulsed and gagged, vomiting blood up in the air and onto her face. That was when the camera zoomed in on her eyes. They were wide open, and one didn't have to be an expert to see that they were full of pain, fear, and unimaginable terror. A second later, the shot zoomed back out to show that her feet, despite being bound together, were flat against the floor, and her jaw was still in place, but not for long. The next shot made everyone sick to their stomachs. It showed the exact moment that the climbing rope was pulled tight to hoist Melissa up in the air by her mouth. Hunter, Garcia, and Captain Blake watched as Melissa's body jerked awkwardly, her legs desperately kicking out while her feet angled downwards, tiptoeing, trying in vain to find the floor. The scream that came out of her lips was drowned by the sheer amount of blood in her mouth, which gurgled as if it had boiled. Melissa's frantic fight for life actually acted against her, as her hysterical body twists added considerable strain to her neck and jaw. It was during her chaotic struggle that they all heard a disturbing, bone-shattering noise come from Hunter's tiny cell phone speakers. Her mandible had finally dislocated and fractured. The final shot showed Melissa convulsing just one more time before her entire body went still, her eyes finally closing for the last time. But the killer wasn't done yet. Just before a final fade-out, the killer had added a line of text across the bottom of the video. Just like a fish. Jesus H. Christ! Captain Blake's words tumbled out of her lips in a monotone. This was sent to her sister. Hunter nodded.
I'll see if research can trace it. He quickly placed a call to his research team.
Why?
The captain asked once Hunter was done with the call. She shook her head as he shrugged.
This is so completely messed up, Garcia said. This killer is a fucking freak. It wasn't a rhetorical question, Robert, Captain Blake insisted. Why would this killer send something like this to the victim's sister? What's the point? What could he possibly get from this? Unless this really is a racial crime.
Are you asking us if she's at risk, Captain? The question came from Garcia. Captain Blake faced him.
Do you think she is? Is this why this killer is taunting her? Is he going after her, too?
After watching that video, Hunter had also considered that same possibility. She could be, he acknowledged. But... He shook his head.
But?
Captain Blake prodded. Before Hunter could answer, his cell phone rang. He took the call, listened for several seconds, and then disconnected.
Research?
Garcia asked. Hunter nodded. No trace. No GPS on the sender's phone. Garcia didn't look surprised. Hunter took a moment, trying to choose the correct words. If Janet Lang really is at risk from the same killer who murdered her sister, then this is a lot more personal than what we initially thought, and this killer is a lot bolder than we're giving him credit for. As she thought about it, Captain Blake rubbed her thumb over the knuckles of one hand, back and forth over the knobs of bone.
It would mean that this killer has some sort of personal beef with the Hawthorns, she finally concluded. Or at least the two sisters.
Possibly, Hunter agreed.
But he would have anticipated that we would be in contact with the younger sister.
Captain Blake continued.
The logical move for her, once she got that message, would be to contact us straight away, like she did. That means that he would also expect us to know about the message, like we do. And if he has more than half a brain cell, he'd once again anticipate that we would come to the conclusion we just did, that this could be interpreted as a threat on her life. And if the LAPD comes to that conclusion, it stands to reason that we might consider putting her under protection.
The captain returned to the seat behind her desk before pointing at Hunter.
That's what you meant when you said that this killer could be a lot bolder than we're giving him credit for, right?
Once again, Hunter nodded. If he really is after Janet Lang, he just made his job a lot harder. The video acts as a warning. There was a long pause where Captain Blake weighed her options. It was only February, still early in the year, but she was experienced enough to know that she had to tread on eggshells when it came to the budget, especially with all the cuts that had been announced by the governor.
Maybe he hasn't made his job a lot harder, she said at last, shaking her head at her detectives. Because I can't justify putting Miss Lang under any kind of police protection. Not if all we have is just that video clip.
Garcia looked at Hunter with eyes that spoke volumes, but neither of them tried arguing. They too were experienced enough to know that Captain Blake was right. In the end, it wasn't 100% her call. She would still need to justify her decision to the chief of police. Despite being shocking and psychologically destructive, the video that Janet Lang had received wasn't a direct threat on her life. It could perhaps be interpreted that way, but interpretation, no matter how plausible, always left margin for doubt. And doubt wouldn't cut it with the chief of police. The second problem the captain would have if she assigned a protection team to Janet was the question of how long she would do it for. If this killer really was after Janet, there was no telling when he would strike. It could be today, tomorrow, next week, next year. No one knew. Assigning a police protection team to anyone indefinitely was just unrealistic. Everyone in the room knew that. As Hunter returned his cell phone to his pocket, a knock came at the captain's door.
"What is it?"
she called from her desk, angling her body a little to the right so she could see past her detectives. Hunter and Garcia glanced over at the door, which was pushed open by a young uniformed police officer. His police cap was securely held under his left arm. In his right hand, he had a large envelope.
"Excuse me, Captain Blake," the officer said in a soft but firm voice, lifting the envelope. "I was sent to pick up a warrant from the Metropolitan Courthouse."
With her right hand, the captain motioned him inside before pointing at Hunter and Garcia.
"Just give it straight to them."
The officer handed the envelope to Hunter, and Captain Blake waited until he'd left her office.
"Go get this video from the cell phone provider," she said, pointing at the door. "Now."
Chapter 23. 5 minutes and one internal phone call after Hunter and Garcia had arrived at the headquarters of AT&T Entertainment Group, which was located just across the road from the famous LA Times building, they found themselves inside a conference room on the 3rd floor of Building 2, sitting across the table from one of the phone provider's corporate lawyers. He was a tall and skinny man in his early 40s, whose dark, pinstriped suit seemed to have come out of the dry cleaners just minutes before he entered the room, and he introduced himself as Martin Carr. Not much was said. The warrant did all the talking. The lawyer was just corporate precaution.
"I'll get this sorted out for you as fast as I can, detectives," Martin said, giving Hunter and Garcia an unconcerned smile that seemed to indicate that he had seen just about everything up to this point in his life worth seeing. "Shall I get this emailed straight to you?"
"We'd appreciate that," Hunter said, writing down his and Garcia's email onto a piece of paper and handing it to the lawyer. "But if possible, we'd also like a hard copy."
"Of course,"
Martin replied, as his gaze moved to the piece of paper that Hunter had just handed him.
"I can arrange that, no problem. You're welcome to wait in here or downstairs in the lobby, your choice."
"I guess here will be just fine, thank you," Garcia replied, looking at Hunter for confirmation. Hunter nodded back at him.
"Sure, make yourselves comfortable. There's a coffee machine just at the end of the corridor. It's free, no money needed."
"That's quite handy," Garcia said.
"Thank you."
As Martin reached the door, he turned and indicated the 3 laptops at one end of the 12-seater conference table.
"I'm not sure how long this might take. Hopefully not too long, but feel free to use any of those to browse the web, check emails, or whatever you like."
The unconcerned smile returned to his lips.
"Of course, XXX sites are blocked."
Hunter and Garcia looked back at him in silence, eyes fierce, a blank expression over both of their faces.
That was a joke,"
Martin said, the smile dropping to the floor.
"A joke?"
Garcia asked, his tone serious.
"So XXX sites aren't blocked?" "No,"
Martin replied awkwardly.
"They are blocked."
"So, what was the joke?" Garcia asked, the blank expression on his face turning solemn. The lawyer shifted his weight from foot to foot and quickly decided that his best move would be to just let it go. He lifted the warrant in his hand and nodded uneasily.
"Let me go get this done,"
he said before swiftly exiting the room. As the door closed behind him, Garcia finally smiled.
"Of course XXX sites are blocked," he said, putting on a sarcastic voice and shaking his head from side to side.
"I don't think he'll be making that joke again anytime soon," Hunter said. Nearly half an hour went by before the lawyer finally returned to the room.
"Sorry it took me so long,"
he said, retrieving a pen drive from his right suit pocket.
"It can take a while to find the right person for such a specific job in here, but here you go."
Hunter stood up and met him halfway between the door and the conference table.
"The same file has also been sent to both of your emails, as discussed," Martin informed them.
Garcia fetched his cell phone from his pocket and quickly checked his email.
"Yep, we got it,"
he announced, nodding at Hunter as he got to his feet. Down in the parking lot, neither detective wanted to wait until they were back at the PAB to have a look at the video that the killer had sent Melissa. As they got back into Garcia's Honda Civic, Hunter used his cell phone to go into his inbox, found the email from AT&T, and tapped the attached file. As the video loaded, he tipped his phone just enough so that Garcia could also see its screen. They watched as the leather-gloved hand turned the key to lock Melissa's front door before removing them from the lock itself. Then they saw the camera pan right to show the time. 2:24 a.m.
"What time did she get this?" Garcia asked. "Do you remember?"
Hunter paused the video. Around 2:38 a.m.
"So the killer was inside her house all that time?"
Garcia's tone was a mixture of surprise and doubt.
"Why? What was he doing? What was he waiting for?"
Maybe he was waiting for her to go to bed. Hunter speculated, trying to visualize the scene in his head. Remember that the reason for the text messages and this video clip was to induce fear. The killer wanted her to be scared. It was part of his plan. Waiting until all the lights were turned off and she was comfortably in bed would, no doubt, add to the fear factor. Garcia agreed, but he still had questions.
"So we know that Melissa got a cab from the party at the hotel just before 1:30 in the morning, right?"
Hunter nodded. 1:28 a.m.
"At that time, a cab from the Freehand Hotel downtown to her house in Lemert Park wouldn't take longer than 25 minutes max. She would have been home by 2 a.m. easy. But she only got the text with this video at 2:39 a.m. That's over a half hour after she got home. Even the first of the texts sent to her by the killer, that was at 2:32 a.m., if I remember correctly."
"That's right," Hunter confirmed.
"So the killer's first text to her that night was sent 8 minutes after he shot this video," Garcia said. "Why did he wait so long? Where was she?"
"Probably taking a shower," Hunter suggested.
"So the killer hid somewhere inside her house, waited for her to go have a shower, shot the video, waited for her to go to bed, and then started with the texts."
"It would seem so," Hunter confirmed. Garcia shook his head as he mentally ran through the scene.
"That shows patience, and a lot of self-discipline."
"It also shows that he's calm and collected," Hunter added. "No rush, no panic."
"If he wanted her scared," Garcia said, "this would have done it all right. No way she watched this video alone at home and didn't freak the fuck out."
"The video isn't over yet," Hunter said, checking his cell phone screen. "There are 4 seconds left." Garcia repositioned himself so that he could once again see the screen. Hunter restarted the video. Not much happened in the remaining 4 seconds. The camera stayed on the kitchen clock, but in the last 2 seconds, a sound came through the tiny speakers on Hunter's phone that made their hearts skip a collective beat.
"What was that?"
Garcia asked, his eyebrows knit. "It sounded like a whisper," Hunter replied, immediately rewinding the video just a few seconds. He thumbed the volume button, taking it to as loud as it would go. As he once again tapped on his screen to restart the video, he and Garcia moved their right ear to just an inch from the cell phone. Hunter had been right. The killer had said something into the microphone. 3 barely audible words, but powerful enough to petrify anyone. As if the words weren't already terrifying enough, the killer whispered them in a lover's caress that ratcheted them up to horrifying. "I'm already inside." Chapter 24. The sky above San Francisco was a patchwork of blue and white. Thin clouds paled the morning sun, but enough light shone through to warm the day into a comfortable enough temperature to allow Troy Foster to wear his favorite camouflage t-shirt. Just like he had told Kirsten he would, after his meeting that morning, Troy jumped straight into his pickup truck and promptly hit the road. By 10:40, he was crossing Oakland Bay Bridge, and by 11:30, he'd already joined Interstate 5, heading toward Los Angeles. In a perfect world,
The 390-mile trip between San Francisco and L.A. would have taken Troy 5 to 6 hours to complete. But the interstates in California very rarely played by the rules, and the I-5 was one of the busiest in the entire state. That day, too many heavy-duty vehicles and a mile-long stretch of roadworks served to add an extra 2.5 hours to the trip, with traffic slowing down to a snail's pace just as Troy reached Fresno County. His solution, since there was nothing else he could do, was to simply turn up the music. That morning, as he was leaving San Francisco, Troy had called Kirsten just to let her know that he was indeed on his way. He got no reply. Instead, after the 5th unanswered ring, the call went into her voicemail. He left her a quick message telling her that he was on the road. He'd also told her that he would call again later and that he would keep her informed of any delays. Troy called again at around 1:30 p.m. during his lunch stop. Once again, no reply. 5 rings later, he got Kirsten's voicemail.
Hey, baby, it's me. Did you get my first message? Where are you? Anyway, just to let you know that traffic so far has been okay. If it carries on like this, I really should be home sometime between 6 and 7. Miss you. Call me back or text me just so I know that you got my messages. Gotta run. Love you.
Just in case there was something wrong with Kirsten's voicemail, Troy also sent her a WhatsApp message. 2 hours later, and he still hadn't heard from her. He wasn't necessarily worried. Not yet. At work, Kirsten never kept her phone on her. She couldn't have it ringing inside an operation theater, so it stayed in her locker. That created a habit in which most days she would completely forget about her phone and only check it at the end of her shift. But today was Kirsten's day off. Sure, she tended to always leave her phone on silent, and sometimes on days off she would go for a run and leave it at home. But even if that had been the case, Troy's first message to her had been left before 11 that morning, as he was leaving his hotel. It was now almost 4 in the afternoon. She should have checked her phone by now. There was the chance that his fiancée had managed to lose or somehow damage her phone. She'd done it before. By 7:30 p.m., when Troy made his final stop, about 1.5 hours outside L.A., he still hadn't heard a peep from Kirsten. And he was starting to worry. Naturally, he tried to imagine why she hadn't called him back or even sent him a message. Was she angry with him for some reason? If she were, he couldn't figure out why. The only plausible explanation he managed to come up with for Kirsten's total radio silence was if she had been called into the hospital. Maybe one of the nurses called in sick and they had to drag her in last minute, he thought. It had happened several times before. If Kirsten had to cover an entire afternoon shift, it would explain why she hadn't called or messaged him yet. That must be it, Troy decided. They must have called her in. Still, as he pulled up to the gas station, he reached for his phone to place one more call to Kirsten. Voicemail. Hey, baby, it's me again. Are you all right? You're not pissed at me, are you? No, of course not. I'm perfect. He chuckled. Well, I'm guessing that someone called in sick and you had to drag your ass into work on your day off, am I right? That sucks balls, baby. I know that you can't say no, but still, it sucks. Anyway, quick update. Since my last message, traffic went to hell and things got really delayed. It's already 7:30 and I'm still about 1.5 hours away. If nothing else goes wrong, I should be home sometime between 9 and 10, but please either call or message me back once you get this. Love you and can't wait to see you. It was getting late and Troy was starting to get hungry again. Now that he knew that he wouldn't make it home by dinner time, he decided to grab another burger with a large side of fries, but this time he took everything back to his truck. To try to make up some more time, he decided to eat while he drove. Traffic did ease up a little, and he made it into Greater L.A. by 8:30 p.m. By 9 o'clock, Troy was on the south side of the hills, where he decided to take the Foothill Freeway instead of the Golden Gate one. The Golden Gate Freeway would take him through downtown Los Angeles, where traffic, no matter the time or the day, was usually a problem. It turned out to be a good decision. Traffic on Foothill Freeway was as normal could be. As Troy crossed through Glendale, He checked the clock on his dashboard. 9:15 p.m., and still no word from Kirsten. Not even a text message. Had they slapped her with a double shift on her day off? If they had, she would be on duty for 16, maybe 18 hours straight. That would really suck, but it wouldn't surprise him. Kirsten had told him countless times about how understaffed the hospital was and how overworked they all were, doctors and nurses. Troy was still wondering if that was why Kirsten hadn't been in contact yet when he finally turned left into his street. The time was 9:35 p.m. The house they rented together was the last one on the right, just a small, single-story, two-bedroom, white-fronted house with a small front garden. As he pulled up in front of it, he frowned. Kirsten's car was parked on their driveway. What the hell? Troy whispered to himself, parking directly behind her car before reaching in the back for his army bag. He preferred those to suitcases. She's home. Then why hasn't she called me? His eyes moved to their two front windows. The lights were off. In a surge of optimism, his brain threw one more possible answer at him. Maybe she was covering for someone at the hospital and she just got home. Maybe just a minute before he did. Maybe she was hoping that he'd be home already. Still, she could have at least texted me to just tell me that she was okay. And just like that, worry became annoyance. Troy walked up to their dark blue front door and used his key to unlock it. The key didn't turn. The door was already unlocked. That was unusual. Kirsten was always very attentive about locking the door and the windows. Troy was the one who would sometimes forget to shut or lock a window, and sometimes even their front door. "Baby, I'm home," Troy called out as he stepped into their living room, closed the door behind him, and switched on the lights. Kirsten's house keys were dangling from the lock on the inside of the door. "You forgot to lock the front door. That's usually me." Absent-mindedly, Troy's gaze scanned the room and his eyes narrowed in a doubtful look. Something didn't feel quite right, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was. The furniture all seemed to be in the right place, and there was no mess anywhere. So what the hell was it that was bothering him? Maybe it was how quiet and still the house was. And that was when it dawned on Troy. He had probably been right about Kirsten having been called in to sub for someone earlier in the day. She no doubt finished her shift late and came straight home. She was probably exhausted and had collapsed in bed, which had been known to happen after a heavy and stressful shift. Troy angled his body a little to his right so he could look down the corridor that led deeper into the house and to their bedroom at the far end of it. Though the lights in the corridor were off, he could still see that the door to their room was ajar. That was how Kirsten always left it when they went to bed. Troy carefully put down his bag so as not to make too much noise. In a minute, he would go check on her and give her a kiss. He'd missed her, but first he needed a beer. He'd been driving for over 10 hours, and he too felt a little stressed and exhausted. A beer would smooth him out. He walked over to the kitchen, pulled open the fridge door, and reached for a cold one. As he took his first swig, he paused and smelled the bottle. No, it wasn't that, but something did smell a little odd. The kind of odd that was hard to explain. Not exactly sour, not exactly bitter, not exactly out of date, not exactly sweet, and not exactly moldy, but a combination of all of those. Something subtle that didn't immediately insult the nostrils, but with time it became noticeable. He reopened the fridge and smelled the inside of the door and each of the 4 shelves. Nothing there. He tried the drawer at the bottom where they kept vegetables. It was almost empty, just a couple of carrots that didn't seem to be past their best. They weren't the source of the smell either. Troy closed the fridge and began smelling the air around him, like a dog trying to pick up a scent. Yes, the odd smell was there, no doubt about it, faintly lingering in the air. Troy smelled around in the kitchen, then in the living room, but still he couldn't identify its source. As he walked past the entrance to the hallway, he paused. There, the smell became just a little more pronounced. Whatever it was coming from deeper inside the house. Stepping as lightly as he could, he entered the hallway without reaching for the light switch. He didn't want to wake up Kirsten. As Troy walked past the guest room, he stuck his face past the door and sniffed the air. It wasn't coming from in there. He did the same as he walked past the bathroom. Not from there either, but the scent was clearly gaining a little more strength. Only place left was their bedroom. Had Kirsten brought some food into the room with her? If she had, that was very unlike her. Wine, yes. Food, no. At the door to their room, Troy paused and once again sniffed the air. The smell was definitely coming from in there. Troy's gaze moved to their bed and his eyes tried to refocus. The light that seeped through from the living room and traveled down their short hallway was faint and weak, allowing him to make out only rough outlines. Nevertheless, the shapes he saw on the bed seemed wrong. Completely wrong. "Baby?" he called, his tone doubtful, his voice loud enough to be heard. No movement. No reply. "Kirsten!" Troy called again as his fingers found the light switch. Bright light exploded out of the chandelier fixture on the room's ceiling, bathing the space in brightness. What Troy saw hit him like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, the world lost all its purpose. Nothing made sense. Troy felt his stomach drop to the floor in total and utter desperation. "Kirsten!" He yelled at the top of his voice, but her name came out sounding like the bone-chilling shriek a feral beast makes when injured. Troy ran to the bed, his whole body trembling with a chill that sank into his bones. "Baby! Baby!" He kneeled by the bed, his terrified eyes blurred by an explosion of tears. He wanted to reach for her, to hug her, to kiss her. But he didn't. The room spun around him in doubt. Because the truth was, Troy couldn't be sure if the body on their bed belonged to Kirsten or not. Chapter 25. It was past 11:30 at night when Hunter got the call. Though he'd been in bed for a little over half an hour, he wasn't asleep. Hunter had lived with insomnia for most of his life, and gone were the days when he would waste time fighting it because he couldn't win. He knew that. Nowadays, he simply rolled with it the best way he knew how, and that was exactly what he was doing. Laying on his back, immobile, eyes closed, breathing steadily. In doing that, despite being awake, despite his brain not letting go, his muscles were getting as much rest as they could outside the benefit of sleep, and so were his eyes. In his head, Hunter had been going over and over the text conversation between the killer and Melissa when his cell phone vibrated on his bedside table. Without opening his eyes, he reached for it and brought it to his ear. The call came from Detective Pedro Lopez from the Alhambra Police Department, and the conversation was punctuated by very similar tones to the one Hunter had had with Detective William Barnes on Sunday morning. A homicide in a residential street in Alhambra, which, without a shadow of a doubt, would eventually be escalated up to the LAPD Ultra-Violent Crimes Unit due to the brutality of the assault. All that Detective Lopez was trying to do was save everyone some time and paperwork. 10 minutes after disconnecting from the call, Hunter was heading north on Santa Fe Avenue in the direction of Alhambra. Half an hour after that, he was parking by a white forensics unit van on a street that had already been largely cordoned off by Alhambra PD. A small crowd stood at the edge of the perimeter. Most of them looked to be street neighbors. It was a clear but cold night, with a beautiful full moon and plenty of stars. The wind that came in from the west was just strong enough to knock a couple of degrees off the already low night temperature.
Hunter stepped out of his car, zipped up his jacket, and looked around. There were 4 black and white cruisers parked on the street, right in front of the last house on the right. A second perimeter, delimited by black and yellow crime scene tape, had been established around the small, white-fronted house. Parked on its driveway was a white Chevrolet Malibu and a Ford pickup truck. There looked to be at least a couple of people sitting inside the pickup truck, but Hunter couldn't really tell from where he was standing. He checked his watch. 12:36 a.m. He looked around for his partner's car, and as if on cue, it cleared the outer perimeter at the top of the street. Hunter waited while Garcia parked on the road, partially blocking one of the neighbors' driveways. "Have you been inside yet?" he asked as he joined Hunter, his head tipping in the direction of the house. "Got here about 30 seconds before you," Hunter replied, with a jolt of the shoulders. "Haven't even talked to anyone yet." Garcia's eyebrows lifted. "I guess that's going to be dealt with right about now." "What?" Garcia cocked his head back ever so slightly, his chin indicating that someone was approaching. Hunter turned around to find a short and stocky man walking toward them. He wore a dark, ill-fitting suit that had certainly seen better days. "LAPD UVC unit, right?" he asked as he reached both detectives. "That's us," Garcia replied, credentials in hand. "I'm Detective Garcia, and this is Detective Hunter." "I'm Detective Pedro Lopez, Alhambra PD Homicide," the man said in return. "We spoke on the phone." He nodded at Hunter. Detective Lopez's black hair was combed back from a broad forehead. His beard was short, with spots of gray showing, but only around his chin. Small eyes looked at Hunter and Garcia from behind round glasses that sat under thick eyebrows. His round face looked like the type that didn't smile much. "So what do we have here?" Garcia asked. Lopez gestured with his head for them to follow him. "Single victim," he began. "Female, possible identity, Kirsten Hansen." "Possible?" Garcia interrupted. Lopez paused and turned to face the UVC detectives. There was a quiet, indrawn breath, the kind that came before bad news. "Whoever did this went to work on her big time. The disfigurement is like nothing I've ever seen, and I've seen more than my share. I'm not really sure what you guys from ultra-violent crimes are used to, but I'm willing to bet it isn't something like this." Garcia's gaze bounced to Hunter for a blink of an eye. Lopez read the look. "You'll see." He carried on walking. Hunter and Garcia followed. "Hansen," Hunter asked. "Is she Danish?" Lopez looked back at him quizzically. "Hansen is a very typical Scandinavian family name," Hunter explained. "Mainly Danish." Lopez nodded once. "If you say so, but I can't confirm that for you. The information we have at the moment is very limited, and since I'm bumping this case up to UVC, I'll leave the discovery phase to you guys." "Okay," Garcia said, stifling a smile. "So what's this limited information you have so far?" "If the victim really is this Kirsten Hansen," Lopez continued, "she was 29 years old, a surgical nurse for the Los Angeles Surge Hospital in Westlake." "Did she live alone?" Hunter asked. "Who found the body?" "No, she didn't. She shared the house with her fiancé, Troy Foster. He was away, attending a weapons expo in San Francisco." He lifted a hand and explained himself before the question came. "He's the general manager for a guns and ammo store called Gun Gallery in Glendale. The expo was a business trip. He got back earlier tonight and found the body." They neared the black pickup truck, and Hunter could now tell that there were 3 people sitting inside it, 2 males and 1 female. One of the males had his face buried into his palms, clearly sobbing. The female also seemed to be crying. "That's him in the pickup truck," Lopez announced. "We haven't managed to get much out of him. He's in shock, and it's not surprising, but from what I understand, he drove up to San Francisco on Friday morning. The expo went from Saturday to Monday.
On Tuesday morning, yesterday, Mr. Foster left his hotel and hit the road, leaving Frisco just before 11 in the morning. Traffic wasn't great on the interstate. The shrug was evident on Lopez's next sentence. Well, it never is, really, but a 6-hour journey took a little over 9. He arrived home last night, just before 10 in the evening. He nodded at the pickup truck. The 2 people with him are close friends. His brother and his mother are on their way. They should be here in an hour or so. When was the last time he heard from his fiancée? Garcia asked. From what I understand, Lopez replied, his voice threaded with uncertainty, and you guys can reconfirm all that at your leisure, they last spoke on the phone on Monday evening. Apparently, Mr. Foster tried calling his fiancée several times yesterday, prior to leaving San Francisco, and then again throughout his journey back to L.A. He never got a reply. He also sent her several text messages. They, too, went unanswered. They got to the white-fronted house and stooped under the crime scene tape that surrounded the whole front yard. Forensics got here about 45 minutes ago, Lopez said. Maybe an hour. His eyebrows lifted like a drawbridge. And even they held their breaths for a moment once they got to the bedroom. She was murdered in her bedroom? Hunter asked. Lopez looked down at his scuffed shoes before shaking his head in a doubtful and sad manner. I don't think so. Though the question was right at the tip of their tongues, neither Hunter nor Garcia voiced it. Instead, they signed the crime scene manifest and were handed an individually wrapped white Tyvek coverall each. This is where I say nice to meet you and good luck. My work here is done, Lopez said, scratching his raggedy beard. He paused as he got back to the crime scene tape. Detectives. Hunter and Garcia's attention moved back to him. I truly hope you catch whoever did this. What's in there is... He searched the air for the right word. Inhuman. Chapter 26. The wind seemed to be picking up, dropping the night temperature another degree or so. Hunter and Garcia finished suiting up, grabbed a pair of latex gloves each, and entered the house. The living room, right off the entryway, was small, but furnished with style. 2 forensics agents were busy dusting surfaces and the windows for latent prints. The inside of the front door had clearly already been dusted. In that first room, nothing seemed out of place. No clear signs of a struggle, but Hunter did notice a few drops of blood on the floor. They were drops, not splatters. Hunter and Garcia greeted the agents with a simple nod before moving deeper into the house. The corridor that led off the living room was wide but short. The walls were white and bare of any paintings or ornaments. There were 2 doors on the right, one on the left, and one at the end of it. They were all open. Bright forensics light spilled from the door at the end, causing shadows, presumably cast by the agents working the room, to dance against the corridor walls. On the floor, a few more sparse drops of blood could be seen. As Hunter and Garcia walked past the first door on the right, they looked inside. A second bedroom, which looked to double as an office. No signs of a struggle in there, either. The door on the left was a bathroom, tiled in blue and white with a walk-in shower. No mess. Nothing out of place. The next door on the right was a small storage room with towels, beddings, a vacuum cleaner, and various other household items. 3 steps from there, and they were at the last door, the main bedroom. 3 forensics agents were gathered around a double-sized bed that had its headboard against the east wall, directly opposite the bedroom door. 1 agent on each side of the bed, and the third one at its foot. The 2 agents flanking the bed were down in a crouching position. Neither Hunter nor Garcia could quite see what the 2 agents were doing because their line of vision was obstructed by the agent at the foot of the bed, who was standing up. The standing agent had heard the detective's footsteps and turned to face them as soon as they got to the bedroom door. It was, once again, Dr. Susan Slater. Hunter met her stare, and even from that distance, he saw a look in her light blue eyes that he had never seen before. Not disgust or outrage, but sadness, as if she'd given up hope in humanity. "Robert, Carlos." As Dr. Slater greeted them, she took a step to her right, clearing Hunter and Garcia's line of view. Their collective gaze moved to the metal-framed bed and to the body on it. Detective Lopez was right, he thought. This wasn't human. Chapter 27. Outside, the wind was blowing in gusts and at different strengths, like waves breaking on a beach, but there was no rain. Every now and then, the wind would whistle eerily as it hit one of the windowsills and then die down slowly, creating an unnerving whispering effect. If Hunter had seen sadness in Dr. Slater's eyes a moment ago, she in turn also saw something that she had never seen before inside his. Sadness, maybe. Confusion and disbelief, for sure. On the bed, resting against blood-soaked bedsheets, was the naked body of a woman. Her arms had been lifted above her head, with her hands tied together at the wrists by a piece of rope. Clipped onto that piece of rope, by means of a climbing sling hook, was a metal chain that looked to be around 3 to 4 feet long. At the other end of the chain was a new metal hook. This one was the shackle type, larger and much heavier than the one at her wrists, but it wasn't attached to anything. The odd rope chain hook setup was just there, carelessly thrown over the bed headboard. Garcia was the first to break the solemn silence that sat between them all, his voice hesitant, his stare semi-lost, his mind struggling to comprehend the atrocities that had been done to the victim. "What happened to her?" Most of the skin on her feet, legs, abdomen, arms, hands, head, forehead, and face were gone, exposing sore, inflamed flesh that was already turning brown from oxidation. Her breasts seemed to have been savagely hacked off her torso by some blunt instrument. Her nose had been completely shaved off, with only a small amount of cartilage left behind. In certain places, like her shoulders, hands, knees, elbows, head, and face, some of her flesh and muscle seemed to have wasted away, displaying the raw bone beneath. Of those, some had clearly fractured multiple times. Most of her once blonde hair looked to have been brutally scalped off her head, where parts of her skull were now visible. But what really seemed to have sickened everyone in that room was that her skin, her flesh, her muscle, didn't look to have been surgically removed. She hadn't been skinned, not in the medical sense of the word. What it did look like was that her skin, together with chunks of flesh and muscle, had somehow been violently scraped off her body. That crude scraping had also reached some of the exposed bone, where in parts, fragments were clearly missing. The result was uniquely grotesque. Part raw flesh, part exposed skeleton, part deformed and disfigured body, all of it covered in a layer of blood that had already dried up. Garcia's question was met with a long pause, where everyone's heartbeats seemed to stutter together with anxiety. Dr. Slater's stare drifted toward the body for an instant, before re-engaging with both detectives. "To be 100% certain," she finally replied, the sadness in her eyes seeping through to her voice, "we'll have to wait for the autopsy report." Hunter and Garcia stepped closer, flanking the bed like the 2 other forensics agents, Hunter on the right, Garcia on the left. "But you do have a theory," Hunter said, reading the doctor's facial expression. She took a step back from the bed, and Hunter could swear that he saw her shiver. "We've only been here for about an hour," she came back. "And I would call it a guess rather than a theory, but yes, based on the state of the body and the few things we found, I could venture a guess as to what happened to her."
Hunter's gaze shifted to the forensics agent on his side of the bed, and he watched as the agent used a pair of surgical pincers to collect something from a piece of exposed flesh on the body's thigh, posterior side, just below the buttocks. He observed as the agent placed what he had collected into a transparent plastic evidence bag, a small rock pebble. The evidence bag already had several of them in it. Garcia waited for Dr. Slater to elaborate further, but she had gone quiet again. "Is it like a secret guess, Doc?" he asked. "Or can you share it with us?" "She was dragged." The reply came from Hunter, not Dr. Slater. "Dragged?" Garcia's eyes tracked over to his partner. "That's our initial perception as well," Dr. Slater said, giving both detectives a new head nod. "Dragged as in—" Garcia's question danced in the air, unanswered, before Hunter finally took it on. "As in towed by her hands behind a car or a motorbike," he said. "Dragged against some rough terrain by her wrists." He indicated the heavy shackle hook at the far end of the metal chain. "That's a pretty common tow hook, also known as a shackle anchor. That's the clue." Garcia greeted Hunter's revelation with absolute silence, but the negative charge in the air that the implication had created lifted the hairs along his forearms. Hunter then indicated the plastic evidence bag by the forensics agent next to him. "The other clues are the gravel pebbles that seem to be embedded just about everywhere on her body." Garcia stretched his neck to look across the bed. The forensics agent on Hunter's side lifted the evidence bag so the detective could see it. Once again, Garcia greeted Hunter's revelation with silence. His gaze skittered to the shackle hook, darted away to the evidence bag, then darted back to the hook. "This whole rope chain hook set up at her wrists," Hunter explained, his voice threaded with disgust. "There's no reason for it to be here, in her bedroom. She wasn't murdered here. She didn't die here. She was brought here after death," Dr. Slater said, her voice gentle and respectful, her head nodding a couple of times. "The killer," Hunter continued, "could have very easily freed her hands either before bringing her here or once he placed her on the bed. But he didn't. He not only left the whole setup in place, but he also positioned her like this." He nodded at the victim. Arms above her head, as if she was being dragged. "Why?" Garcia's eyes went back to the arrangement at the victim's wrists, his line of thought catching up with Hunter's. "Because he wanted us to know how he did this." "All the injuries you see here," Dr. Slater took over again, her attention back on the body, "would be consistent with that particular scenario." "But there's very little swelling," Hunter said, his attention on the body's mutilated face. "Good eye, Robert," the doctor said, her head moving in agreement, "which indicates that she carried on being dragged way after she had lost her life." "Yeah, but why?" one of the forensics agents asked, allowing his curiosity to get the best of him. "What's the point in carrying on hurting her after she was already gone?" Dr. Slater looked at Hunter. "Because the killer wasn't doing it just to hurt her," he replied, stepping back from the bed. "He was doing it for himself, for his own pleasure." Hunter shook his head as soon as he had said the word pleasure. It just didn't sit right with the context of everything. "Sadism is a compulsion. It satisfies something inside them." "Like scratching an itch," Garcia added, instinctively miming it at the back of his left hand. "Have you ever scratched an itch and it felt so good that you simply carried on scratching, even after the itch was gone? That's what a sadistic compulsion feels like." The agent chewed on that for a second before shaking his head at the thought. Hunter tracked back to the bedroom door, his eyes studying the laminated wood flooring. It was clean. No marks, no smudges.
No drag marks, the doctor said, figuring out what Hunter was looking for. A few blood drops along the corridor and in the living room, but that's all. That means that she wasn't dragged here. She was carried. Hunter nodded. Yes, I noticed the drops too. Garcia rounded the bed to the other side. But carrying her in here wouldn't be such a hard thing to do. His chin jerked in the direction of the body. She's what, 5'6", 5'7"? And she looks to have been quite a slim woman. No more than 130, 140 pounds, I would say. If that, one of the forensics agents commented. Plus, Garcia continued, I'm sure she was already dead. No fight, no struggle. But there are too few drops of blood leading from the front door into this room, Hunter said, still studying the floor. She must have been wrapped in something. She was. The confirmation came from the forensics agent to the left of the bed. Other than little pebbles, we've also collected several fibers from her body, which look synthetic. I'd say she was wrapped in a cheap rug or something similar. The lab will confirm it. I understand that at this point you won't know for sure. Hunter addressed Dr. Slater. But as a ballpark figure, would you say that the time of death was maybe 15, 16 hours ago, give or take an hour or two? The doctor pursed her lips as she thought about it. The body is in full rigor mortis. Both forensics agents nodded their agreement. So yeah, Dr. Slater confirmed. As a ballpark figure, I'd say that's a pretty good guess. How did you know? Hunter was yet to properly examine the body. From looks alone, and considering the state that the body was in, Dr. Slater doubted that he could have known that full rigor mortis had already been achieved. Because she clearly wasn't murdered in this room, Hunter replied, walking back to the bed. And like you said, someone had to have carried her in here. He indicated the window. It doesn't look like a busy street, but it's a residential one. Loads of neighbors. To get her into this room and onto that bed, the killer would have had to have brought her here in a vehicle, parked somewhere outside, maybe even in the driveway, and carried her inside. The safest time to do that, if you're trying to avoid being spotted by a neighbor, would be the really early hours of the morning. 3, 4 a.m. maybe. Everyone's agreement came in the form of a heavy, almost leaden silence. Still, Hunter continued, this time addressing his partner, the killer would have had to have driven in and out of this street, parked, picked her up, carried her inside, and posed her on the bed. Maybe one of the neighbors is a night owl. Garcia got the hint. I'll get a team to start the door-to-door as soon as possible. He checked his watch. The neighbors all seem to be up anyway. Hunter walked over to the wooden dresser that was pushed up by the wall to the right of the bed. A tall oval mirror centered the dresser. To its left, there were 3 perfume bottles, a jewelry box decorated with roses, and a couple of hairbrushes. To the right of the mirror was a lidless metal box filled with several pots, bottles, and tubes of different types of moisturizing cream. Hands, face, feet, body, and eyes. Hunter pulled open the first of the 3 drawers on the dresser. It was filled with makeup brushes of all different thicknesses and sizes. Second drawer, eyeshadow palettes, about 5 of them. Last drawer, a diverse rainbow of lipsticks, eyeliners, and eyebrow pencils. Also on the dresser, just behind the perfume bottles, was a small 4x6-inch picture frame. Hunter reached for it. The photo showed a couple at the beach, smiling at the camera. The ocean behind them seemed calm, with the waves reflecting the sun high up in the sky. The woman in the photo was hugging the man from behind, her arms thrown over his shoulders, her right cheek softly touching his left one. That's her, Dr. Slater said. Very pretty. A stunning smile. Hunter's eyes studied the woman on the picture for a moment longer. Dr. Slater wasn't just being nice. The woman's attractiveness was unmistakable. She was pale, with nearly translucent white gold hair, porcelain skin, and lips that only hinted at pink. Her smile wasn't only stunning, it was perfect,
showing beautifully aligned, flawless white teeth. Her round eyes were of a deep blue color that rivaled the clear sky behind them. "To be absolutely sure that this is her," the forensics agent on the right side of the bed commented, "we will need a DNA test." Hunter put down the photo and allowed his stare to track back to the victim's body on the bed. The reason for the comment was obvious. The disfigurement had been absolute. Hunter didn't voice a reply, but he had no doubt that the body on the bed belonged to Kirsten Hansen. Why else would the killer have placed her in her room and on her bed? It followed the same logic as to why the killer had left the rope chain hook setup still attached to her wrists. He wanted everyone to know how he did this. He also wanted everyone to know who he had done this to. Chapter 28. Finally, the wind outside began easing down. The windowsill whistles had gone quiet, but the whispers still came and went at odd intervals, like hushed voices exchanging secrets. "Now that both of you have seen the body in situ," Dr. Slater addressed the two detectives, "I'm going to free her hands. I want to have a look at the marks on her wrists. Plus, we need to bag all this and send it for analysis." Hunter and Garcia nodded in unison. "The ligature has already been photographed from all different angles," the doctor clarified. "The knot used looks to be a regular double knot, a wraparound, and then another double knot. Nothing extraordinary about it." Hunter and Garcia had both already noticed that too. They watched as Dr. Slater reached for the sling hook attached to the rope around the victim's wrists and unclipped it. She then unclipped the hook from the chain before unclipping the chain from the larger tow hook at the other end. As she disassembled the hooks from the chain, she passed the individual parts to the forensics agent to the left of the bed, who placed each of them inside a different evidence bag. That done, Dr. Slater carefully began undoing the knots at the victim's wrists. It took her less than a minute to completely free the hands. The fingers on both of them were clenched into tight fists. As the doctor removed the rope and passed it to the agent for bagging and tagging, the victim's arms, due to the stiffness caused by rigor mortis, stayed exactly where they were. Dr. Slater moved closer, bringing her face to just a couple of inches from the victim's wrists to study the ligature marks. Despite the rope having cut deep into the victim's skin and flesh, the wounds on her wrists were the least gruesome of all. "Poor girl," Dr. Slater said, her words heavy. "This is just—" As she shook her head, the light that came from behind her reflected onto something that caught her eye and made her pause. Hunter was quick to notice the change in the doctor's attitude. Her head tilted left, then right, as she searched for a better line of vision. Her eyes were locked onto the victim's clenched right fist. "Can you pass me a pair of forceps, please?" she asked one of the agents by the bed. "Something wrong?" Hunter asked with renewed interest. Garcia also perked up like a predator that had just spotted a new prey. "I'm not exactly sure," Dr. Slater replied as the agent handed her the forceps she requested. "But she seems to be clinging on to something." "Clinging?" Garcia asked, he and Hunter quickly returning to the side of the bed. "Yes, there seems to be something in her right hand," the doctor indicated with the forceps. "Hard to see it, but the light got through the gaps between her fingers, and I saw something reflect." Both detectives angled their bodies, trying to get a better look, but they kept their distance, allowing the doctor to do her job unperturbed. "It looks like a small plastic bag," she announced, "or something similar." She gently used the forceps to grab hold of the tiny edge that she could see. Hunter repositioned himself closer to the head of the bed. The two forensics agents also stopped what they were doing, anticipation masking their faces. Dr. Slater began to slowly retrieve whatever it was that had been locked in the victim's grip. "It's definitely some sort of plastic bag," she confirmed, readjusting the forceps so not to rip it. "And it looks to contain something." "Something like what?"
Garcia asked. I'm not sure yet, but it looks like... The doctor paused, and the room went still, as if holding its breath. A piece of paper. A rolled-up piece of paper. Both detectives exchanged a half-concerned, half-expectant look. Can I have a second pair of forceps, please? Dr. Slater asked, extending her left arm out but keeping her eyes on the small plastic bag. The dried-up blood on her hand is acting like glue in places. I don't want to rip the bag. The agent handed her the second pair of forceps, and she went back to work, carefully pinching, pulling, swiveling, little by little extracting the small bag from the victim's grip. All everyone else could do was watch. It took Dr. Slater just over 2 minutes to finally pull the bag free. Interesting, she said, straightening herself up. A grip seal plastic bag of about 2 square inches dangled from the tip of the forceps in her right hand. Inside it, there was a piece of paper that had been rolled up into a small tube. Can I get this photograph, please? The agent to her right reached for the digital camera in his briefcase and quickly snapped a few shots. What exactly is that? He asked. A note. Dr. Slater turned to face Hunter and Garcia. It's your case, your call. Want to find out here, or wait for me to send this to the lab for analysis? Garcia peeked at Hunter for confirmation, but he didn't really have to. He knew what the answer would be. Neither of them was prepared to wait until mid-morning to find out what that piece of paper really was. We'll take option 1, please, Garcia replied, giving the doctor a firm nod. All right. Though her mouth was covered by her standard-issue forensics mask, the doctor's smile came through in the corners of her eyes. She, too, couldn't wait to find out what they were looking at. Over there, she said, her head angling in the direction of the dresser. If she was to open that grip seal plastic bag right then, at the crime scene, she wanted to do it over a flat surface in case something they couldn't yet see fell out of it. Hunter and Garcia followed behind her, and so did the 2 forensics agents. Dr. Slater put down the forceps and used her gloved fingers to pull open the grip seal on the plastic bag. That done, she tipped the rolled-up piece of paper onto the palm of her left hand. Everyone's gaze followed her every move. Next, the doctor used her right thumb and index finger to very gently squeeze the tiny paper tube. It doesn't seem to contain any objects inside, she informed everyone. She then proceeded to pick the tiny paper tube up and lightly tap both of its ends against her palm, checking for possible powder content. Nothing. Only one thing left to do. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Dr. Slater slowly and very carefully unrolled it. If the room had a heartbeat, it stood steady. Being much taller than the doctor's 5'7", Hunter and Garcia simply stood behind her, looking over her shoulders. The tube unrolled to show a piece of paper measuring about 5.5 inches long by 1.5 wide. Nothing else inside it, except for a single handwritten sentence. Garcia's eyes stayed on the note in Dr. Slater's hands for just a breath before snapping to Hunter. 2 seconds later, he turned to look at the body on the bed. Confusion and surprise made his mouth drop half open. No goddamn way! How is that even possible?
Chapter 29. Hunter and Garcia stayed behind for another hour or so after Kirsten Hansen's body was finally placed in a coroner's van and transported back to the Los Angeles Department of Medical Examiner-Coroner on North Mission Road. While Dr. Slater and her team worked the scene and Garcia looked through the house searching for clues, Hunter went outside to try to talk to Troy Foster, who was still sitting inside his pickup truck, forehead resting on the palms of his hands, elbows resting on his knees, shock making his entire body convulse involuntarily every now and then. His 2 friends were still sitting with him. Troy was just as tall and as well built as Hunter,
with the broad shoulders of a linebacker and the arms of a professional gymnast. But when he stepped out of his truck to meet the detective, he looked small and defeated. His head drooped, his body sagging beneath the devastating weight of grief. Just like when Hunter tried talking to Janet Lang outside Melissa's house on Sunday evening, it took him almost an hour to get the most basic information out of Troy. Most of the time, once Hunter had asked him a question, his damp, bloodshot eyes would go a little distant. When they finally snapped back to Hunter, they were lost and unfocused, his voice shaky and weak, his pain visible, palpable, contagious. When he spoke, his breathing would sometimes catch in his throat, forcing his ribcage to lift and fall in an odd rhythm, as if oxygen around him was scarce. Words and sentences would form slowly, as if putting them together required the kind of strength that Troy simply didn't possess at the time. Hunter didn't want to push it. Troy's pain was intoxicating. His brain was struggling to comprehend reality, because right then, reality simply seemed unreal. But there was something that Hunter really needed to ask Troy. "Mr. Foster," he said, his tone tender, his voice quiet. "I understand how difficult this is for you, but if I could ask you just one final question, it truly is very important." At first it seemed like Troy hadn't even heard Hunter, but then he finally nodded. His weathered cheeks red, his eyes damp, his arms hugging his chest like a protective shield, bracing himself for what was to come. "We found a note inside your bedroom," Hunter began as he reached for his cell phone. "I was wondering if you could have a look at it." The gentleness with which Hunter said those words seemed to do nothing to actually soften the blow for Troy, who blinked, trying to clear the blurriness in his eyes before facing Hunter. His arm shield became a little tighter, and his shoulders hunched up. "You found a note? Where?" "Under the bed." Hunter lied. He hated doing it, but he also saw no reason in making this any harder than it already was. "What note? What did it say?" The stress level in Troy's voice made it croak. Hunter loaded up the photo he had taken of the note onto his cell phone screen and showed it to Troy, who blinked again, this time a little faster and a little harder than before. His lips moved as he read the words, but no sound came out. Hunter waited. Troy finally dragged his eyes from Hunter's cell phone screen to look back at the detective. He was starting to shake again. I don't understand." "Have you ever seen this sentence before?" Hunter asked. Troy read it again for good measure. "No, never. Did..." His voice caught against the wind before wrapping itself around Hunter. "Did she write this for me?" Hunter's breathing stuttered, his blood rushing past his eardrums as if it were being pumped by a high-pressure washer. That was exactly what he needed to confirm. "Do you recognize the handwriting?" he asked, being careful to keep his tone steady. "Is it Miss Hanson's?" This time, Troy's tears were too many for him to hold them back. They ran down his cheeks undisturbed until they dropped off his chin. "Yes," he finally replied, his voice rough against his throat. In his eyes, Hunter could see that for Troy, the world made no sense anymore. "That's her handwriting. Did she write this for me?" he asked again, his arms at last uncrossing from his chest to grab Hunter by the shoulders. "Did she? Please, tell me. Is this for me?" Hunter could feel his whole body shaking. "Tell me. Did she?" Their eyes locked, but Hunter stayed quiet. There was nothing he could say. Chapter 30. Hunter stayed with Troy until his mother and brother arrived. He gave both of them his card and told them not to hesitate in contacting him if they needed anything. Troy would be staying with his mother in Sylmar for the time being. Garcia met Hunter outside the house once Troy had finally left. "How's he doing?" he asked, his voice raspy, his eyes tired. Hunter shook his head without meeting his partner's gaze. "In shock. Broken. It'll take him years to recover from this, if he ever does. Garcia wasn't surprised. How could anyone walk in on the person they loved, the person that they were supposed to marry, find them in that state, and not be wounded for life? Garcia used his thumb and forefinger to gently massage his closed eyelids. "Did you manage to get anything at all out of him? The note? The handwriting? Is it his fiancée's? Did he recognize it?" Hunter nodded. "It's hers. He had no doubt about it." "Motherfucker," Garcia said, turning to look back at the house. "This makes no sense, Robert. You know that, right? The M.O., the signature, none of it matches." This time, their eyes met. "Have they found her phone?" Hunter asked. Garcia shook his head. "No, not yet. And if we're really talking about the same killer here, we won't. It's probably been destroyed." "We need to check her text messages." Garcia's focus sharpened. "Do you think that—" He didn't finish his sentence. He simply allowed his abandoned words to float away. "Of course," he answered his own unasked question. "If this is the same killer, then we know that the first thing he's after is fear. He thrives on it. It's a compulsion." Hunter agreed again. "I didn't manage to get much else out of Troy," he explained, "with the exception of one thing." "And what was that?" "Troy told me that he'd spoken to Kirsten on Monday night at around 10:45, 11 o'clock. She was home. She had come in late from her hospital shift and had ordered a pizza that night. She wanted to watch some TV. The dots connected quickly. "So the killer took her from here?" Garcia's attention jumped back to the house. "It seems so," Hunter confirmed. There was a pregnant, pensive pause in which Garcia's gaze shifted from the house to Kirsten's Malibu parked on the driveway. "Can you imagine the killer's determination here?" he asked, his head shaking ever so slightly. "He broke into her house, subdued her, took her away, and then hooked her onto the back of a vehicle before dragging her against the ground until she was dead. Until half of her body had been scraped off." He paused for breath. "He then collected her, placed her back in the car, brought her back to her house, and posed her on the bed like that. Who the fuck is this killer, Robert? An army of demons?" Despite sharing his partner's anger and frustration, Hunter's voice stayed placid, his tone analytical. "Not only determination, Carlos, but also a lot of planning. The location where he took her, where she died, it wasn't just a random spot somewhere. It was expertly chosen. An open stretch of road, a disused parking lot, or maybe even some sort of large building, a hangar, a storage ground, abandoned for sure. Somewhere secluded enough that no one would witness the carnage that he wanted to inflict on her. A place where he'd be able to drive around with her hanging from the back of his vehicle for, 10, 20, 30 minutes? More?" Garcia didn't reply. All he did was press his lips together until he felt the sharpness of his teeth against the flesh. "However long it took," Hunter continued, "he didn't care, because I'm sure that he was certain that there would be no prying eyes." Both detectives went silent for a moment. "If this really is the same killer," Hunter said, bringing Garcia's attention back to him, "then I'm positive that he'll stick to the same M.O. That means that he will have messaged Kirsten before taking her. Like you said, he wants their fear. It's a compulsion." Garcia nodded. "I'll get in touch with her cell phone provider first thing in the morning. This time, I'll make sure they understand that if there is a video attached to any message, we need it." Hunter had once again turned to face the house. "Go home, Carlos. It's late. Get some rest, and I'll see you in the morning." "Are you staying?" Garcia checked his watch. It was getting close to 3 a.m. "Not for much longer. I'll go talk to the forensics team, have one more look around, then I'll go. Not much else we can do here, anyway." Chapter 31. Back in his apartment, Hunter spent the rest of the night awake. Once again, he lay in bed as still as he could, allowing his body to rest, but his brain was knocking balls out of the park, playing a puzzle game where not a single piece fitted the frame. Maybe Garcia was right. Maybe this killer was an army of demons. Internal demons who wouldn't allow him to rest, always pushing for more. More pain, more suffering, more cruelty, more fear, more sadism. Or maybe this killer was simply psychotic. Maybe he heard voices in his head which tormented his soul way beyond what he could control. How else could anyone explain the absurd way in which this killer operated? His MO was like nothing Hunter had even heard of before. From what he had seen so far, the killer's MO was divided into 6 distinct stages. 1. Fear. This killer was hungry for his victim's fear, and the way that he decided to feed that hunger was by hiding inside his victims' houses before sending them text messages, telling them that he was there and that they would die that night, toying with them, pushing their fear to the limit. 2. Capture. The exact method or methods were yet unknown, but since he was already hiding inside the victims' houses, capturing them wouldn't pose that much of a problem. 3. Handwritten note. For some reason, this killer would force his victims to write down something that looked like a line from a poem or the lyrics to some romantic song. Its significance was yet unknown. 4. Torture. This killer didn't just feed on his victims' fear. He was also after their pain, their last breath of agony. To satisfy his hunger, every death so far had been prefaced by some cruel and sordid torture method. 5. Murder. Stages 4 and 5 could arguably be grouped into a single stage, as the torture process inevitably morphed into the kill method. But what was interesting and immensely unusual was that the murders differed greatly from each other. The MOs, the signature, everything seemed to be different. Hunter was positive that this too had to have a meaning. 6. Staging. This killer seemed to also enjoy staging the bodies. Maybe he did it for himself. Maybe he did it because he wanted the victims to be found in that way. Maybe it was both. Hunter wasn't sure. With so many stages to this killer's obsession with his victims, there was no wonder that he was so organized and methodical. Each stage in both murders had been executed with tremendous precision. No mistakes, or at least, if there had been any, Hunter and Garcia hadn't found them yet. By 5:30 a.m., Hunter had showered and was all ready to go. By 6, he was sitting at his desk inside the UVC unit's office, and by 6:45, he had already dropped the official paperwork for the new investigation on Captain Blake's desk. By 7:30 a.m., he was back in Alhambra. Forensics had finally wrapped up the scene, so Hunter had the house all to himself. He spent almost an hour walking from room to room, trying to visualize what had happened. How did the killer get in? Why did it look like there had been no struggle? Why murder someone in the way Kirsten Hansen had been murdered? Why leave a note in her hand? What was this killer really trying to tell them? Hunter finally exited the house through the kitchen door and joined the uniformed officers outside on what was still left of the door-to-door inquiry. 2 of the neighboring houses did have security cameras outside, like Hunter had guessed, but once again, Lady Luck wasn't kind. With one of them, the camera had been busted for almost a year. With the other, the house was set quite a way back from the street, and the camera was trained mainly on the house's front porch. Its range didn't reach as far as the street in front of their driveway. The door-to-door had also given them nothing. None of the neighbors had seen or heard anything suspicious late on Monday night or early on Tuesday morning. But as Hunter read through what the officers had so far, he noticed something interesting. One of the neighbors, a Mr. Mike Hennessy, 69 years old, who lived across the road and one house to the right from Kirsten and Troy, hadn't reported seeing anything suspicious, but he had reported seeing both cars, Kirsten's white Chevrolet Malibu and Troy's black Ford pickup truck, parked on their driveway in the very early hours of Tuesday morning. How could that be? Hunter asked himself. According to Troy, he didn't get to his house until around 9:30 p.m. that evening. So how was his car on their driveway in the early hours of the morning? Mr. Hennessy's property was a white-fronted, split-level house with wide windows on both levels that faced the street. Parked on his driveway was a blue Honda Accord, one of the older models. His front garden was very well cared for. Before ringing the doorbell, Hunter paused by the front door and turned to look back at Kirsten and Troy's house. He then crossed the front garden and repeated the movement, this time standing by the window on the bottom level. The window on the top level was directly above it. From both positions, he had a clear line of sight to Kirsten and Troy's driveway. Back at the front door, Hunter rang the bell, took 2 steps back, and waited. A few seconds later, he saw the peephole darken. A second after that, the door was unlocked and pulled open. Mr. Hennessy was a tiny man, about 5'5", with a receding hairline, red cheeks, and deep brown eyes that sat behind a pair of thick glasses perched on a thin nose. His clothes hung awkwardly on his skinny body. "How can I help you, young man?" he asked, as his eyes settled on Hunter. His voice was gentle but not fragile, his demeanor welcoming. Hunter quickly introduced himself before explaining that he just wanted to confirm the information that he had given the officer who had spoken with him a little earlier that morning. "Of course," Mr. Hennessy said politely, his expression calm. "What would you like me to confirm?" "Could I first ask you," Hunter began, slightly turning his body to indicate Kirsten and Troy's house, "how well do you know the couple on House 802, Troy Foster and Kirsten Hansen?" "Oh, not well at all," Mr. Hennessy replied, his gaze skipping to their house for just a second before returning to Hunter. "To be honest, I didn't even really know their names until now, but I know who they are. I mean, sometimes when I'm by the window or I'm attending to my front garden or something, I see them getting in or out of their cars or taking the trash out, things like that." There was a shrug in Mr. Hennessy's tone. "Sometimes I also see him out on his driveway washing his truck, but I've never engaged any of them in conversation, if that's what you're asking." "But you know what cars they drive?" Hunter asked, throwing his right thumb over his shoulder. "Yes, sure." Mr. Hennessy's stare skipped back to Kirsten and Troy's driveway for a moment. Kirsten's Chevrolet Malibu was still there, but Troy's truck was gone. His brother had driven it back to their mother's house in Sylmar in the early hours of the morning. "She drives the white car right over there," Mr. Hennessy pointed to it, "and he the black pickup truck." Hunter needed to dig a little deeper. It helped that the truck was gone. "Do you happen to know what kind of truck he drives? Maybe the make or model?" Mr. Hennessy's head angled right as he apologized. "I'm so sorry, but I know nothing about cars." He nodded at the Honda Accord on his driveway. "I've had this old thing for years, and I can barely tell you any of the specifics. To me, all that a car has to do is get you from A to B. The rest—" He allowed the sentence to hang with a shrug. Hunter nodded his understanding before continuing. "But you told the officer this morning that you saw both cars on the driveway of House 802 in the early hours of Tuesday morning. Is that correct?" "That is indeed," the old man confirmed. "What sort of time was that? Can you remember?" "Sure," Mr. Hennessy replied. No hesitation. No need to think about it. "It was around 4:15 in the morning." Either Hunter's expression gave it away, or Mr. Hennessy felt like he'd better clarify, because he immediately followed it up with an explanation. "Since my wife passed just over a year and a half ago, I never seemed to get that much sleep." At the mention of his wife's passing, Mr. Hennessy's eyes seemed to lose most of the sparkle they had in them. "Most mornings I'm up by 4, 5 if I'm lucky. The bed, the room, the whole house has become too big for me, if you know what I mean. But at the same time, I wouldn't be able to get rid of it. Memories are all I really have now, you see." His gentle voice became even more tender. His eyes skittered to a point somewhere in the distance, where they stayed for a couple of seconds before he blinked and looked at the floor. "Anyway, yesterday I was up by 4. Like I do every day, as soon as I wake up, I make the bed, then I pull open the curtains, and then I go downstairs to have some coffee." "And you saw both cars on the driveway from your bedroom window?" Hunter asked. "That's correct," Mr. Hennessy confirmed as his index finger pointed up. "My bedroom faces the street." "Do you remember the position of the cars? How they were parked?" "Yes, of course." The old man extended his right arm to indicate. "The white car was where it is right now, first into the driveway, closer to the house. The black pickup truck was parked right behind it." "And you're sure the truck was there?" "I'm positive, yes." Hunter once again turned to look back at Kirsten and Troy's house. It would have been dark at around 4 a.m., but on the street, just off to the right of their driveway, there was a lamppost. It wouldn't have lit up the entire driveway, but it would have been more than enough to allow Mr. Hennessy to see Troy's truck, especially as it was parked closer to the street. "And how certain are you," Hunter asked, "that the truck you saw was Mr. Foster's truck, the exact same black pickup truck you always see on their driveway?" Mr. Hennessy's chin angled left as he looked back at Hunter a little sideways. "Oh, I see," he said, as his brain quickly caught up with what Hunter meant. He looked away again. When his eyes snapped back to Hunter, they were full of uncertainty. "If I'm completely honest," he said, almost as if apologizing, "I'm not certain of that at all. It was a similar-looking pickup truck, same color, parked on their driveway. It was nighttime and I had just woken up. When I looked out the window, I registered both cars because their house is practically directly in front of mine, but I wasn't exactly looking at their house or their driveway. My eyes took the image of the street as a whole. No real thought given to any of it." He paused to adjust his glasses on his nose. "The problem, you see, is that if the brain isn't specifically looking for details, if it isn't trying to identify any differences, chances are it won't spot them if they do exist." Hunter's eyebrows arched in surprise. He wasn't expecting a psychological explanation. "Because everything was as it usually is," Mr. Hennessy continued. "A black pickup truck parked on the same driveway as always. My brain accepted the image as normal. Nothing odd. Nothing out of the ordinary." He coughed to clear his throat. "So if you are asking me if it could have been a different pickup truck, the answer is yes, it could have been a different pickup truck. Different model, even a different make. But because the color and the shape were similar and the parking position was as it always is, my brain just assumed it was the same. It's a common function of the human brain." "Subconscious perceptual recognition," Hunter said, giving the old man a nod. This time, it was Mr. Hennessy's eyes that showed surprise. "Are you a psychologist, sir?" Hunter asked. "I was a psychiatrist," Mr. Hennessy replied. "Retired now." The surprise was still there in the anatomy of his words. "Are you? How did you know about—" "I read a lot," Hunter said, choosing not to go into any details. "Oh, all right." Mr. Hennessy accepted it, but Hunter could tell that he hadn't bought it. "I'm assuming you never saw the pickup truck leaving, right?" Hunter asked. "Unfortunately, no." The old man looked down at his shoes. "But I'm sure that it wasn't there anymore by about 6:30 in the morning." He paused as his gaze came back up. "I come out to water some of my flowers at around 6:30 every morning." He pointed at them in his garden. "The pickup truck wasn't there anymore, I'm certain." Hunter didn't doubt that at all. He thanked the old man for his time, but as he turned to leave, Mr. Hennessy stopped him. "Detective," he called, apprehension coating his words. "The truck that I saw yesterday morning, it didn't really belong to House 802, did it?" Hunter knew why he asked the question. He understood why there was apprehension in his tone. Mr. Hennessy was clearly an educated and intelligent man, and from Hunter's line of questioning, he had figured out that the truck that he'd seen on the early hours of Tuesday morning must have belonged to the person who had murdered his neighbor. If so, then the killer was there, just across the road from him. That knowledge alone was more than enough to trigger a roller coaster of questions inside the human mind. What if the killer had come into this house instead of the one across the street? What if he had stayed by his window for another minute, or 2, or 5? Would he have witnessed the killer leaving House 802? The questions were many. Hunter had to play politician. "I'm just trying to confirm details, that's all," he replied, matter-of-factly. "Just following up some of the accounts with a few more questions." He knew full well that his answer didn't match Mr. Hennessy's question, but right then, that was the best he could do. Chapter 32. After speaking with Mr. Hennessy, Hunter drove straight back to the police administration building. During the drive, he thought about a detail he had noticed when he exited Kirsten and Troy's house via the kitchen door, and how that would have worked with the information he had obtained from the retired psychiatrist. One word came to mind: clever. Back at the UVC unit office, Garcia had just finished pinning the last 2 crime scene photos they had received from Dr. Slater's team to their picture board. He'd been staring at everything for several minutes, his attention jumping from photo to photo. On the left, Melissa Hawthorne's crime scene. On the right, Kirsten Hansen's. Garcia's stare tracked back to the photo of the note that was found inside Melissa Hawthorne before moving over to the one that was found in Kirsten Hansen's grip. "What does this mean?" he whispered to himself, taking a step back from the board, just as Hunter pulled open the door to their office. Garcia knew that his partner had returned to the crime scene earlier in the morning. "Anything?" he asked, tentatively. "Maybe," Hunter replied, unzipping his jacket and placing it on the back of his chair before switching on his computer. One of the neighbors saw Troy Foster's pickup truck parked on their driveway just behind Kirsten's car at around 4 a.m. yesterday morning. What? The tension in Garcia's forehead pushed his eyebrows close together, creating 2 creases that almost perfectly followed the vertical lines of his nose. "How's that possible?" "That's just it," Hunter replied. "It isn't. Troy Foster was in San Francisco at that time." Garcia turned to face his partner. "So the neighbor was lying. Why?" "That's just it again," Hunter said as he joined Garcia by the board. "I don't think he was lying." Garcia's thought process caught up in just a split second. "He saw the killer's vehicle," he said, his eyes widening. Hunter nodded. "License plate?" Garcia asked with renewed excitement. "Bumper sticker, a dent, a scratch, anything that can help us identify it." Hunter shook his head. "Nothing other than that it was a black pickup truck. It could have been the same make and model as the one that belongs to Troy Foster, or a different one, similar in shape." Garcia paused, frowned, then huffed a breath. "What? So what this neighbor saw was a black pickup truck? That's it?" "Yes." "No details? No anything, just a black pickup truck?" "Yes." Hunter quickly proceeded to tell Garcia about his conversation with Mr. Hennessy. "So in truth," Garcia commented, "it could have been any pickup truck, as long as it was black." "It could have, yes," Hunter agreed, his attention on the picture board, not on his partner. "But I don't think it was just any pickup truck." Hunter's comment earned him an intrigued look from Garcia, which quickly turned into an understanding one. "Risk minimizing," Garcia said. "The killer either used an identical or very similar pickup truck to Troy's." Hunter's agreement came as a subtle eyebrow lift. "That way," Garcia continued, "the killer could have parked right on the victim's driveway, which would have made the task of bringing a subdued Kirsten out to the car and then later her body from the car back into the house much easier. But best of all, like you said, even if seen, it wouldn't have raised any eyebrows from any of the neighbors." He chuckled.
Clever.
Very, Hunter said in return. The killer knew that he would need time to get Kirsten out of the house and then bring her body back in. In the second instance, it could have taken him a while because he wanted to pose her body on the bed. The car could have been parked out on the driveway for some time.
And the longer it was there, the higher the chances of someone noticing it.
Risk-minimizing strategy at its absolute best, Hunter confirmed. Even more so because the pickup truck provided the killer with great cover from prying eyes. He once again pointed to the photo showing both cars on the driveway before explaining, "This morning, as I was leaving the house, I exited via their kitchen door, which is located on this side of the building." He indicated on the picture, even though the door couldn't be seen. Their house is the last on the street. There's nothing to the left of it. With both cars parked on the driveway, the killer could have exited through the driver's side and used the kitchen door. That way, no neighbor, from whatever position, from whatever window, would have been able to properly spot him entering or exiting the house. He could have taken his time dragging the victim into and out of the truck. Garcia stepped closer to the board again, his attention on the photo that Hunter had indicated.
So the killer either hires, buys, or steals a similar-looking pickup truck to Troy's.
Yes, Hunter agreed.
I'll ask research to...
I already did, Hunter informed him. I called them from the car on my way back here. Garcia's breath rattled on the way in and whistled on the way out.
If we're right about all this, that's one hell of a lot of effort for one victim. Why?
As Hunter's lips parted for a possible reply, the door to their office was pulled open so fast that a couple of pieces of paper flew off Garcia's desk, landing by Captain Blake's feet, who had just entered the room. In her right hand, she had the report that Hunter had dropped on her desk earlier that morning. As she waved the report at them, her chin angled down so she could look at her detectives over the rim of her reading glasses, her eyes wide, her demeanor challenging.
Show me.
Chapter 33. The UVC unit's office was small and cramped. Shoebox was the term most commonly used by both Hunter and Garcia, but despite its size, everything had its own place. The picture board, for example, sat across the room and a little to the left from the entry door, just past the detectives' desks. From where the captain was standing, she would have had a clear view of it, if not for Hunter and Garcia standing in the way. Garcia took a step to his left, while Hunter took one to his right.
Which part exactly would you like us to show you, Captain?
Garcia asked, broadly indicating the entire board in front of him.
Because we do have a Vegas-style buffet of surprises right here.
Captain Blake didn't reply. Instead, she allowed the door to close behind her, pulled her reading glasses from her face, and in silence approached both detectives and the picture board, her gaze transfixed on the photos pinned to its right half. She blinked a couple of times as her attention settled on the first of a series of photos showing Kirsten Hansen's body on her bed, her arms lifted above her head, her hands tied at the wrists, the entire rope chain hook setup still in place. Insanity clearly colliding with reality. Hunter and Garcia stayed quiet, allowing her to take in all the horror in those pictures at her own pace. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. She'd been about to say something, but in the end, all she did was let go of a breath that seemed to have depleted her of hope. In her eyes was a mixture of anger and sadness. Another 30 seconds went by, where her attention slowly moved from one photo to another.
In here,
she lifted the report in her hands, her voice placid.
It says that the assumption is that she was hooked to the back of a vehicle and dragged against the ground until she was dead. Has this been confirmed?
Not yet, Garcia replied. We're waiting on the autopsy results. There was a but writing in the wake of those words. Captain Blake waited for it. When it didn't materialize, she filled in the blanks.
Not confirmed yet, but it will be.
We're all sure of it. The reply came from Hunter. The captain's stare dropped to the report in her hand for a moment before returning to the photos. She impatiently searched the board, but with so many images on it, she didn't find the one that she was looking for. Instead, she pinned Hunter down. "You also said in the report that we are dealing with the same perp here." Instinctively, she indicated the photos relating to Melissa Hawthorne's murder. "How is this possible? Where is this note that was found in her hand?" She pointed to Kirsten Hansen's half of the board. Garcia had placed the photos of both notes, the one found inside Melissa's body and the one found in Kirsten's hand, side by side, right at the bottom of the board. He pointed to them. Captain Blake reread Melissa's note first before reading Kirsten's. Melissa's note read, "Through these eyes, no one will ever look as perfect as you did." Kirsten's note read, "Through this heart, no love will ever surpass my love for you." Though the notes weren't identical, it was clear to see that they carried the same tone, the same rhythm, and the same theme. Captain Blake pinched her lower lip for a quick second. "Sounds like a love poem." "It does," Hunter agreed. "Or maybe a song, right?" He lifted his hand to indicate that he didn't really need a reply. "What I'm trying to get to here, Captain, is that they seem to go together, as if both lines come from the same composition, but they've been split up." In silence, Captain Blake reread both notes. "I ran a basic internet search on both lines again," Hunter said. "I tried them one by one. I tried them together. I inverted them. I mixed them up." He shook his head. "Nothing. Whatever this is, it doesn't seem to be out there." "Which probably means that our killer writes them himself," Garcia said, but quickly corrected his mistake. "I mean, he creates them himself, or so we believe, but he makes his victims write them down before murdering them." "Her fiancé confirmed it," Hunter said, clarifying Captain Blake's unasked question. "It's Kirsten Hansen's handwriting on the note." Captain Blake exhaled a heavy breath and put down the file she'd been holding. "Also," Garcia added, "just like with Melissa Hawthorne, Miss Hansen's cell phone is missing." The captain took a moment to process that information. "Text messages," she said, her stare moving back to the board and to the transcript of the messages that the killer had sent Melissa on the night she was murdered. "We think so, yes," Garcia confirmed. "I've already got in touch with her cell phone provider just before you got here." He nodded at Hunter. "Which, luckily enough, was once again AT&T. This time I took no chances. I called Martin Carr directly." "Who?" Captain Blake asked. "The lawyer we spoke to when we visited AT&T headquarters yesterday," Hunter explained. Garcia nodded. "He promised me that this time they'll include any videos or images attached to any of her recent messages." "Recent, as in?" the captain asked. "Same as Miss Hawthorne's. The past 3 months. I also made it clear that this was as urgent as it got, so we might get something by the end of today." "Great." Hunter nodded back at his partner. "So, who is this girl?" the captain asked, stepping back from the board to lean against the edge of Hunter's desk. "What do we know about her?" "Got the file from research about half an hour ago," Garcia said, walking back to his computer and opening the attachment on the email he had received from his team. "Kirsten Hansen, 29 years old. She worked as a surgical nurse for the Los Angeles Surge Hospital in Westlake. She was born in..." He paused and once again nodded at Hunter. "You were right on the money there. Denmark. A city called Odense. Came to the U.S. 8 years ago on her own to study nursing at UCLA. Graduated 3.5 years ago with a Master's of Science in Nursing. Did her residency at..." Garcia scrolled down on his screen. "The same hospital she works now, LA Surge. Lived with her fiancé, Troy Foster, in Alhambra." "They'd been together for 3 years," Hunter told Captain Blake. "He found the body." "Like most people nowadays," Garcia continued,
She has a few social media accounts. The usual suspects: Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. We'll be looking into all of it." Garcia scrolled down some more. "Her record is squeaky clean. Not even a parking ticket. Her credit card was last used on the night she was murdered. She ordered a pizza from Angelo's Pizzeria on West Valley Boulevard, just over a mile from her place." "Did the pizza get delivered?" the captain asked.
"It did, yes," Hunter said. "They open at 11 a.m. I'll drop by later on today to see if I can talk to the delivery man. Maybe he saw the killer's pickup truck parked somewhere on the street or something."
The captain's eyebrows knitted. "How do you know the killer was driving a pickup truck?" Hunter quickly ran Captain Blake through their theory. He also explained why they thought that there was a big possibility that the killer was already hiding inside the victim's house when the pizza was delivered. "If this really is the same guy," Garcia came back, once again indicating the photos of the two notes on the board, "then chances are that some of his M.O. repeats itself."
"Whoever this killer is," Hunter said, "he seems to be very fluent in both physical and psychological torture."
"The text messages," Captain Blake concluded. Hunter nodded as he returned to the board and indicated the transcript from the text message conversation between Melissa and the killer.
"We know what his M.O. is because he wrote it down. He wants to teach his victims about fear, pain, and death. That's his compulsion, and he loves all of it."
The moment that followed was silent and anxious. Captain Blake closed her eyes and used the tips of her fingers to massage her temples. She wasn't looking forward to the headache that she knew was coming. "Okay, let me backtrack just a little here," she finally said. "I know that when the first note was found, we discussed the possibility of it being some sort of declaration of love, or not. We never got to a conclusion. Now, with the second note, we are considering the possibility of this being one single composition. A poem, a song, whatever." The captain raised her hands and shrugged at the same time. "Let's call it a poem for ease of reference here. Anyway, it seems to me that this second note strengthens that initial suggestion, doesn't it? He's even used the word love in it. Twice. Could this killer have dated both victims at some point in his life? Maybe he fell in love with both of them and got dumped by both of them. Maybe this is his psychotic revenge." "Yes," Garcia replied. "That's a very distinct possibility, Captain, and we'll be looking into every ex-boyfriend, fling, hookup, whatever we can find." Hunter paused by the window. On the street below, he observed a woman pushing a baby in a stroller across the road on a red light.
"The more I think about the lines on those notes," he said, his eyes on the street, "the more it takes me back to Miss Peterson."
"Excuse me?" Captain Blake coughed the first word. "Who the hell is Miss Peterson?"
"My 7th grade English teacher," Hunter replied. "For the entire year, the last 20 minutes of her classes were always on poetry. There's something that she taught us about it that I'll never forget."
"And that is?"
"That poetry is totally open to interpretation, Captain. In the sense that if you give the same poem to X number of people and ask them to explain in their words what they just read, or what they think it means, you'll get X number of interpretations. And truthfully, none of them are really wrong. What I'm trying to get to here is that we could easily interpret these 2 lines as being from a love poem, but that would be our interpretation, not the killer's. This could be a nursery rhyme that his mother used to sing to him, for all we know, and he hated it."
Captain Blake wouldn't let that go so easily. "Okay, so allow me to rephrase my question. What do you think it means?"
Hunter's stare returned to the window to his right. "I'm not sure that my view on this matters right at this point."
"You see, that's where you're wrong, Robert. The two of you are the lead detectives in this investigation. What do you think?" "What you think about any of it steers it in one direction or another. This killer isn't leaving notes behind for sport. He knows they'll be found, and he knows that they'll be found by us. They're a challenge, a taunt."
Her index finger stabbed in Hunter's direction.
You told me that, more than once. In fact, you tell me that every time a killer leaves a note, a drawing, an object, or whatever behind for us to find. They are clues that we need to interpret, just like a poem. And you're the expert when it comes to thinking like a killer, when it comes to seeing things through the eyes of a completely deranged psychopath. Hence the purpose of this whole department. She gestured broadly at the office. If anyone can have a stab at what these words really mean to this killer, you're it, Robert. So please spare me the bullshit about it doesn't matter what I think, because we all know it does. Garcia used his thumb to rub between his eyebrows. The captain's got a point, Robert. I flunked poetry. Hunter turned to face the room. That's not exactly what I said, Captain. I didn't say that it doesn't matter what I think. I said that I'm not sure if my view on this matters right at this point. The captain once again crossed her arms in front of her. And what does that mean? It means that I don't think it's done. Captain Blake waited, but Hunter offered nothing more. What don't you think is done, Robert? She asked. The poem. It seems unfinished, Captain. I think that there's more to come. Chapter 34. What the hell are you doing? Josie Griffith asked as the edges of her mouth angled up in an amused smile. She had just stepped out of the bathroom and into their bedroom. Her husband, Oliver, was standing in front of the full-length mirror that doubled as a wardrobe door, seemingly struggling with his tie. What does it look like I'm doing, my love? Oliver had learned the habit of answering a question with a question from Josie. As a psychotherapist, it was something that she did professionally. It looks like you're trying to hang yourself, honey, Josie replied. Are you subconsciously trying to tell me something? I certainly am, Doctor. Oliver turned to face her. I'm trying to tell you that I could do with some help here. Josie was wearing her favorite dark purple shower robe, with a towel cozily wrapped around her head. Despite her out-of-the-shower attire, hidden hair, and no makeup, she still looked far better than any human had a right to at that time in the morning. Oliver allowed his arms to drop by his sides, as if he'd given up. Can you please help me, my love? I'm 10 years old all of a sudden. Do you know how to tie a tie? Oliver and Josie had met each other 17 months ago at a private party in Sherman Oaks, an upper-class neighborhood in the San Fernando Valley region of Los Angeles. The attraction on both sides had been immediate and undeniable, but Josie was the one who had made the first move. Are you scared of talking to me? She had asked Oliver as he was about to order a drink at the bar. He hadn't seen her approaching and was completely caught by surprise. He blinked twice, looked at the barman, then down at his shoes, then finally back at Josie. No, not really. He hesitated. What do you mean? Oliver's awkwardness made Josie smile. Well, you've been checking me out since I walked in here about 45 minutes ago, she said before pausing long enough for Oliver to look a little embarrassed. But it's okay, because I've also been checking you out, and I know that you've noticed me doing so. Oliver shifted on his feet. A little bit, yeah. So, Josie continued, since I've noticed that you've noticed, I gave you plenty of opportunities to come and say hi, but you passed on them all, which means that you're either very shy or completely clueless. Which one is it? Oliver gave her a timid smile. A bit of both, I guess. Josie smiled back. They slept together on that first night. 11 months later, they were married. Josie walked up to her husband. It'll be my pleasure to help you, Mr. Griffith. She kissed his lips before reaching for his tie. And yes, I do know how to tie a tie. There was no denying that Oliver Griffith was an attractive man. Tall, lean,
Elegant and unmistakably strong, he had the arms, shoulders, and abs of a professional boxer, and the lips, smile, and jawline of a male model. He liked to keep his dark hair cut short and neat, but it didn't fall into any particular fashion style, which added an odd quirkiness to his charm. His eyes, which were a shade lighter than his hair, didn't give much away, except for a hint into his calm watchfulness and his keen intellect. "Why are you wearing a suit and tie today, anyway?" Josie asked. "What's the occasion?" Oliver worked for a world-renowned advertising agency. He was what was known in the business as an ideas man, and he was brilliant at it. In the past 3 months alone, his creations had secured 3 new accounts for the agency. 2 of those were multi-million-dollar accounts from European companies. "Meeting a possible new client this morning," Oliver replied. "And this could be mega. It's a Japanese electronics company. Very blue-collar, apparently, so Brendan told me to look the part." "You always look the part, honey," Josie said, as she ran her fingers down his silky, steel-gray tie. "So, which type of knot would you like?" Oliver's eyes practically sparkled with surprise. "How many do you know?" She kissed him again. 4, I think." As she replied, her head tilted a little to the right while she thought about it for a couple of seconds. "Yes, 4. Windsor, half Windsor, 4 in hand, and simple." Oliver's head jerked back. "And you've never told me that before. How long have we been together?" Josie gave Oliver her special, "you'd better be kidding" look. Chin down, eyebrows arched, head angled left, eyes looking back at him like laser beams. "It was a rhetorical question, my love." Oliver paddled back, his tone unconvincing. "Really?" Josie replied, letting go of his tie. "So tell me, Mr. Griffith, how long have we been together?" "Are you testing me?" Oliver asked, before mimicking his wife's "you'd better be kidding" look, though his lacked the ferocity of hers. Josie didn't look amused. "1.5 years," he said, his tone calm, his demeanor relaxed. "We dated for 1 year, and we got married 6 months ago, on August 7th. Satisfied?" 17 months, not 1.5 years, Josie corrected him, as she once again grabbed hold of his tie. "But yes," she smiled. "At least you got the wedding date right, so you've passed." Oliver chuckled. "You were testing me." "Life is a test in itself, honey." She ran the tip of her right index finger down the contour of his jawline. "So, which knot would you like?" He shrugged. He didn't really know the difference between them. "Surprise me." Josie bit her bottom lip as her eyes refocused on Oliver's. "Really?" Her hand dropped, and with a single smooth movement, she pulled open her robe. "Like this sort of surprise?" If Oliver had the body and muscles of a professional boxer, Josie had the sexy figure of a Playboy model, coupled with the mind and the skills of a porn star. She sensed his whole body tense. Oliver breathed out slowly. He had to use every ounce of his willpower to keep his eyes still and fixed on Josie's. "Despite knowing every inch of your body, my love," he said, his voice as steady as he could keep it, "I'm not going to look down, because if I do, I'll be in trouble. I really need to get to this meeting. I can't be late. So please, 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 can you hold on to that thought until tonight and just help me with my tie right now?" "Are you sure?" Josie stepped closer, placing her leg between his and softly brushing the inside of her naked thigh against the inside of his clothed one. She didn't need to look down to know that the tease had had its desired effect. She felt it. Oliver closed his eyes and tried his best to keep the pleasure moan that had lodged itself in his throat from escaping. He failed, miserably. He shook his head before reopening his eyes. Josie held his stare for a couple more seconds. "All right," she said, finally taking a step back, though the devilish smile on her lips became even more inviting. "But promise me that we'll play tonight."
"Oh, you better believe it."
"And will you punish me for being such a bad girl and teasing you when I knew I shouldn't?" Oliver took another deep breath to collect himself before using Josie's technique one more time. "Do you want to be punished?" Josie moved closer yet again, angling her head to get to Oliver's right ear. The whisper that came out of her lips was softer than a plume. So much. She gently nibbled the tip of his earlobe, making Oliver's whole body shiver. "You might have to tie me to the bed and spank me, too," she said in the same soft tone.
"Oh, I will most definitely do that, Mrs. Griffith."
"I can't wait," Josie whispered. As she stepped back again, she was careful to allow one of her nipples to gently brush against his right arm before slowly redoing her bathrobe. "Okay, honey. Now hold your head still while I do your tie."
"You are impossible," he said before kissing her lips. "Do you know that?"
"Of course I do," she replied, her tone just as proud as the look in her eyes. "Now hold still." Oliver did, and less than a minute later, Josie was done. "There you go," she said, indicating the mirror. "Have a look. Tell me what you think." Oliver turned to face the mirror, and the surprise on his face was a picture.
"Oh my God, this is perfect,"
he said, addressing her reflection. She shrugged as if it were nothing. "I am perfect, honey. Don't you know that?"
"Wow. Amazing."
Oliver's attention went back to his tie. "So which knot is this one?" "Oxford," Josie answered, but paused immediately to think about it. "At least, I think it is. I get confused sometimes. It's been a while." She undid the turban around her head and allowed her long blonde hair to fall down naturally before using her fingers to ruffle it a little.
"Whichever this one is, I love it."
He turned and kissed her again.
"And I love you. I'm seriously impressed here, though."
He reached for his charcoal suit blazer, which had been neatly laid on their king-size bed.
"I really do need to get going now.
What are your plans for today? Anything interesting?" Josie walked over to her side of the wardrobe, opened one of the drawers, and selected a purple pair of lacy panties and a matching bra. "Same as every day, honey," she replied, once again undoing her robe, but this time she allowed it to fall to the floor. "Seeing patients all day. This evening I'm meeting Sylvia for a quick drink in the Arts District, but I won't stay long. I need to be punished tonight, remember?"
"Yes, you do," Oliver agreed, nodding vigorously.
"I also want to pack for the trip tonight because tomorrow it'll be a crazy rush. I'm booked solid at the practice all day and in the evening. I've got manicure, pedicure, and wax at the salon." Oliver turned to check his profile on the mirror. His tailor-made business suit was cut in a classic style, and it fitted him perfectly. "Trip?" he asked, without breaking eye contact with his reflection. Standing to his right, completely naked, Josie gave him a new "you'd better be kidding" look. This one seemed a lot more serious than the one from moments ago. Oliver caught a glimpse of her stare in the mirror.
"Oh, of course,"
he said, his hands coming up in an apologetic gesture.
"Stacy's hen night in Vegas. Is that this weekend already? Wow, that came around fast, didn't it?"
The question and the comment sounded genuine, even more so because Josie did agree with him. "I know," she replied, the "you'd better be kidding" look all but gone. "It feels like we booked everything last week instead of over a month and a half ago." Oliver adjusted his cuffs and turned to leave, but Josie stepped left to block his path.
Are you gonna miss me while I'm in Vegas? She asked, and as she did, she softly ran the tips of her fingernails down between her breasts. Her nipples were so hard they looked like they could cut glass. Oliver paused. This time he couldn't stop his eyes from taking all of her in. Gosh, baby, you are beautiful, and if I didn't have this meeting this morning... He didn't finish his sentence. Instead, he shook his head while his eyes devoured Josie's body. So you will miss me? She asked again. Of course I will miss you. You know that. Josie smiled as she put on her panties. I do. I just wanted to hear you say it. I really have to go, baby. Oliver stepped forward and kissed her lips again. I'll see you tonight. I love you. I love you more. Have a good day. Outside their house in Valencia, an upper-middle-class neighborhood in Santa Clarita, Oliver checked his watch as he opened the door to his black Mercedes. If he rushed, he could still get to the agency in Hollywood in time. As he backed up from his driveway and accelerated down the road, he never noticed the black pickup truck parked in front of his neighbor's house. The person behind the wheel had watched as Oliver got into his car and drove away. Josie was now alone in the house. The pickup truck driver smiled. Chapter 35. Hunter's trip to Angelo's Pizzeria on West Valley Boulevard yielded no results. The pizza delivery man did remember Monday night's delivery to Kirsten Hansen, mainly because the lady had given him a nice tip, but that was about it. If there had been a black pickup truck parked anywhere on her street at that time, he hadn't noticed it, just like he hadn't noticed anything else that might have been construed as suspicious. It had been a long shot. Hunter knew that, but every now and then, some long shots paid off big time. From the pizza parlor, Hunter drove straight to the Los Angeles Surge Hospital in Westlake, where he spent almost 3 hours talking to just about everyone he could. Doctors, nurses, orderlies, the administration, the staff at the canteen, the security guards, everyone. And not a single person had anything remotely derogatory to say about Kirsten Hansen. On the contrary, she was praised by everyone for her work ethic, for how friendly and caring she was, for how competent she was. The compliments went on and on. It sounded like she was loved by everyone. But the real reason why Hunter wanted to visit the hospital was twofold. First, he wanted to ask some of the people who worked with Kirsten if any of them recognized either of the 2 lines that the killer had left at both crime scenes. Maybe it was something that had come in a get-well card. Maybe they had been written by a recovering patient. Hunter was willing to try anything. The more people who saw those lines, the more chances he had of someone recognizing them. Nobody did. Second, Hunter had brought with him a copy of the printout that he and Garcia had obtained at the Freehand Hotel, the image of Sleazy Mark. Like he had predicted, the LAPD Digital and Technical Support Unit hadn't managed to hypothesize the rest of Mark's face. A program did exist that could do just that, but it needed at least 45% of the subject's face to start with. The hat that Mark had worn as he left the hotel, together with the poor CCTV camera angle, had managed to hide almost 80% of his face. They had still tried the program, but it failed every time. What they were left with was the facial composite that Roger, the bartender at the Broken Shaker, had given the LAPD sketch artist. It wasn't great, but it was all they had. Hunter showed the printout, together with the facial composite, to everyone he spoke to, for one simple reason. He knew that this killer had to have tailed Kirsten for a while. Before he took her, he needed to have learnt her schedule and habits, and he needed to have had an itinerary and a plan of action in place. Kirsten, just like Melissa, had been pre-selected. They were not victims of chance, and as such, this killer had to have observed Kirsten for days, weeks maybe. And he would have been thorough. Of that, Hunter had no doubt. That meant that he probably observed her for hours on end with barely any breaks, and that was a risk.
A small one, but a risk nonetheless. Maybe someone else from the hospital had noticed something. The same person hanging around the parking lot for hours, day after day, sitting inside his car or parked across the street. Maybe the killer even risked walking into the hospital reception or the canteen. Certain killers, especially the ones who pre-selected their victims, sometimes got a kick out of getting physically close to their subjects prior to the attack day. Some even befriended them. If Sleazy Mark and the killer were one and the same, there was also a chance that he could have worn the same Panama hat to partially hide his face as he stalked Kirsten. Maybe someone remembered it. Maybe someone remembered him. However, just like before, no one did. The long shots simply weren't working for Hunter. Once he left the hospital, he headed toward San Fernando Valley and the district of Sylmar, the northernmost neighborhood within the city of Los Angeles. That was where Troy was staying, at his mother's house. Hunter understood that Troy would still be in shock. It had been less than 24 hours since he had walked into his bedroom and found the totally mutilated body of his fiancée on their bed, an image that would torment him for the rest of his days. But Hunter also knew that he needed to try to talk to Troy again before post-traumatic stress completely settled in. The problem with post-traumatic stress for any investigating officer in cases such as Troy's was that the human mind demanded answers. It needed to know why and who, answers that wouldn't come easy if they came at all. With the lack of immediate answers, a traumatized and stressed mind would inevitably start creating its own, and it would create an army of them. It didn't matter if those answers sounded absurd or not. It didn't matter if they sounded like a crazy fantasy or not. To a mind at the brink of breaking, they would all sound plausible because the desperate need for answers would overwhelm rational thinking. And as those answers started sounding like the real deal, the mind would initiate a new, very damaging line of questioning. The what-ifs and should-haves. Those type of questions always brought two of the most destructive feelings with their answers: guilt and regret. It wasn't a question of if that happened to Troy. It was a question of when. Hunter knew that from experience. And once the mind started creating its own army of answers, the thin line between reality and fantasy would get lost. Hunter needed to try to ask Troy a few questions before that happened. Chapter 36. The house was humble, single-story, and sat back from the street, with a small lawn up front where an individual pink trumpet tree took center stage. Troy's Ford pickup truck was parked on the driveway, just behind a white VW Golf. Hunter parked on the street, right in front of the house, but took a moment to collect his thoughts before walking up to the front door. He needed to go back to the subject of the note that the killer had left behind, and since there was no denying that the underlying theme of both notes was love, or some strange permutation of it, Hunter's questions to Troy would have to be delicate, especially considering the state that Troy was in. They involved asking him about previous relationships and partners from both sides, any problems they might have been having in their actual relationship, and the toughest subject of all, because no matter what, people always lied about it: affairs, lovers, flings, crushes, one-night stands, work flirts, anything of that nature. At this stage, nothing and no one could be discarded. Hunter's intention wasn't to try to identify if there were any cracks in Troy and Kirsten's relationship. What he was looking to do was to try to establish some sort of connection between the two victims, and at the moment, the only thing Hunter had that linked them together was the theme of the two love quotes, or so it seemed. 99% of murderers who pre-selected their victims did so for a very specific reason. There was always some sort of criteria that the victims needed to fulfill. Sometimes it was something simple, like an aesthetic match: hair color, eye color, height, body type, breast size, etc. Sometimes it was a personality trait or a mannerism, the sound of their voice, how they played with their hair when they were nervous, the way in which they threw their head back when they laughed, It could be just about anything, from simple to complex. But whatever it was, that was the trigger. It was what initiated the entire process inside the killer's head, and that was really where the problem with identifying such criteria lay. Because whatever that trigger was, it didn't have to have any meaning or make any sense to anyone else but the killer. Before stepping out of his car, Hunter checked his phone for any messages from Garcia, who had gone to the taxi company to have a chat with the cab driver who had dropped Melissa Hawthorne off at her house after she left her friend's birthday party. No messages. At the house's front porch, where most of the yellow paintwork had cracked and chipped to reveal a very old and discolored green coat of paint underneath, Hunter rang the doorbell and waited. He had called ahead and spoken to Mrs. Foster. At first, she had been very reluctant to agree to Hunter's visit, which was understandable. She told him that Troy was in a very bad headspace, and questions at this time would not only make everything much worse for him, but also probably get Hunter no good answers. Hunter hadn't disagreed, but had calmly explained the issue with timing and post-traumatic stress. If he was to stand any chances of obtaining more reliable answers, this couldn't be delayed. Hunter was about to ring the doorbell again when he heard tired footsteps approaching from the inside. A moment later, Mrs. Foster pulled open the door. Hunter had met her in the early hours of the morning when she and Troy's brother, Brett, came to collect him from his house in Alhambra. She looked quite different from what Hunter remembered. From how puffy her eyes looked, he knew that she had spent most of the day crying. After making Hunter promise her that he would be as brief as possible and that the questions would stop if Troy felt that they were too much, Mrs. Foster finally showed him into her living room, which seemed too small for the amount of furniture and objects in it. "Please, have a seat," she said, indicating the area with a sofa and 2 armchairs. "I'll go get Troy." As she left the room, Hunter turned his attention to some of the many framed photographs that decorated the walls. They were all family photos, and it took him only a second to realize that they followed a chronological order, moving from left to right. Mrs. Foster was, undoubtedly, a very proud wife and mother. Hunter recognized Troy straight away, even in the photos where he looked to be only about 2 or 3 years old. From the pictures, it was clear that Troy and his brother had both developed a very strong physique quite early on. Both of them had played for their high school football teams, and by the looks of it, Troy had also tried his hand at surfing. Judging by the photos alone, Troy seemed to have been a happy kid, displaying a bright smile in at least 90% of the photos he was in. Hunter had just started looking at a set of photographs of Troy holding a surfboard when he heard dragging footsteps come from behind him. "My dad used to love taking us to the beach." Hunter turned to find Troy standing by the door that connected the living room to the hallway that led to the rest of the house. Mrs. Foster was standing right behind him. In the space of less than a day, Troy seemed to have shrunk to half of his original size. It was like his body had curled in on itself, shoulders drooped with his chin dipped, almost bowing forward beneath the invisible weight of grief and loss. His blonde hair was a mess, and his eyes were puffy and sore. As Hunter looked back at him, Troy snorted a breath through a congested nose and pulled the sleeves of his green sweatshirt up to his elbows. The look was completed by black gym trousers and blue sliders over black socks. "You surf?" Hunter asked in reply, indicating one of the photos. Troy's head dipped left as his eyebrows lifted. "I tried. I wasn't very good at it." "Santa Monica Beach?" Hunter asked, knowing that Santa Monica was a great beach for surf beginners. "Yes," Troy nodded. "We used to go there a lot when my dad was alive." Hunter felt a knot start forming at the base of his throat. The last thing he wanted was to remind Troy of another painful loss. "I'm sorry." That was all he could say, though his words were sincere. He stepped away from the wall and the photos and approached the sofa. Troy followed. "Let me get you both something to drink," Mrs. Foster said.
How about some peach iced tea?
I'm okay, Mom, Troy replied, pausing by one of the armchairs. For a moment, he looked like he couldn't remember why he was in the living room.
Detective?
Mrs. Foster's gaze moved to Hunter. That would be very nice. Thank you so much.
I'll bring you some anyway, Troy, she said, addressing her son. And I'll make you a sandwich, too. Pastrami, cheese, and mustard on rye. Your favorite.
I'm not hungry, Mom.
Troy's voice was just a whisper. You need to eat, Troy.
That was a mother's command, not a suggestion. Troy looked like he just didn't have the strength to argue about anything. Instead, his sad eyes found a spot on the rug he was standing on and just stayed fixed on it.
Sandwich, Detective?
No, thank you, ma'am. I'll be fine with just the iced tea. As soon as Mrs. Foster left the living room, Troy blinked and looked at Hunter.
Anything yet?
He asked, his voice quivering, his eyes beginning to glass over again. It's been less than 24 hours, Mr. Foster, Hunter replied.
My father was Mr. Foster.
Troy's thumb stabbed toward the photos on the wall.
I'm just Troy. And that means no, right? You guys don't have anything.
How about we have a seat? Hunter said, indicating the sofa and the armchairs. I'd like to show you something. That made Troy pause, his interest renewed.
What? What have you got?
Please, Hunter insisted. Troy took one of the armchairs. Understandably, he wanted answers, and he wanted them immediately, but Hunter had been in this same exact situation way too many times, and he knew that people in Troy's position tended to be a lot more willing to answer difficult questions, like the ones Hunter needed to ask him, if they saw that some sort of progress was being made with the investigation. The best way to do that was to drip-feed information. Give a little, get a little. It was a psychological trick that, more often than not, worked pretty well. Hunter sat at the far left edge of the sofa, closer to the armchair that Troy had taken. As he did, he retrieved the printout and the facial composite of Sleazy Mark from his pocket. I know that these aren't the best of images, Hunter began, but unfortunately they're all that we've managed to come up with so far. He handed them both to Troy. I'd like you to have a look at them and tell me if you have ever seen this person before. Troy took the printout and the composite, but barely looked at them.
Is this him?
He asked, his voice quivering again, but this time with a different emotion.
Is this the motherfucker who did that to Kirsten?
That was always the biggest peril in showing a person in Troy's position an image like the one on the printout. Because his brain demanded answers, it would automatically try to simplify whatever it could into a binary yes or no answer. Hunter was expecting it. You know that it's not that simple, Troy. Psychological trick number 2. Hunter emphasized the word no to indicate to Troy that he wasn't patronizing him. On the contrary, he was giving him credit for his knowledge. Every investigation is like a live jigsaw puzzle. Hunter's voice was even. We need to link individual pieces together until we have the full picture, or just a better picture. A single piece on its own never really completes the puzzle. Hunter pointed to the printout in Troy's hand. At the moment, the person on that image is a single, loose piece that we'd like to identify and talk to.
Why?
Troy's forehead creased.
How's he a piece of the puzzle?
Troy's mind was skipping hurdles again. That's the thing, Hunter replied, motioning for him to slow down a little. He might have nothing to do with our puzzle. We won't really know until we find him and talk to him.
All right.
Troy accepted it.
But what's his connection to what happened to Kirsten? Where did you get this image?
Because Troy's mind was desperate, if Hunter revealed everything at once, there was a chance that it would maybe start creating memories and images that weren't really there. Hunter didn't want to run that risk. Give a little, get a little. Please. Hunter once again nodded at the printout. Have a look at the images first, and I'll clarify everything for you in a moment. Troy finally gave in and studied them both. Maybe you've seen him somewhere on your street, or maybe even at your gun shop. My shop? Confusion coated Troy's words. Why would he be in my shop? Another long shot. Hunter and Garcia had already come to the conclusion that whoever this killer was, he had shadowed not only Kirsten, but Troy as well. The fact that he had struck when Troy was out of town, and that he so happened to drive the same pickup truck as Troy's, was no coincidence. But that was also the sort of information that Troy didn't really need to know. I'm just keeping an open mind here, Hunter explained. What I mean is, don't try to remember if you've seen him only around your street. It could have been anywhere. Your local supermarket, the park, the gym, your gun shop. It doesn't matter. Are these the only images you have? Troy asked, after spending almost a minute staring at the printout. Unfortunately, yes. Troy's gaze reverted back to the 2 pieces of paper for another instant before he breathed out despair. My head is a mess, Detective. Nothing makes sense in here anymore. He tapped his index finger against his skull. Neither of them is bringing anything back. I understand. It was worth a try. How come this is such a bad image? Troy asked, indicating the printout, a pleading quality to his tone. Where did you get it? And why do you think that this dude, whoever he is, could be a piece of our puzzle? Troy was on board. He had just used the pronoun our of his own accord. Drip feed again. The image comes from the CCTV camera in a hotel lobby downtown. Hunter immediately lifted a hand to pause Troy. He didn't want him imagining that Kirsten might have been using a hotel in central LA for some sort of affair. This is in relation to a different crime scene, a different investigation, one where there might be a link. What? Troy's eyes became 2 giant marbles. How? What kind of link? What other crime scene? The questions came like stabs. Before Hunter could clarify, Mrs. Foster returned to the living room, bringing with her a floral print tray with a jug of iced tea, 2 glasses, and a plate with a sandwich neatly cut into 4 triangles. Here we go, she said, placing the tray down on the coffee table between the sofa and the armchairs. She then handed Hunter a glass and poured him some iced tea. She did the same for Troy. Thank you so much, Hunter said. That's very kind of you. Don't mention it, she replied, handing Troy the sandwich. Mom, I told you I'm not hungry. It's cut into quarters, Troy, she said back. Have at least one of them. Maybe later. Troy returned the plate to the tray. Mrs. Foster gave him a look that only a mother could. Troy waited, but instead of leaving, Mrs. Foster planted herself on the second armchair. Mom, Troy said, locking eyes with her, we're sort of in the middle of something here, if you don't mind. Not at all, she replied, sitting back and crossing one leg over the other. You boys do your thing. Don't mind little old me here. Troy's gaze darted to Hunter, then back to his mother. No, Mom, what I mean is, can you give us a moment, please? Oh, you want me to leave? She did her best surprised face. Yes, if you don't mind. From the look on Mrs. Foster's face and the way in which she squared her shoulders, Hunter could guess what was coming. This is my house, Troy. I can sit in whichever room I damn well please. She pointed at Hunter. Detective Hunter here promised me that he wouldn't upset you with his questions. It's not that I don't trust him. All of a sudden, Hunter was at the receiving end of another motherly look. But if it's all the same to you, I'd like to sit in my living room and judge for myself. Troy puffed out a breath. I don't need babysitting, Mom. I'm a grown man. I know you are, came her reply, which was immediately followed by her finger pointing upwards. "But you know what that is? Right above your head?" Hunter bit his lip. This was an argument that Troy would never win. "My roof," she said. "The key word here, Troy, is my." In a split second, her tone went from imposing to ultra-tender. "I'm just being a mother, Troy." Tears seemed to have caught in her throat. "It breaks my heart to see you hurt like this, son, and I don't know what to do to make it better." The tenderness in her eyes was disarming as well as contagious. Troy reached out for her hand as he fought off tears. "I know, Mom. I know." Mrs. Foster sucked in a breath through her nose and recomposed herself. "I'll be quiet, I promise. I'll just sit here." Troy let go of her hand, and his attention returned to Hunter. "You were about to tell me about some other crime scene and a possible link. What crime scene? What link?" Mrs. Foster's face practically turned into a question mark. Hunter reached into his pocket for a brand new image. This time, a photo of Melissa Hawthorne, which he handed to Troy. "Do you know who this woman is? Have you ever seen her before?" Curiosity got the better of Mrs. Foster, and she leaned right, stretching her neck to have a look. Troy stared at it for a long moment. Hunter had a sip of his iced tea and nodded at Mrs. Foster. "This is delicious, thank you." The reply came with a proud smile. "Homemade, and you're welcome." "No, I can't say I know who she is," Troy finally admitted, with a subtle shake of the head. "I don't think I've ever seen her before. Who is she?" "Her name is Melissa," Hunter told him. "Melissa Hawthorne. Do you know the name? I mean, have you ever heard it before?" Troy took another moment, his eyes narrowing as he searched his memory. "No, I can't say I have." "So you couldn't really tell me if she was a friend of Kirsten's or not?" Hunter insisted. Troy refocused his attention on the photo. "If she was, I never met her." He looked back at Hunter. "Why? Was she?" "We don't know," Hunter explained. "We were hoping you could either confirm or deny it." Another look at the photo. "If they were friends, they weren't close," Troy assured Hunter. "I've never seen her before. Does she work at the hospital?" "No, she was a hairstylist. Do you happen to know where Kirsten used to get her hair done? Her nails, a pedicure, anything like that?" Troy nodded, but before answering, he had to swallow the lump that seemed to have lodged itself in his throat. "Kirsten used to go to a place just down the road from our house. It's called..." The tips of his fingers grazed against his forehead for a moment. "Something cut? Mixed cut, or mix cut, something like that. I can't remember, but it's easy to find. It's in the Japanese Mall at the corner of South Garfield and Valley Boulevard. Is that where she works?" He nodded at the photo before handing it back to Hunter. Before Hunter could reply, Troy's phone, which was on the coffee table in front of them, beeped twice, announcing a new text message. Troy turned his head to have a look at its screen, and immediately did a double take. The message had come from an unknown number. It was its preview that had caught his eyes. Kirsten. The message preview also indicated that there was a video attached to it. Hunter was sitting too far away to see the screen. "Excuse me for a second," he said, reaching for the phone. While Troy unlocked his phone and tapped on the message, Hunter had another sip of his iced tea. As the video started playing on Troy's cell phone screen, his eyes seemed to lose whatever life they still had in them. "Oh my God!" His hands were trembling even before the words had escaped his lips. That was when it hit Hunter. The video that the killer had sent Melissa's sister the day after her murder. So much had happened in the past few days, so many puzzle pieces to try to link together and make sense of, that one of them had managed to completely escape Hunter's memory. The fact that this killer had a seventh stage to his M.O. Chapter 37. In the space of a single breath, the walls in the furniture-packed living room seemed to have closed in on Troy. His legs threatened to buckle under him, as life, existence, the universe, all of it were lost in a blur. Hunter didn't know that what Troy was looking at were moving images until he heard sounds coming from the tiny speaker on Troy's phone. The volume on it was low, and Hunter was sitting too far away to be able to hear it properly, but the first sound he heard sounded like a car engine revving up. Saliva gathered at the back of Troy's throat. Bile pressed up against his esophagus, and he dry-retched, dropping his cell phone onto the coffee table even before the video had finished playing. He had watched only about 5 to 6 seconds of it. A split second after dropping his phone, Troy let out a scream so guttural, so full of pain and agony, that it made even the hairs on the back of Hunter's neck stand on end. The scream made Mrs. Foster jump back on her chair, frightened. "Troy!" she cried out, the rasping sound of air catching and scraping the back of her throat. "What's wrong? What happened?" Her eyes looked lost as they moved from her son to the phone on the table, to Hunter, and then back to Troy. Troy brought both hands to his face, covering his eyes, as a new scream escaped his throat, this one carrying as much anger as it did pain. Hunter quickly reached for the phone on the coffee table before its screen timed out. Though the video had ended by then, the last frame remained frozen on the screen. It showed a message containing only 6 words. As he read them, his heart sank. Yes, Hunter had completely forgotten that this was this killer's 7th stage when it came to his M.O. The aftermath, the psychological torturing of the victim's loved ones. The levels of complexity at which this killer operated were truly something unheard of, and the video he'd just sent Troy was proof of that. Mrs. Foster, despite being terrified, still jumped to her feet and tried hugging her son, her tiny arms not quite long enough to go around his strong frame. "Troy, what's going on?" she asked, her voice weak, her eyes filled with tears. No answer. She looked at Hunter. "What is it? What did he get sent?" Hunter shook his head at her, just a gentle movement to let her know that it would be better if she didn't know the details. Mrs. Foster carried on, trying to cradle her son in her arms. With Troy's phone in hand, Hunter stepped away, putting some distance between him and Troy before pressing the play button. Still, he kept the volume down to a minimum. The video had been edited to show 5 different segments, and the collage was nothing less than grotesquely evil. The first segment, which was about 6 seconds in length, showed Kirsten naked, lying on the ground, with the whole rope chain hook setup already in place. The rope was attached to the back of a vehicle, ready to start dragging her by her wrists against what looked to be a deserted stretch of road. Hunter could see asphalt underneath her body, but no road marks. Lighting didn't come from lampposts, but from what seemed to be either a flashlight or some cheap video lighting unit. The vehicle couldn't really be seen, but it was obvious that the camera and the lighting unit had been set up at the back of it, angled in such a way that Kirsten's whole body was visible. And that was where Hunter felt as if his heart had been stabbed. Kirsten was alive, lying on her back, with her arms stretched out above her head. Her terrified eyes, overflowing with tears, were wide open and looking up at the camera. She was shivering in such a way that it looked like she was convulsing. Hunter had never seen so much fear stamped across a person's face before. Kirsten's lips moved, one single word, but her vocal cords were too petrified to emit any sounds. Hunter read her lips. "Please." That was all she said. All of a sudden, the car engine was turned on and revved up. That was where the first segment ended. The cut from the first segment to the second was rough. No fading out, no fading in, just an amateurish jump from Kirsten being on the ground, terrified, begging for her life, to the vehicle that was pulling her along, already at high speed. From then on, the footage was simply sickening. The second segment was a little longer than the first one, around 8 seconds in total, and it showed Kirsten's body being dragged with so much momentum that it rolled and bounced chaotically against the asphalt like an enormous slab of meat. As her body kept on hitting the ground with force, small chunks of skin and flesh could be seen flying up in the air, together with mists of blood. Hunter took a deep breath. Throughout his career, he had seen a lot more than his share of brutality. He had witnessed the kind of evil that humans are capable of, and attended more sadistically violent crime scenes than anyone in the entire Los Angeles police force. But the cruelty depicted on those images was so inhumane, so raw, so repulsive, that he felt a chill sink into the marrow of his bones, sending a shiver rippling beneath his skin. Right then, he too felt the acidity of bile burn at the back of his throat. Exactly how long into the dragging that particular segment had been shot was anyone's guess, but it must have been right at the beginning of it all. Less than a minute after the vehicle had started moving, Hunter thought, because in the footage, Kirsten's body still had most of her skin on, and she was still alive. All of her agonizing screams were muffled by the sound of the vehicle's engine. Another amateurish cut. The third segment was about 4 seconds long, but it had been edited to show a slow-motion effect. As the segment started, it zoomed in on Kirsten's face, but the zooming in didn't seem to have been done at the camera end, which means that it was done afterwards, using a video editing suite. The killer had clearly searched the footage for these few particular frames, chosen for their shocking effect, and for the fact that it somehow captured Kirsten in one of her very few conscious moments throughout the whole ordeal. They showed her once again on her back as she rolled with the momentum of the drag. By then, her face had been dragged against the asphalt several times. Some of the skin had already been scraped off, showing the flesh beneath it, which was raw, cut, and bloody. Her nose, also heavily scraped and bleeding, looked broken, and her lips were severely lacerated. But the zooming-in motion had her eyes as its main focus. Despite the amount of blood that covered her face, her eyes could still be seen, full of despair and pain. Those few frames caught them just as the back of her head hit the asphalt, hard. That seemed to have been the decisive moment, because whatever little hope was still left in those eyes was suddenly lost, and as they began to close, Hunter knew that Kirsten had given up the fight. She had run out of hope. No one was coming to save her, and she knew it. That wasn't the moment that Kirsten's life was extinguished. At least, Hunter didn't think so. That was the moment that she was knocked unconscious. But from then on, it would be just a matter of minutes, maybe seconds. With Kirsten unconscious, her head would have collided against the hard surface of the road under her countless times. At the speed that she was being dragged, those collisions would have undoubtedly shattered her skull, creating an endless number of splint fractures. From there was no coming back. Death was a certainty. As her eyes finally closed and the slow-motion footage ended, so did the third segment. The fourth segment was around the same length as the first, and it worked as an outro to the entire sequence. After another abrupt edit, it started with the vehicle once again at a standstill. It was over. What was left of Kirsten's severely mutilated, disfigured, and broken body lay on the road, lifeless and completely covered in blood. Staring at those images, Hunter could feel his heart beating frantically against the inside of his chest, because it confirmed what he and Dr. Slater had alluded to at the crime scene, that the killer had carried on dragging Kirsten's body against the harsh asphalt long after her life had left her. Hunter was sure that Kirsten had died shortly after the end of the third segment. probably just moments after she had lost consciousness. From the amount of skin still left on her body during that third segment, Hunter could tell that it had been right at the beginning of her ordeal. But in the fourth segment, as the sequence ended, she was unrecognizable. She had lost maybe 80 to 85% of the skin on her body, together with a vast amount of muscle tissue and flesh. All of her limbs seemed broken, with both legs showing exposed fractures. Her body was so bloody, so deformed, that it resembled an animal carcass after being picked over by a flock of vultures. To achieve that level of mutilation, Hunter guessed, the killer must have carried on driving for at least another 10 minutes after Kirsten was dead. But the video hadn't ended yet, and the fifth and most destructive segment was still to come. Chapter 38. Still at the sitting area of her living room, a desperate Mrs. Foster had her arms around her son, frantically trying to console him. She looked lost, confused, and scared all at the same time, trying her absolute best not to become hysterical. Her tearful eyes were fixed on Hunter in an attempt to understand what could have caused Troy so much pain. What the hell was in that message? The question didn't need to be asked. It traveled silently through the air from the look in her eyes. But Hunter didn't give her an answer. He didn't even hold her stare. In her uncertainty of what to say or do, Mrs. Foster kept on repeating the same two words over and over again, in a voice strangled by tears. "Please, Troy, please." Troy still had both hands cupped over his face. Every time he took a breath, his whole body shivered almost uncontrollably. How could anyone be that monstrous, that evil? Hunter thought, as he watched the dying seconds of the clip. It ended with another abrupt edit, cutting from the image of Kirsten's mangled body on the ground to a still shot of her face. The shot had clearly been filmed before the dragging had started, because she wasn't hurt. No scrapes, no wounds, no cuts, no swelling, nothing, other than the desperate look of fear in her eyes. Then, at the bottom of the image, 6 words appeared that Hunter knew would annihilate whatever was still left of Troy's sanity. Like an old slab of meat. A fraction of a second later, the video ended. For a moment, Hunter felt paralyzed. There was no real sense in what this killer was doing. People who enjoyed inflicting psychological pain and torture onto others usually got their pleasure out of watching their victims as they suffered. Their victims' pain was their pleasure. Narcissists were a great example of that, but this was levels above even cognitive psychological gratification. This killer had practically created a whole new category of sadism.
Why?
Troy yelled the word, bringing Hunter out of his mini-trance. Troy's hands had finally left his face. His voice was angry and pain-stricken. Though his attention was on Hunter, his eyes seemed lost. On Troy's cell phone, Hunter quickly tapped the icon to share the video before entering his own cell phone number and pressing share.
Why?
Troy yelled again, breaking free from his mother's embrace and moving toward the detective. Hunter wasn't about to try to explain to Troy the psychology behind extreme sadism and the unrelenting compulsion that came with it. Instead of answering Troy, Hunter reached for his own phone and speed-dialed Shannon Hatcher, the leader of his research team back at the LAPD headquarters. "Shannon," he said as the call was answered at the other end. "It's Robert. I need you to try to trace the location of the last message that was sent to the number that I am about to send you. Call me back as soon as you get anything." Hunter quickly found Troy's number on his phone before forwarding it to Shannon. This was, once again, another very long shot. Hunter didn't really believe that this killer would be likely to make that sort of amateurish mistake, but he had to try. "Can I have my phone back?" Troy said as soon as Hunter had disconnected from the call. Hunter hesitated. He knew that Troy hadn't watched the video in full. He hadn't seen the killer's final message to him. and Hunter so wished that it would stay that way. But he also knew that there was very little he could do to stop Troy from replaying that clip over and over again if he so wished. It was his phone, after all.
"Detective,"
Troy said again, his trembling hand out in front of him.
"My phone."
"Please, Troy, don't watch this video again," Hunter pleaded, his voice calm. "Don't let this creep get into your head. That's what he wants. That's why he sent you this video. Don't give him that pleasure. Don't let him win. You're stronger than this. These are not the sort of images you want rolling around inside your head. Ever." The problem with what Hunter had just asked of Troy was the undesirable reverse psychology effect that unfortunately came with his words. Tell or ask somebody not to do something, and more often than not, that somebody would get an almost uncontrollable itch to do the exact opposite. Hunter understood that well, but he had no other alternative.
"What else is in the video?"
Troy asked, his voice faltering as tears streamed down his face. Hunter shook his head. "Nothing good. Trust me." Troy looked down at nothing, his focus lost, his mind clearly divided.
"What video?"
Mrs. Foster asked, clearly confused, her eyes wet, her voice thin. Hunter once again just shook his head. "Let me delete the message, Troy," he said, trying to seize the opportunity. "Please. I've already forwarded it to my phone so that we can analyze the video frame by frame back at headquarters. I'll get all of our tech guys on this. You don't need this message sitting on your phone."
"I don't know what's in that video, son,"
Mrs. Foster said, once again approaching Troy and trying her best to hug him.
"But I'm sure that the detective's right. If the message and the video were sent by the person who took Kirsten from us, then there can be nothing good in it. This person is pure evil, and the detective is right. He wants to get into your head. Don't let him do that, son. You are stronger than this. Don't let this creep win."
Troy looked troubled as he visibly fought the curiosity devil inside his head. On one hand, the inquisitive side of his brain needed to know how Kirsten had died. On the other, his brain's defense mechanism, knowing how destructive those images would be, was fighting for self-preservation.
"My phone, detective,"
Troy said again, his hand still shaking.
"Please, Troy,"
Mrs. Foster begged him.
"I'll delete it myself,"
Troy said, giving Hunter a nod. There was nothing else Hunter could do. He handed the phone back to Troy, who for a long, fraught moment stared at the list of messages on his screen. The killer's message to him was the first one at the top. His deliberation was almost painful to watch. Finally, Troy placed his index finger on the message until it highlighted, indicating that it had been selected. He then tapped the delete icon.
"It's gone,"
he said, showing Hunter his phone.
"See?"
"Are you sure?" Hunter asked, sounding half apologetic. Some phones will automatically save any received photo or clip attachments into its gallery as soon as you open them for the first time.
"Yes, I know that, detective."
Anger now joined the cocktail of emotions in Troy's voice.
"That feature is disabled on my phone."
Hunter wasn't about to antagonize Troy. He had to trust him.
"I'm sorry, detective, but I think that we should end this right here, don't you?"
said Mrs. Foster, her voice as authoritarian as only a mother's voice could be. Troy's eyes had returned to his cell phone screen. He was looking at it as if he'd regretted what he'd just done. He nodded without meeting Hunter's stare.
"Yes. I don't think I can do this anymore today, detective. I'm sorry."
Even though there was still so much that Hunter wanted to ask Troy, he had to agree that inquiring about possible hidden affairs and ex-partners right at that moment was not a good idea. "Of course," he said, before walking back to the coffee table to retrieve Melissa Hawthorne's photo. As he did, he turned and handed Troy one of his cards. Hunter had already given him a card outside his house in the early hours of the morning, but there was no harm in reassuring him. Troy, if you get any new messages, or anything at all relating to Kirsten, please contact me straight away, okay? Troy didn't look up. Grief seemed to be eating away at everything. I already have your card, Detective. I know, Hunter replied, placing the card on the coffee table. I'll leave it here anyway. Also, he paused and waited until Troy had looked back at him. If you need anything, and I mean absolutely anything, please don't hesitate to call me at any time. Day or night. My cell phone is on the back. He nodded at the card. Troy looked down at it with dead eyes. Thank you once again for the iced tea. Hunter addressed Mrs. Foster, who simply nodded back at him. Right at that moment, his cell phone vibrated inside his jacket pocket. It was Shannon Hatcher. Shannon. He took the call. Anything? As he listened to her reply, his mouth dropped half open and his eyes dashed in the direction of the window. Jesus Christ, Hunter whispered to himself, before shooting toward the front door like a bullet train. Chapter 39. After entering the phone number that Hunter had given her into the Unified Police Force GPS tracking system, requesting it to try to pinpoint the origin of the last SMS message sent to it, Shannon Hatcher sat back on her chair and waited, not holding much hope. 8 out of every 10 GPS searches that she ran for the UVC unit came back with nothing at all. Either the sender's phone had no GPS system, or it had been disabled. Nowadays, even the most amateurish of petty criminals knew about GPS tracking. Hardly anyone made that mistake anymore. It was for those reasons that Shannon's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when, in less than 2 minutes, her computer screen updated to show a location. No freaking way, she said to herself, jumping up on her chair and immediately typing another command into the system. Once the screen re-updated, she reached for the phone on her desk. Hunter answered the call within the second ring.
Shannon, anything?
Robert, you're not going to believe this, but I got a hit. The phone is unregistered and it isn't active anymore. I just checked it. But the last SMS message received by the phone number you gave me originated from the corner of Dronfield Avenue and Heron Street in Sylmar.
Jesus Christ.
Chapter 40. With his phone still firmly pressed against his ear, and to Mrs. Foster and Troy's total surprise, Hunter dashed through their living room and out of their front door as if a fire had broken out. Mrs. Foster's house sat right at the corner of Dronfield Avenue and Heron Street in Sylmar. The killer had sent the message from just outside her home. Shannon, Hunter said into his phone once he was outside, his eyes searching left and right. How precise is that pinpoint?
Pretty accurate, Robert. No more than 5 yards, if that.
It was just past 2 in the afternoon, but being residential roads, traffic on both Dronfield Avenue and Heron Street was minimal. Hunter's eyes searched everywhere. Though there were several cars parked up and down both roads, he could see no black pickup truck, and no one was standing on the sidewalk, observing the house. In fact, as far as Hunter could see, there were very few pedestrians out and about. A woman across the street carrying a couple of bags of groceries, 2 kids riding their bikes, and another 2 on skateboards. That was it. No one else. Directly across from where Hunter was standing, on Dronfield Avenue, there was a gated parking lot to a private condo. He quickly crossed the road in its direction.
Robert, are you okay?
Shannon asked, clearly picking up the anxiety coming from Hunter. I'm here, Shannon.
Here where?
At the location you just gave me. I'm right at the corner of Dronfield Avenue and Heron Street in Sylmar.
What? How did you get there so fast?
I didn't. I was already here when I called you. Shannon had questions, but she clearly chose not to ask them.
I've set up a 24-hour scan on the phone. We'll get an alert if it ever goes live again, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
The gate to the private parking lot was shut. Access would come only through remote control or by entering a number code onto the metal keypad on the wall, but it was a simple metal bar gate which allowed Hunter to see inside. At that time in the afternoon, there were only 8 cars parked in the lot. None of them was a black pickup truck, and there was no one sitting inside any of the other cars. Hunter crossed the road back to Mrs. Foster's house. "Shannon, are you still there?"
I'm here, Robert. How can I help?
"Can you track my cell phone and compare my location to the result you got? Tell me how close to the sender's actual position I am right now."
No problem. Give me just a minute.
Hunter heard the clack of keyboard strokes as he waited. His eyes never stopped searching both roads.
Okay, I've got you on my screen, Robert.
Shannon finally said.
The message was sent from across the road from where you are and a little to the right, maybe 3 yards, pretty close to the northwest corner of the road.
Hunter ran a hand over his mouth and breathed out frustration. The killer was looking directly at Mrs. Foster's house when he sent that message. He was right there, just a few yards away. He could even have crossed the road and tried looking into the house through one of the windows, because why not? He was definitely bold, much more than what Hunter had initially thought. Chapter 41. 45 minutes after leaving Sylmar, Hunter arrived back at the UVC unit office. Garcia was already at his desk, his gaze locked onto his computer screen, his expression somber. "If this isn't total madness," he said, his concerned eyes moving to Hunter, "then I don't know what is." "I'm assuming you're talking about the video," Hunter replied. On his way to the PAB, Hunter had forwarded the video clip that the killer had sent Troy to Garcia and to the cyber forensics lab. "This is so fucked up," Garcia commented, cringing as his attention switched back to his computer screen. "This goes way beyond grotesque and sadistic and vile and sickening and monstrous and whatever other words you can think of." "I know," Hunter replied, his tone hopeless. "And you were right there." Hunter nodded. "A few yards and a couple of walls away from him." Garcia sat back on his chair. "Do you think he knew? Do you think the killer knew that you were in the house?" Hunter shrugged and took a seat at his desk. "Possibly. That depends on how long he'd been waiting outside before sending Troy the video. I'd been in the house for about 10, maybe 15 minutes tops when the message came through. From then on, my timekeeping got a little blurred," Hunter admitted. "I'm not quite sure how long it was between Troy getting the message and Shannon calling me back with the location, but I don't think that it was any longer than 3 or 4 minutes. By then, he was gone." "Do you think that he's fucking with us?" Hunter looked back at him cautiously. "The reason I ask," Garcia said, "is because—" Hunter read the question in his partner's eyes. "Because he left the GPS on this time." "Exactly. The killer sent Janet a similar message yesterday. No GPS. Then today he sends Troy one, and what? He forgot the GPS was on? I don't buy it. Not for a second. He wanted us to know that he was right there, which means I think he knew you were in the house, Robert." "Shannon told me that the phone was turned off straight after the message was sent." "I don't know, Robert, but I think this killer's compulsion might go beyond his sadism. Maybe he wants the challenge. Another freak for the catch-me-if-you-can game. God knows we've met plenty of those. I wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden this killer started contacting us directly just for the fun of it." "Me neither," Hunter admitted. "I've already contacted the traffic division in Sylmar, inquiring about traffic cameras near Mrs. Foster's house." A shake of the head. "We'll give it a try. I'll ask research to have a look at the footage, but I don't think that we'll get anything. The closest cameras aren't close enough. Hubbard Street and Foothill Freeway, both of them about 3 blocks due east and north from Mrs. Foster's house. Too many different routes out of there that would have escaped them both. That's problem 1.
Problem 2 is that we don't even know which vehicle to search for. Garcia raised his eyebrows at Hunter. Yes, Hunter accepted. We do know that the killer used an identical or very similar pickup truck to Troy's when he took Kirsten on Monday night. But this guy is clever. Probably a lot more than we think. The chances of him having stolen, rented, or even acquired a similar truck just so he could use it exclusively on that night are very real. Today, in Sylmar, he could have been on a motorbike for all we know. Yeah, that's another piece of bad luck for us, Garcia said, returning to his computer and opening another file on his screen. With that same thought in mind, I've also started checking stolen auto reports, vehicle rental companies, and used car dealers. Okay. Well, Troy drives a Ford F-150 pickup truck, 2014 model. Yes, that's correct. So come have a look at this. Garcia gestured his partner closer. Hunter rounded his desk to get to Garcia's. That's the Ford F-150 pickup truck, 2014 model, Garcia explained, indicating the photo on his screen. All right. Front view, Garcia said before clicking onto the next photo. And rear view. Hunter could already guess what was coming. Now check this out. Garcia clicked again. New photo. That's a 2014 Chevy Silverado 1500. Front view and... Another click. Rear view. Hunter sighed. The Ford F-150 and the Chevy Silverado 1500 looked extremely similar from both angles. Another click from Garcia. This is a 2014 GMC Sierra 1500. Front view, rear view. Also eerily similar. Another click. This is a 2014 Ram 1500. Front view, rear view. Click. 2014 Toyota Tundra. Front view, rear view. One last click. And finally, a 2014 Nissan Titan. Front view, rear view. Hunter's face was one of defeat. All 5 pickup trucks were similar enough from both angles to confuse most people, unless you were a pickup truck aficionado. The killer could have used any of these on the night he took Kirsten, Garcia continued, and any neighbor, either walking by or looking out their window like Mr. Hennessy, would have fully believed that they were looking at Troy's Ford F-150, especially at night, and I'm sure that the killer knew that. Hunter nodded slowly. Like I said, this guy's clever. Very, Garcia agreed as he walked over to the coffee machine on the corner. The video is another example of that. 5 extremely short segments, filmed at very tight angles and under shitty light conditions. You can barely see the road under her. We have 2 chances of identifying that location, 0 and none, unless cyber forensics performs a miracle. Hunter wasn't sure that that would happen either. Coffee? Garcia offered. Please. Garcia poured 2 large mugs and handed one to Hunter. He then turned to face the picture board. If we thought that the clip that this killer had sent Janet yesterday was a mindfuck, he chuckled humorlessly, this video hits that ball clear out of the park. I can't even imagine how Troy... He didn't watch the full clip. Hunter interrupted him before explaining what had happened. So he never saw the written message at the end of it? Garcia asked. Not while I was there. Garcia frowned at his partner. But you just told me that you saw him delete the video. I did. So it's gone? Or do you think that the killer is going to send him another one? Hunter told him about the feature that automatically saved message attachments to a phone's memory. Even though Garcia had that exact feature on his phone, he had forgotten it existed. Troy told me that that feature was disabled on his phone. Garcia sipped his coffee and studied Hunter for a second. You think he was lying? He knew that Hunter was levels above everyone else when it came to picking apart body language, words, micro-expressions, gestures, eye movements, skin flushing, voice fluctuation.
Anything and everything that could give away if someone was lying or not. Perhaps not, Hunter replied.
So that's a good thing, right? It means that he won't get to see that message, because that is the final boss of mindfucks.
Hunter nodded, but he knew that there was a false dichotomy there, one that led most people to make a dangerous assumption. Just because someone wasn't lying, it didn't mean that they were telling the truth. But despite how good he was at it, Hunter hadn't been able to properly read Troy for a very obvious reason. Everything about him, his body language, his voice fluctuation, his eye movements, everything had been completely unreliable as a telltale sign because all of it had been altered by grief, pain, and the shock of the images he'd just seen. "You have the video on the big screen?" Hunter asked.
"Yeah,"
Garcia replied as he pointed at the computer monitor on his desk.
"Be my guest. I don't think I can watch that again. Hands down, one of the sickest and saddest things I've ever seen in my life."
Hunter couldn't disagree. "How did you get along with the cab driver?" he asked as he moved over to Garcia's desk. "Anything?" He pressed the space bar on Garcia's keyboard, and the video played from the beginning. Watching it on a 27-inch screen seemed to give new depths to the sadism depicted on those images, especially during the third segment, when the footage zoomed in on Kirsten's eyes. On the big screen, Hunter could clearly see the light of hope disappearing from them. She knew that that was the end. Garcia waited until the video had played through before answering his partner.
"Nothing from the driver,"
he said, having another sip of his coffee.
"Really? He couldn't give us anything?"
"She," Garcia replied, putting down his coffee and picking up a notepad from his desk.
"Linda Evans, very sweet woman, 45 years of age. She did remember picking Melissa up from the Freehand Hotel in the early hours of Sunday morning. Her records showed that the pickup occurred at 1:29 a.m.
"Yeah, that's also what we have," Hunter agreed, returning to his desk.
"The drive from the hotel to Melissa's house in Lemert Park," Garcia continued, "lasted just short of half an hour. Drop-off was at 1:58 a.m.
He flipped a page on his notepad.
"Mrs. Evans said that Melissa was quite drunk. She exited the cab and couldn't even close the door properly, even after a couple of tries. Because she seemed so drunk, Mrs. Evans waited until Melissa had gotten into her house before driving off."
"That was nice of her," Hunter commented.
"She has a teenage daughter. She told me that she'd heard too many stories of single women being attacked as they arrive home, especially after they've been drinking. Every time she drops off a woman by herself, drunk or not, nighttime or not, she waits until they get in before leaving, just in case."
"We need more people like her in this city."
"Since she waited until Melissa got in before driving off," Garcia carried on, "I asked her if she had noticed if Melissa had forgotten to close the front door."
"Did she?"
"No. She said that as soon as she saw Melissa disappear into the house, she drove off. But we've been to the house. It's set back from the street, remember? From inside a car parked on the road, at night. If Melissa left the door just ajar instead of wide open, you would have needed the eyes of a hawk to see it."
"True," Hunter agreed. "But the killer never said that Melissa forgot to close her front door. He said that she forgot to lock it. She might have closed it and simply forgot to turn the key. Which brings me to the next question."
Garcia guessed it. "Did Mrs. Evans notice anyone close or around Melissa's house at that time?"
It was his turn to give Hunter a defeated headshake.
"She said that as far as she could remember, the street was quiet. I also asked her if she had noticed any cars following them from the Freehand Hotel. She said that there was no one. The whole time that she was parked in front of Melissa's house, between Melissa managing to get out of her cab, struggling with closing the door, stumbling to her house, and finally getting inside, we're talking nearly 5 minutes. That whole time, Mrs. Evans told me that she couldn't remember a single car driving up or down the road. She would have seen the headlights." Garcia returned the notepad to his desk. "Which means that we've got nothing so far."
He finished his coffee and slumped himself onto his chair again.
"I know," Hunter said before trying to reassure him.
but there are still a lot of people to talk to. The possibility that this killer has had some sort of romantic contact with both victims is still very real. We're going to have to plow through both of their lives and see if we can find a link between them, because there's no way that they've been victims of chance." Garcia agreed, pulling himself closer to his desk again. "I was just about to start sieving through their social media, looking for—" He threw his hands in the air. "I don't know, anything that could connect them, really, when I got your message forwarding the video." He massaged the back of his neck. "I'm not going to lie, Robert, it has unbalanced me. This level of brutality is just disturbing, even for people with our experience. I know that we believe that there's some sort of meaning to everything that this killer does, but seriously?" He nodded at his monitor. "What kind of meaning could be behind this other than, I'm fucked in the head and I want to hurt people like no one has before?" Hunter had to agree. As the LAPD UVC unit, he and Garcia had chased murderers whose cruelty didn't seem to belong to this world. This killer was surpassing them all. Chapter 42. Grace Bauer hugged herself on the couch to stop her from shaking. She was sitting up in a tense position, her knees pressed tightly against each other, her shoulders rigid, her neck muscles straining.
"I swear I thought I would be stronger than this,"
she said, her voice tired and raw.
"And just look at me. I'm falling apart on our first ever session, but I no longer know what to do or how to act. The drugs simply aren't working anymore."
Josie Griffith sat by the window in the oxblood-colored Chesterfield armchair that faced Grace. Her left leg was crossed over her right one, her posture relaxed, her hands resting on her thighs, together with her notepad. According to Grace's consultation fact sheet, and to what she had told Josie so far during their session, Grace had been on prescribed antidepressant medications like Paxil and Brintellix for a little over 10 months now, and though they'd helped, they were still no match for the overwhelming darkness that seemed to rule her thoughts on a daily basis. Despite being diagnosed with severe depression and anxiety 18 months ago, this was Grace's first ever psychotherapy session, and as far as she could remember, the first ever time in her adult life that someone had truly listened to her for anything over 5 minutes.
"Every day is the same,"
Grace continued, as tears gathered along the lower rims of her eyes, threatening to spill over at any second.
"I don't feel like getting up in the mornings. I don't want to go to work. I don't want to eat. I don't want to get into bed with my husband at night. I don't want to talk to my friends. I don't want to go out. I don't want—"
She paused and looked down at her arms folded around her body, the tears finally overpowering her will not to cry again.
"I don't want this life anymore."
Josie glanced out the window of her second-floor office in downtown L.A., of the tall office tower directly across the road from her. For a second, she wondered how many people in those offices really wanted to be there, how many of them were doing a job that they really wanted to do. Her gaze moved to the street and to the line of cars waiting for the traffic light to go green on the intersection down below. She wondered how many of those sitting inside their cars were going somewhere where they really wanted to go. How many of them would be returning to a home or even to a relationship that they really wanted to be in. The ugly truth, Josie knew, was that few people on this planet had the luxury of doing a job that they really wanted to do. Few lived a life they really wanted to live, even those who were fabulously rich. Sitting there, listening to Grace, made Josie think back to how lucky she was to have someone like Oliver in her life. How lucky she was to be so in love with him, and he so in love with her. I don't want this life anymore. To a psychotherapist, a statement like that was the mother of all red flags. Have you thought about hurting yourself, Grace? Josie asked calmly, looking over at her. Grace looked away and nervously ran her tongue across the edge of her teeth. She used the tips of her fingers to gently wipe away her tears. She chose not to reply.
Have you thought about hurting someone else?
Josie tried a different approach, still keeping her voice calm and her posture steady and in control. Grace coughed to clear her throat, but her mouth felt like sandpaper and her words caught in the roughness of it.
I just want this horrible feeling inside to go away. I don't want to feel like this anymore. That's all I want.
To Josie, that sounded like an evasive answer. People tended to show telltale signs. They'd look away, cough, scratch some part of their body that didn't need scratching, blushed, licked their lips, something, when a truth that they didn't want anyone else to know about was mentioned. Josie didn't want to call Grace out for being evasive, not on their first session, but she needed to pursue this subject because it was truly worrying her.
Tell me about this feeling inside, Grace. What is it like? Why is it horrible?
Grace once again looked back at her psychotherapist, but the look in her eyes seemed hollow, soulless even, as if behind those beautiful dark eyes there was nothing left but pain.
The feeling of nothing inside,
she replied in a lifeless tone.
This terrible emptiness everywhere, the worthlessness that I feel every day.
Josie watched tears well up in Grace's eyes yet again. Grace was in her mid to late 40s and still very attractive, with a perfect slope to her nose and cheekbones, wavy mahogany hair, and round, dark as night eyes. Physically, she also looked to be in great shape. Throughout their session, Grace had told Josie a lot about herself and her life. She had told her that at the age of 22, she had married her husband, Dayton Bauer, 12 years her senior and already tremendously wealthy, having made all of his fortune on the stock market. At first, Grace had convinced herself that she was as happy as she could possibly be. But now, over 20 years later, with her beauty and physical presence just beginning to fade, or so she believed, she had finally decided to face the fact that she had never been in love with the man she'd married, nor was she in love with her fake lifestyle. She had allowed beauty and wealth and materialistic things to drag her away from her true self, and now she had no idea of how to get back to the person she once was, or whether there would be anything left for her to get back to.
Doesn't your job give you some sort of fulfillment? Josie asked. A small but very important bridge over some of this void you feel inside. Don't you enjoy what you do?
Grace had already told Josie that she ran her own interior decorating business. She explained that quite a few years back, she had managed to secure a few contracts to redesign the houses of several Hollywood stars. That had been the push she needed, because once she got a few prestigious names onto her roster of clients, more business followed almost automatically, and it had never stopped. Grace chuckled dismissively as she finally unhugged herself and rested her hands on her lap.
I'll let you in on a little secret, darling. Are you ready?
She readjusted herself on the couch.
I don't know the first thing about interior design. My husband pushed me into it, probably because he was sick of me being at home all day with nothing to do. He said I had a good eye to make a room look neat.
Grace paused and nodded at Josie sarcastically.
Yes, neat really was the word he used. I'm a fraud. I'm no interior decorator. What I can do is match colors and put furniture items together in a way that won't look like someone has puked all over the room.
Josie let a smile part her lips.
I'm serious.
Grace reinforced her argument.
You'd really be surprised if you could see inside some of these houses. Matching colors and furniture together seems like something that very few people in this city can do, especially the rich and famous. They just go out and buy. Then they throw everything together in a room and think that just because they spent a fortune on the crap they bought, everything will look good regardless.
She shook her head disapprovingly.
The first few celebrities I managed to get into my portfolio came to me because of my husband and his contacts, not because I was good at what I did.
She shrugged.
And in a city as fake and as shallow as LA, that's all you need to get started. The rest will follow like sheep. You know how it goes, right?" Grace put on an overly nasal voice. "Oh, she's decorated so-and-so's house. She must be awesome. Let's hire her, honey." Another smile from Josie. For a heartbeat, Grace seemed to curl in on herself, her chin dipped, almost bowing forward beneath some invisible weight. Guilt? Shame? Something between the two? "Truth is," she said, her tone apologetic, "I'm not awesome at all. Far from it. I'm just not stupid or blind when it comes to arranging colors, furniture, and items in a room, that's all." Josie couldn't help but wonder what Grace thought of how she had decorated her office. For a split second, she glanced left, then right. Was the office too dark, too bright, too colorful? As her gaze settled upon her office window again, she absent-mindedly glanced down at the street 2 stories below. That was when Josie saw him. On the sidewalk, leaning back against the building across the road, a tall and well-built man was just standing there. His black jacket was zipped up all the way to his neck, with a hoodie pulled tightly over his head and his hands casually tucked into his pockets. In truth, there was nothing really different about the man, except for the fact that he seemed to be looking straight up at Josie's office window. For a moment, their eyes met, but the man quickly blinked and looked away. Josie blinked as well, and just like that, the man was gone. She searched left, then right, but he had blended into the crowd like a shadow. She blinked again and brought her attention back to Grace, who had just placed her right hand over her left wrist. Her fingers brushed the face of the expensive-looking watch she was wearing. "These things," Grace said, touching the small butterfly pendant hanging from the chain around her neck. "Do you know what they are?" Josie thought about replying, "Terribly expensive by the looks of them," but she held her tongue. Instead, answered in her favorite manner, with a question. "What are they to you?" Grace looked away again. When she looked back at Josie, her eyes had a hint of anger in them. She chuckled. "They are reminders of the mistake I made, of the prison that I voluntarily walked into all those years ago. I was young and very, very poor. The kind of poor that led me to foolishly believe that materialistic things like these would somehow make me happy." She indicated her jewelry again. "Well, they don't. They never have. I hate them. And I truly hate myself for being so naive and stupid, so gullible." Grace's words made Josie wonder just how dark and harmful her thoughts really were. In the space of just a few minutes, she had avoided answering if she had ever fantasized about hurting herself or others. She had compared her life to a prison sentence, and she had used the word hate twice, one of those in relation to herself. Josie wondered how much those thoughts could be pushing her towards something truly destructive. The impression that Josie was getting, not only from Grace's words, but from her demeanor, her facial expressions, her tone of voice, and her gestures, was that Grace seemed to really be struggling against an ever-growing impulse to hurt herself, the proverbial ticking time bomb. Josie wondered if that was why Grace had finally decided to seek the help of a psychotherapist, because she was at the brink of something very, very bad. In the face of all that, Josie had to try again. "Do you sometimes feel overwhelmed by everything around you?" she asked. "By the life you lead?" "Huh," Grace laughed. "Sometimes. Try all the time. I told you, I hate this life. I don't want it anymore." And there it was again. Josie wrote something down on her notepad. "And what do you think about during those times?" she asked. "Do you feel like you need to punish yourself in some way? Punish others?" Grace looked down at her hands, which she had clasped together, before regarding Josie with a deep, probing gaze. Josie waited, but all Grace did was check her watch. "Can we continue this next week, if you have a free slot?" she asked, reaching for her handbag. I really have to go now. Grace was evading having to answer the question again. Josie kept her attention on her patient. She was fully aware of the time. We still have 15 minutes to go in this session, Grace. Do we? Grace stood up. Josie didn't. She wanted to state the fact that it was Grace who was walking away. It was Grace who had declined to go deeper into what was really going on inside her head. We do, Josie reconfirmed, but it didn't deter her patient. Unfortunately, I really have to go, Grace said again, this time with a little more determination. She took 3 steps toward the door before pausing and facing Josie one last time. I can guarantee you, she said, holding Josie's gaze, her voice measured, her tone tender. I'm in no way a danger or a threat to myself or anyone else. I have never had any sort of harmful or destructive thoughts involving me or others, and that includes animals. Boom. It was as if a nuclear bomb had just gone off inside Josie's office. Josie felt the sound of those words crawling along her nerve endings. She blinked twice, wondering if she had heard right, because what Grace Bauer had just done right there was what was known in psychiatry as a contract for safety, the words a potential dangerous patient had to voluntarily speak in order to avoid being compulsorily taken into hospital and committed to a secure psychiatric ward. Suddenly, Josie had the impression that Grace Bauer knew a lot more about psychiatry and psychoanalysis than she had let on. She knew that the session was being recorded and that her contract for safety was now on tape. Unless Grace voluntarily nulled that contract by explicitly verbally contradicting what she had just said, no matter how dangerous to herself or others she might appear to be in subsequent sessions, Josie could not have her committed. Not after a contract for safety. Thank you so much for your time, Grace said with a lingering smile. Hopefully I'll see you next week. I'll call to book another appointment. Several seconds after Grace Bauer had left her office and still trying to process what had just happened, Josie, in one of those instinctive movements, turned and once again looked out her window. She wasn't really sure what she was expecting to see or what that would accomplish. She just wanted to have one last look at Grace before she disappeared, maybe into a chauffeur-driven car, or just walking off into the crowd down below. But Josie never spotted Grace. She did, however, spot the man she had seen earlier. He was back in the same spot he had been before, just standing there, hands tucked into his pockets. Josie stood up to try to get a better line of sight, but as she did, just like that, the man once again blended himself back into the crowd, disappearing like thin smoke in the air. Chapter 43. Back at the UVC unit's office, Hunter and Garcia had just come back from another meeting with Captain Blake when a new email came through to both of them. The sender was Martin Carr. The subject had been left blank. This will be the transcripts from Kirsten Hansen's cell phone, Garcia announced as he quickly opened the email. Hunter did the same. The body of the email contained 2 words, as requested. That was it. No greeting, no explanation, no beating around the bush. It was followed by Martin Carr's digital signature under the words "Kind Regards" and the AT&T corporate logo. Just like the email they received concerning Melissa Hawthorne's cell phone, this one also only had 2 zip attachments, phone conversation transcripts and SMS text messages. Is he kidding me? Garcia asked as soon as the email opened on his screen. No video file, Hunter said, guessing the root of his partner's frustration. Exactly. Maybe the killer didn't send Kirsten one. Let's have a look. Hunter clicked the attachment titled SMS text messages. I really hope not, Garcia said back, his tone annoyed. Because if I have to go back to him with a new warrant to ask for any sort of image file that he's failed to include here, I'll be one fucking angry customer.
Yeah, I can see that, Hunter said, as his eyes moved to the top of the SMS messages transcript file. The last text conversation Kirsten Hansen had had was initiated at 12:29 on Tuesday morning from an unknown number. Garcia was right on it as well. Unknown number. Rough day at the hospital today, Kirsten. How was the pizza? Kirsten Hansen. Who is this? Unknown number. I'm an educator, Kirsten. A mentor, if you will. Yep, Garcia commented as soon as he read that line. It's our killer, all right, sticking to his M.O. They both read the remainder of the file in silence. No video file, Hunter said, sitting back on his chair. Nope, Garcia agreed. No emojis either. None needed, Hunter said, because the first lesson, fear, is quickly achieved. Indeed, Garcia agreed as he pointed to his screen. Right from the start, he mentions the pizza. That would have already worried her. How did he know she had pizza? From there, he loses no time in telling her that she would die that night. And all of that in what? He checked the timestamp on the messages. Within 2 minutes of Kirsten receiving his first text. Exactly. Hunter agreed. Then, Garcia continued, right in his next message, he mentions the fact that the kitchen window was left unlocked. If she had noticed that, then she's back to the same question as the pizza. How does he know? If she hadn't noticed, then fear comes from doubt, because what should she do? Get out of bed and go check? Stay in bed and pray that this is all just a joke? Fear would set in regardless. Like I said, Hunter commented. Objective achieved. Garcia scratched his chin. So do you think that the kitchen window really was his point of entry, or was he lying? Forensics reported nothing about the kitchen window. No forced entry. Could Kirsten have forgotten to lock the window earlier in the day, or is this just something he uses to scare his victims even more? He used the same tactics with Melissa. Unlocked front door. Maybe he wants them to believe that it's their fault for being careless about their homes. I don't know, Hunter said, his expression pensive. It's possible, but that's not exactly what he tells Kirsten. He never tells her that she forgot to unlock her window, like he did with Melissa. He tells her that he is the reason why the window was left unlocked. But he did give us something that we didn't know before, he added, reaching for the phone on his desk. Garcia's eyes narrowed at him. I don't think he was lying when he told Kirsten that he was hiding either under her bed or inside the wardrobe. Like he said, those were the only two possible hiding places inside her bedroom. Hunter dialed the number for Dr. Slater at the forensics lab. The phone rang 5 times before she picked it up. Susan, it's Robert, UVC unit.
Robert.
It sounded like Dr. Slater was chewing on something.
How can I help?
Kirsten Hansen's crime scene, Hunter said, but before he could say anything else, Dr. Slater began reporting.
Yeah, just a second.
She paused, and Hunter heard the sound of wrapping paper being ruffled.
Sorry about this, Robert. It's been a crazy day so far.
Did I catch you on your lunch break? He checked his watch. It was past 3 in the afternoon.
I wouldn't quite call it a break. Or lunch, for that matter. Just a few minutes for a quick sandwich, but I'm all done now.
More paper ruffling. This time it sounded more like a napkin against her lips.
Okay, we're still working on the little we got from the scene, but I can tell you that you were right. The killer did wrap her body in something before bringing her back into the house and placing her on the bed. The fibers we've retrieved are cotton. Though they were soaked in blood, we were still able to identify its original color, light beige. Unfortunately, they matched the grade and structure of the cotton fibers used to manufacture regular dust sheets, the kind you can buy in just about any home improvement store.
Thanks, Doc, Hunter said in return. He hadn't been expecting much to come from those fibers. I really appreciate it, but I'm calling to ask you to send a couple of agents back to Kirsten Hansen's house.
Really? Why?
I know you and your team are always very thorough with every crime scene you're assigned to,
but I'm guessing that you didn't really find comb under her bed or inside the wardrobe, did you? There was a quick, thoughtful pause.
I know we checked it, but I don't think that we fine-combed it. Why?
The killer was hiding either under the bed or inside the wardrobe. Hunter clarified.
Hold on. How did you figure that out?
He told us.
What? What do you mean, he told you?
It's part of his M.O. Hunter quickly explained about the text messages.
Are you serious?
A mixture of shock and disbelief slid into Dr. Slater's voice.
He actually frightens his victims first before taking them.
Yes. Hunter heard Dr. Slater take a deep breath.
The evils that humans are capable of never fail to impress me.
Yeah, me neither, Doc.
Give me a sec, Robert.
Hunter heard the faint clacking of computer keys.
I can't really interrupt what I'm doing at the moment,
Dr. Slater explained.
but I can get 1, maybe 2 agents to the house in 2.5 to 3 hours. Not before.
That works, Hunter said. Also, in the text that he sent the victim, he told her that he entered the house via the kitchen window. I know that your team reported no forced entry anywhere, but could we have a second look at that window?
Yes, of course.
Thanks, Susan. I might drop by the house to have one more look myself, but I'll wait until your team is there.
Sure. I'll let you know when they're on their way.
As soon as Hunter ended the call, his cell phone rang on his desk. He reached for it and checked the display screen. There was a number showing, but no name. Detective Hunter, LAPD UVC unit. Whoever it was at the other end of the line sounded desperate. Even Garcia could hear the frantic yelling from his desk. Hold on, Hunter said into his phone. Please take a breath and say that again. Garcia's curiosity heightened. When? Hunter asked, the word coming out heavy, full of pain. Hunter listened for a couple more seconds before closing his eyes and allowing his head to drop, defeated. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Garcia couldn't lip read, but anyone could understand Hunter's silent word. Fuck. Chapter 44. With sirens blasting, Hunter and Garcia made the trip back to Sylmar and Mrs. Foster's house in under 25 minutes. A police cruiser was parked in front of her driveway, while several of her neighbors were standing on the street outside, their expressions solemn, their conversations not much louder than a whisper. A uniformed officer was standing by the house's front door. Garcia pulled up by the black and white unit, and he and Hunter dashed into the house, quickly flashing their credentials at the officer outside as they stormed past him. Mrs. Foster was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Her clothes, her arms, her hands, and part of her face and neck were stained with blood. Tears streamed down her pain-stricken face as her body trembled. Troy's brother, Brett, was sitting next to her, his strong arms wrapped around his mother's tiny body, trying his best to comfort her, though he was shaking almost as much as she was, with just as many tears running down his cheeks. Sat in one of the armchairs opposite them was a woman dressed in blue jeans, a white blouse, and a dark business blazer jacket. Her dark hair was combed straight behind her ears and held in place by 2 alligator hair clips. She had a notepad in her hands. As Hunter stepped into the room, Mrs. Foster's eyes met his in a silent exchange. Her head tilted to her left, her mouth opened slightly as if she was about to say something, but no words came out. Instead, she emitted a high-pitched shriek so full of pain and agony that both Hunter and Garcia's bodies tensed at its sound. A second uniformed police officer was standing by the entrance to the corridor that led to the rest of the house. Hunter's gaze moved to him, and the officer's eyes drifted toward the corridor. In there, he said. Hunter rushed into the hallway, quickly followed by Garcia. They came to the first door on the right and stopped. Sadness and desperation lingered in the air like a giant invisible cloud, infecting whoever came close.
Garcia grimaced as his and Hunter's eyes took in the scene. The room was square in shape, with a double bed pushed up against the far wall, a wardrobe to its left, and a chest of drawers by the door. On the bedside table to the right of the bed, they could see an open bottle of bourbon. 3/4 of it had been consumed. The bed covers, its headboard, the bedside table, 2 of the walls, and part of the ceiling were splattered with blood. On the floor, to the right of the bed, Troy Foster's body lay in a pool of his own blood. His face was completely deformed, with at least 1/3 of his head and cranium gone. They could see no weapon anywhere, but there was still a faint smell of gunpowder in the air.
"Jesus Christ,"
Garcia whispered, allowing his arms to sink to his sides as he inflated his lungs with air. Hunter stood numb, his eyes lost, his throat dry. They both heard footsteps coming toward them from the living room, but neither detective looked away from the scene.
"I'm Detective Louisa Carson with the LAPD Valley Bureau," said the dark-haired woman who had been sitting in the living room with Mrs. Foster as she joined Hunter and Garcia by the bedroom door. For a moment, neither detective said anything back. She waited. Garcia was the first to make eye contact. "Sorry, I'm Detective Carlos Garcia, and this is Detective Robert Hunter, LAPD UVC unit." "Yes," Carson said. "I was told you guys were coming." "Different investigation," Garcia half explained. "He was the fiancé of the victim." "Oh my God." Garcia nodded. "Yeah, it's complicated." "It always is," Carson said, as her head tilted in the direction of the living room. "I was trying to find out what happened from his mother and brother." There was sorrow in her voice. "I mean, trying to find out about the circumstances that led to what happened. Protocol, you know. But they are in shock, and you can see why. I really didn't manage to get anything out of them." "We can file the report if you like," Garcia told her. "Has the medical examiner been informed?" "Yes, about 20 minutes ago." "Has anything been disturbed?" Garcia indicated the room. "Well, yes. I've been inside the room to take a closer look. Again, protocol. You know this. If a firearm has been used in a suicide, it needs to be bagged for forensics." "Of course. Can we have a look at it, though?" Garcia asked. "Sure, just give me a minute," Carson replied before walking back into the living room. "The phone," Hunter said, nodding in the direction of the bed. Garcia followed his stare. On the covers, half hidden by the pillow on the left side, he could see the edge of a smartphone. They fully entered the room and rounded the bed. Hunter reached into his pockets for a pair of latex gloves. Garcia did the same. "It's Troy's phone," Hunter said, remembering it from earlier. He retrieved it from the bed and pressed the screen to activate it. Locked. A message at the bottom of the screen read, "Use fingerprint to unlock." The two detectives exchanged an, "I guess so," look before Hunter walked over to Troy's side of the bed, being careful to avoid the pool of blood. His breathing became shallow as his gaze drifted toward Troy's fatal head wound. He had clearly used a very powerful handgun. The entry wound was located just under his chin. The bullet had ripped through his skull and brain, devastating everything in its path, before exiting at the top of his cranium, creating an exit wound roughly the size of a grapefruit. Gray matter and bone splinters were splattered everywhere. The bedsheets, the walls, the floor, even the ceiling. The damage to Troy's skull, brain, and cranium had been so severe for such a close-range impact, he had to have used a high-caliber, hollow-point, expanding bullet. Hunter squatted down, still avoiding all the blood by the body, brought the cell phone to Troy's right hand, and carefully placed his index finger on the reading pad. A split second later, the screen came alive, and Hunter felt a knot grab hold of his throat. The last application Troy had used was still loaded onto the screen. The video player.
The first frame of the last video he'd watched was displayed. At the bottom of the screen, there was a button that read, Play Video. Neither Hunter nor Garcia needed to tap the button to know which video that was. They both recognized that first frame. Instead, Hunter tapped the back button at the top left corner of the screen, which took them back to the video folder inside the phone's image gallery. Hunter felt the knot on his throat begin to tighten. "Fuck," Garcia breathed out as he shook his head. So the feature that automatically saves a video attachment to the phone's memory wasn't turned off on his phone like he told you it was. "I should have checked," Hunter said back, his voice quiet and full of sorrow. "No," Garcia replied, his tone firm as he stared his partner down. "Don't do that, Robert." "I should have checked, Carlos." "You told him not to watch the video." Garcia sounded like a teacher lecturing a student. "You asked him to delete it. You saw him do it. You reminded him that the autosave feature existed and he told you it was disabled on this phone. This is not your burden to carry." Hunter's gaze moved down to Troy's body on the floor. "This shouldn't have happened." "You're right," Garcia agreed. "It shouldn't have happened, but it did. And guess what, Robert? It was completely out of your control." He took a breathing pause. "Look, it was out of pure luck that you so happened to be here at the same time that he received the video from this psycho. What if he had received the message with the video after you left, or before you got here? There's nothing you could have done then to stop him from watching it, Robert." He lifted his index finger at Hunter. "And here's something that you understand and know much better than I do. Human curiosity. The human urge to know is a hell of a powerful one. Very few people have the kind of willpower needed to curb it. Troy Foster didn't. He chose to watch the video, Robert. Not you." "What video?" Carson asked as she walked back into the room, carrying 3 transparent evidence bags in her right hand. Garcia shrugged at her. "Like I said, Detective, it's complicated." Carson understood the hint and didn't push any further. "Well," she said, offering the first of the 3 evidence bags she had with her to the 2 detectives, "he certainly didn't pack light." Inside the bag was a Desert Eagle 50 AE Magnum semi-automatic pistol, one of the most powerful handguns in the world. Hunter took the bag and lifted it up against the light before Carson handed him the second evidence bag. It contained the Desert Eagle's magazine. 6 rounds remaining in the 7-round capacity clip," Carson informed them. "They're all hollow point, expanding rounds. He didn't stand a chance." She nodded at the bedside table. "And this was found inside the drawer." She handed Hunter the final evidence bag. Inside it was a small seal-grip plastic bag containing residues of some white powder. "It's cocaine," Carson told them. Sorrow completely intoxicated the room, and for a long moment, no one said a word. "Are you sure that you want to file this report?" Carson finally asked. "Yes," Hunter replied. "We'll take it. It's not a problem. Thank you for your help, Detective Carson." After Carson left, Garcia waited outside for the coroner's van to arrive, while Hunter sat in the living room with Mrs. Foster and Brett for a few minutes. Mrs. Foster had stopped crying. In fact, she had fallen into the loudest of solemn silences, her eyes lost and without focus, her expression morbid, her grief immeasurable and devastating. Her mind was probably fragmenting right there, right in front of Hunter, and there was nothing that he could do to stop it from happening. Hunter had seen that same lost look in other people's eyes before. He'd certainly seen it in his own more than once. It happened when all that his mind could do was replay a scene over and over in an endless loop. In Mrs. Foster's case, Hunter could only imagine the images that would torment her for the rest of her days. She, sitting in the living room and all of a sudden hearing what would have sounded like a cannon going off under her roof.
Desperate, scared, and completely confused, she would have rushed into Troy's room and into the most devastating day of her life. The images she saw as she looked down at her son's lifeless body on the floor would never, ever leave her. As Hunter observed them, all he could do was silently hope that Mrs. Foster and Brett would both somehow find the strength to survive this. Chapter 45. The next couple of days went by in a heap of frustration, with no meaningful developments. The two-man team that Dr. Slater had sent back to Kirsten and Troy's house to re-examine under the bed and inside the wardrobe had found a few hair strands and a number of different fibers, most of them from inside the wardrobe. The hair strands had already been processed. They all belonged to either Kirsten or Troy. The fibers were undergoing infrared spectrophotometry to try to determine their generic and subgeneric classes, but the problem with those was that they could have come from any of the many garments that Kirsten had hanging from the rails inside her wardrobe, and she had quite a selection. A positive match could take days. All in all, full analysis from the forensics lab was expected to be a laborious and slow process, and so far they had come up with nothing of any real significance. The kitchen window and its lock had also been re-examined. Definitely no signs of forced entry, but the agent had told Hunter that the lock was several years old and not of great quality. Breaching it without causing any damage to the lock or the window itself wouldn't be too much of a problem. All that the perpetrator would have needed was a firm and thin piece of wire and the knowledge of what to do. Dr. Hove had also been in contact with Hunter and Garcia with two reports. First, with rigor mortis finally subsiding, she was able to perform the post-mortem examination on Kirsten Hansen's body. The results confirmed what Hunter had deduced. Death had come as a consequence of brain trauma and cerebral hemorrhaging, which was in turn brought on by countless powerful strikes against her head, fragmenting her cranium and her skull, and with it, creating an endless number of splinter fractures. Those perforated her brain at different points, causing a river of hemorrhages. Blood toxicology had revealed traces of a fast-acting sedative called triazolam, the same sedative that showed in Melissa Hawthorne's blood exam. That was clearly how this killer subdued his victims before taking them. Dr. Hove explained that unfortunately, triazolam was an easy drug to obtain. The internet was full of outlets that would sell the drug without requiring a prescription. Second, the law in California stipulated that any deaths from suicide required a post-mortem examination to be performed, regardless of how apparent the cause of death was. In Troy's case, the examination revealed what everyone was expecting. Death came from a single gunshot wound to the head that caused fatal mutilation to the skull, brain, and cranium. The partial toxicology report also came back as expected. Troy's blood alcohol levels were off the charts. Toxicology for drugs would still take a few days, but other than the cocaine bag found by Detective Louisa Carson, Hunter had also found an empty bottle of oxycodone hydrochloride on his bedside drawer. Oxycodone hydrochloride was an opioid-based medication used in the treatment of chronic pain. Despite it being a prescribed drug, like so many opioid-based compounds, oxycodone was highly addictive, and it was used by many as a drug to get high on. Unsurprisingly, Troy had done his best to numb his body and brain before ending his own life. Chapter 46. Garcia pushed his chair away from his desk, rubbed his tired eyes, and checked his watch. It was coming up to 7 p.m. "Okay, I'm done here," he said before having a last sip of his coffee and allowing his gaze to move to Hunter, who was sitting at his desk, engrossed in something on his computer screen. "If I read any more Facebook or Twitter posts today, I'll probably turn into one." Hunter angled his body to look past his computer monitor and back at his partner. "Anything?" he asked, knowing that Garcia had been trying to find something. A friend, a location, an activity, anything that would maybe constitute some sort of link between Melissa Hawthorne and Kirsten Hansen. Garcia stretched his arms above his head before twisting his torso from side to side to try to loosen some of the tension in his muscles. "Absolutely nothing," he replied, his tone giving away how unsure he was of what else to do. "And I've checked everything that I could check. I looked at their check-ins to see if maybe they visited the same places around the same time. I've cross-referenced their likes in movies, music, TV shows, books, everything. I've looked at events they attended. I've checked groups that they belong to. I've looked at every photo I could." His shrug was a defeated one. "All that I managed to find was that they liked some of the same music artists, a couple of the same films, but that was about it. If their social media is a true reflection of their lives..." His eyebrows arched. Melissa and Kirsten were strangers as strangers can be. Hunter shared his partner's frustration. Everywhere they looked turned out to be a dead end. In the past couple of days, he and Garcia had also talked to several of Melissa Hawthorne and Kirsten Hansen's friends, asking about old boyfriends, flings, people who they might have rejected after a romantic advance. Anyone who could have held a grudge against them, probably because their feeling toward either of the two victims weren't reciprocated. The end result was nothing. "Most of Melissa Hawthorne's posts were just funny memes," Garcia explained, "or photos of her clients' freshly cut and styled hair. Kirsten Hansen's posts were a little more serious, talking about her days at the hospital, the operating procedures, how difficult they had been, how well they'd gone, etc. She posted a ton of pictures of her and Troy together, always mentioning the upcoming wedding. She also posted several photos of her hometown back in Denmark, some of her and her parents, a few of her with friends, all the usual stuff. I've gone back a year so far on all of their accounts, read every post and every comment, no arguments with anyone, no disputes, no bullying, nothing that seemed worth looking into." Hunter nodded as he too pushed his chair away from his desk. "Go home, Carlos. It's Friday. You've pulled extra hours every day this week. There's nothing else to do here at the office. Go home, pick Anna up, and maybe take her out to dinner somewhere. It's still early." "Yeah, I know," Garcia said as he checked his watch once again. "I actually do have to go." He got to his feet and nodded at Hunter. "And I am having dinner out with Anna, together with the in-laws." "Oh, okay." Hunter paused for a second. "Tell him I said hi. Your mother-in-law is a riot." Garcia chuckled. "She is, yes." A little head tilt. "Her husband, not so much." All of a sudden, Garcia snapped his thumb and forefinger and pointed at Hunter. "Geez, I almost forgot again." He reached for his cell phone. "Forgot about what?" Garcia copied something from his cell phone onto a piece of paper and placed it on Hunter's desk. "That's Denise's phone number. She asked me to give it to you after the barbecue on Sunday, but with everything that's happened since then, I keep on forgetting." "Who?" Hunter asked. "Don't you start that shit again," Garcia said, pulling a face at Hunter, whose only reply was a coy smile. "I'm serious, Robert. You should give her a call. She would love that, and I'm sure that she'd also love to meet you for dinner. Like you said, it's still early, and I know that you have no other plans for tonight." "Really?" Hunter challenged. "And you know that how?" "Because you never do, Robert." The glaring contest didn't last long. "I'm not kidding," Garcia pushed, pointing at the piece of paper he had just placed on Hunter's desk. "She really did ask me to give you her number, Robert. And you pulled extra hours every day this week, too. You've said it yourself. There's nothing else to be done here at the office. Our brains are fried." He indicated the board. "Going over these photos or rereading the lines that the killer left at the scene for the zillionth time won't make a difference, because right now we can barely think straight. We both need time off to recharge. Move the thought process somewhere else, then bring it back." He reached for his jacket. "You need to eat, right? And you sure as hell could do with a night off and some good company. It's Friday night, and we're not supposed to be in again until Sunday, though I'm sure that you'll be working somehow." Hunter stayed silent. Seriously, Robert, give her a call. She's fun, she's intelligent, she's beautiful, and she's single. He paused, pretending he was trying to remember something else. Oh, yes, and Denise loves whiskey. When was the last time that you had a drink with a date who truly appreciates a nice scotch? Hunter's mind tripped, caught in the past for half a heartbeat. Tracy. The name automatically popped into his head, but he didn't say it out loud. He didn't have to. Garcia read it in his eyes. At the door, Garcia paused and faced Hunter once again. You couldn't have prevented it, Robert. Hunter looked back at his partner. I know what you're thinking about, Garcia told him. You couldn't have stopped Troy. Hunter said nothing in return, but the look in his eyes was pure sadness. Do yourself a favor, friend. Get your head off the case for a day. Call Denise. You'll be thanking me come Sunday. If nothing else, she'll make you laugh, I guarantee. I wouldn't be good company to anyone tonight, Carlos, Hunter replied, meeting his eyes again. My head wouldn't be in it, and that wouldn't be fair to whoever was out with me, especially for the first time. Garcia nodded. Yeah, but that just means that you would have to go out again on a second date. You know the saying, right? If at first you don't succeed. He paused for effect. Then skydiving is not for you. Hunter's stare stayed on his partner. Garcia waited. Hunter kept the same blank stare. Wow, nothing? Garcia asked. Not even a tiny stretch of the lips? Did you even get the joke? Hunter nodded back. I got it. And yes, it was a good joke. I could tell by the way that you were cracking up. He used both hands to retighten his ponytail. Seriously, take the night off, man. You need it. Go for a drink with Denise. You need to get out of this office. You need to get out of your own head. As the door closed behind Garcia, Hunter's gaze shifted over to the piece of paper on his desk. It had been a while since he'd been out for dinner, or even a drink with someone. Though the thought began gaining strength inside his head, there was also the knowledge that Garcia had read him like a book. Hunter had been thinking about Troy. He had been thinking about Janet Lang a lot, too. He'd been in contact with Tom every day, checking on Janet's mental state. But Garcia was right. At the moment, what Hunter needed more than anything was to try to disconnect from the case, even if only for a few hours. His brain did feel fried, and going over everything they had so far for the zillionth time would only feed his frustration. He checked his watch. 7:11 p.m. If he were to meet Denise for drinks or dinner, he would need to drive home, have a shower, and change clothes. Maybe he could meet her for 9 o'clock. He sat back on his chair and crossed his arms over his chest. He looked again at Denise's number. Well, why not? He said to himself at last. But just as he reached for his cell phone, it vibrated on his desktop. He checked the screen. There was a number showing, but no name. He took the call. Detective Hunter, LAPD UVC unit.
Detective, it's Roger Wynn, bartender at the Broken Shaker Bar, Freehand Hotel. We spoke on Monday.
Roger, Hunter said as he shook his head momentarily. The Broken Shaker, yes, of course.
Well,
there was a shrug in Roger's tone.
You gave me your card and asked me to holler at you if I ever spotted that dude you were asking about. You know, the one that was here at the bar, talking to the lady you said was murdered?
Yes, that's right. Hunter sat up on his chair. Have you seen him?
Yep, I'm actually looking at him right now.
What? Hunter was already up on his feet. Where are you?
I'm at the Shaker,
Roger said. Hunter could hear music playing in the background.
He's here with some other woman, quite young, quite pretty. They're having dinner at the Exchange later.
The Exchange? Hunter asked.
Yeah, that's the restaurant here at the hotel,
Roger explained.
The dude and his date came up to the Shaker for a pre-drink before dinner.
And how do you know he's having dinner at the hotel?
Because when he came to order his drinks, he asked me if they could be put on a tab and then transferred to the exchange. He said that they had a table booked for 7:30 this evening.
Hunter instinctively checked his watch again. It was 7:15 p.m.
Though the shaker and the exchange are both here at the Freehand,
Roger continued,
neither is actually part of the hotel chain. The space is rented out, so we're talking two completely different owners and companies. The bills can't be shared.
I see. Hunter reached for his jacket. And you're absolutely sure that it's him? The same man that you saw sitting with Melissa Hawthorne at the bar on Saturday evening?
It's him, all right.
Roger confirmed, his tone confident. Okay, I'm at the police administration building, which is just about a mile from you, and I'm on my way. I'll be there in 10 minutes tops. But do me a favor, Roger. Keep an eye on him for me. This is very important.
Sure, I'll do what I can, but there are two parties happening here tonight. One started at 7 and the other is booked for 7:30. Guests are coming in by the buckets already. I'll try not to lose him.
Thank you. They disconnected. A split second later, Hunter was rushing out of his office.
Chapter 47. Hunter had been so surprised by Roger Wynn's call that in his calculation of time, he forgot to take into account that it was a Friday night in the City of Angels. A city where going out, having a drink, and partying until you dropped was practically embedded in everyone's DNA. Traffic wasn't so bad, since the Freehand Hotel really was just over a mile from the PAB. It was finding a parking space in the vicinity of the hotel that became a problem. There weren't any. Hunter rounded the block twice before having to settle on a multi-story car park on South Olive Street. Still, he had to drive all the way up to the 3rd floor before he found a spot. Adding the time that it took him to run downstairs, out of the car park, around the corner, into the Freehand Hotel, and then take the elevator all the way up to the roof terrace, door to door, it took Hunter a little over 20 minutes to get to the Broken Shaker. There were 3 bartenders working that night. Roger was completing a drinks order for one of the tables when he spotted Hunter zigzagging his way through the tables to get to the bar. Roger quickly gestured for Hunter to go over to the area reserved for waitressing service only. Hunter did. "Detective," Roger said, his tone semi-apologetic, "you just missed him by about 5 minutes or so." "He left?" "He left the bar, yes," Roger explained. "But like I said on the phone, he had reservations for dinner, so he's in the Exchange restaurant down on the ground floor." "Are you sure?" Roger nodded confidently, giving Hunter a proud smile. "Yeah, I went downstairs to check. Blue shirt, dark trousers, with a matching blazer jacket and a Panama hat. He's sitting with a short-haired brunette on table 16. That's toward the back of the restaurant floor." Hunter breathed out a sigh of relief and thanked the bartender before rushing back to the elevators. Chapter 48. Downstairs, at the entrance to the Exchange restaurant, Hunter encountered no line of people waiting to be seated. "Good evening," said the restaurant host, greeting him with a bright and welcoming smile. He was a stocky man whose red hair came with the stereotypical pale skin and freckles of the Irish. Hunter quickly explained that he was meeting a friend who was sitting at table 16. "Table 16 is at the end of the floor," the host indicated. "On the right, by the window, just around that corner." "Thank you," Hunter said. "I'll find it, but just to be sure, could you please confirm the name on the booking?" "Of course," the host replied, checking his screen. He frowned at Hunter. "The booking was made under the lady's name, Sarah Hartley." Hunter nodded. Of course it was. As he entered the restaurant, he was greeted by the delicate and inviting aromas of oriental spices being cooked with garlic and chilies. The mouth-watering smell was intoxicating, which prompted his stomach to loudly remind him that he'd had no dinner yet. The man sitting at table 16 was facing the other way. His hair was short and parted sideways. His blazer jacket was resting on the back of his chair. The woman he was sitting with looked to be no older than 30, and she was indeed very attractive. As Hunter made his way to their table, the man reached for the half-drunk bottle of Cabernet Franc that was sitting in front of him
and refilled both of their glasses before reaching for the woman's hand. "Mark?" Hunter asked, coming up from behind him. The man and his date looked back at Hunter curiously. Every detective in America knew that a composite sketch was, at best, flaky. Generally, the human brain was terrible at describing faces from memory, and that was really all a sketch was. A memory locked inside the brain of a victim or a witness. The reason why the human brain was so bad at describing faces from memory was because the brain processed human faces holistically, rather than on the level of individual features, which was how a sketch artist worked, drawing part by part, eyes, nose, lips, eyebrows, etc. When trying to describe individual parts from a memory that had been stored as a whole, the brain would usually falter. But right then, Hunter was very impressed. Roger, the barman, had done an amazing job in remembering the man's facial attributes. The strong jawline, the round nose, the upturned eyes, the hairstyle, the noticeable widow's peak, the slope of the forehead. Most of it was all there. "I'm Detective Robert Hunter of the LAPD. He flashed Mark his credentials. "I was wondering if I could have a quick, private word with you." The woman's gaze crawled from Hunter to her date. The man put down his wineglass. His expression stayed relaxed and unconcerned. The smile on his lips went nowhere. Are you sure you've got the right person here, pal?" he asked indifferently. His eyes flicked to the brunette for a heartbeat before returning to Hunter. Slowly, she pulled her hand back from under his. "I am, yes," Hunter replied, no hesitation. "I'm just not sure if your name really is Mark." "We're about to have a romantic dinner here." The man once again smiled at his date. "And you're completely killing the vibe, if you haven't noticed. What is it that you want, Detective Hunter? Robert Hunter." This time, it was Hunter's gaze that flicked over to the brunette. It stayed on her for a couple of seconds before returning to the man. "It's a delicate matter. I think that it would be better if we could talk privately." The woman grabbed Hunter's hint, reaching for her handbag and instinctively checking her watch. She looked uncertain. "I'll go outside for a cigarette, maybe 2. She got to her feet, but her eyes stayed on her date. "Don't go too far, sweetheart," he said, winking back at her. "The food will be here shortly, and I'm sure that Detective Hunter here won't stay too long." The stare he gave Hunter right then could have curdled milk. As the brunette turned the corner in the direction of the restaurant entrance, the man breathed out, annoyed. "Way to kill it, pal." Hunter stayed silent, taking the now vacant seat across the table from the man. "Oh, by all means, have a seat, why don't you, Detective?" "Thank you," Hunter replied calmly. For a moment, they both assessed each other with eyes that moved like a scanner. If Hunter made the man nervous, it didn't show, not even a little bit. "How about we start with a name?" Hunter hit first. "Is it really Mark, or is that just the one you use out on dates?" The man chuckled, unperturbed. "You come in here, interrupt my dinner, ask my date to go for a walk so you can find out what my name is. I don't do guys, if that's what you're after." Once again, Hunter said nothing in return. All he did was stare at the man across the table from him, whose body language and expressions seemed to be expertly controlled. Hunter switched most of his attention to the man's hands. In his experience, a person's hands and fingers could reveal a lot just by the way they moved. They drummed against surfaces, they fidgeted, they stilled nervously, they covered mouths, they rubbed, they picked, they plucked, they trembled. There were just so many tells. Once Hunter had taken his seat, the man had sat back, crossed one leg over the other, and placed his hands on his lap. His chair was far enough from the table for Hunter to be able to see them. Right hand resting on his left one, but in a somewhat unnatural position. His fingers were bent at the knuckles with his thumb folded in. Not exactly tense, but not really relaxed either. Mark is my real name, yes. The man finally gave in. Satisfied? Hunter waited for Mark to offer his last name, but the offer never came. Instead, he pushed Hunter for an explanation. So if you're not here just to find out my name or ask me out. Mark reached for the brunette's wine glass and poured its contents into his. What's this all about, then? For the record, Hunter began, his voice loud enough for Mark to hear it, but quiet enough so it wouldn't reach any of the neighboring tables. Could I have your full name? Mark had a sip of his wine, then scratched his left cheek. Hunter got the impression that Mark had been in this position before. Well, Mark said, his expression calm. For the record, I don't need to give you my full name, unless you were actually here to arrest me for something, which you're not, or else you would have done it already. You're right. Hunter's expression matched Mark's. I'm not here to arrest you. This is more like an informal chat. I prefer it that way, but if you like, I can certainly kick this up a notch or two and take you down to the station for something a little less informal. Hunter angled his head slightly to the left as he shrugged. But let me tell you, if I do that, it might get a little embarrassing for you and for the restaurant because I'll be sure to make a scene, you know? Handcuffs, raised voices, might even pull out my weapon and pretend that you were resisting, get you to lay on the floor, hands behind your head and all that jazz. We can even make it Hollywood style. Great spectacle. Maybe your date will be impressed. He nodded toward the window. Your call. Mark's tongue rolled around inside his semi-open mouth. Why is it that every cop in this city is also a dick? Pun intended. Hunter gave him an eyebrow shrug. It's part of our training. Mark smiled in a way that told Hunter that he knew that Hunter wouldn't really do any of what he just threatened, but he still lifted his hands in surrender. My name is Mark Waller. Somehow that didn't ring true. Any ID? Hunter asked, just to confirm it. Mark chuckled. Nope. A credit card with your name on it will do. I didn't bring my wallet with me. Mark's head angled toward the window before his stare moved to the wine bottle on the table. She's buying. Hunter nodded. So, detective, he said, are you going to tell me what this is all about now, or are we going to keep on playing this ridiculous game? The food will be here any minute now, and if you were gone by then, that would be great. As if on cue, a petite waitress with a bright smile approached their table. Could I get you something, sir? She addressed Hunter. Shall I bring you a wine glass? Her gaze flicked back from the bottle on the table. No, thank you. The reply came from Mark. He won't be staying. The waitress's surprised eyes moved from Mark to Hunter. I'm okay for now, Hunter said, sending a warm smile her way. Thank you. I'm still waiting, detective, Mark said once the waitress had moved out of earshot. So far, you've interrupted my date, threatened me, wasted about 3 to 4 minutes of my time, and I still have no idea why you're here. I'm here because of Melissa. Melissa Hawthorne. Mark's eyes narrowed at nothing as he clearly searched his memory. A few seconds later, he gave up. I'm sorry, who? Hunter's gaze didn't swerve from Mark's face. Melissa Hawthorne, he said again, this time retrieving a photo of Melissa from his pocket and placing it on the table in front of Mark. You met her last weekend at the Broken Shaker upstairs. You sat at the bar with her. The two of you chatted for a little while. You got her phone number? Mark's full attention dropped down to the photograph, where it stayed for just a couple of seconds. Oh, her. He blinked at Hunter, then reached for his wine glass. Yes, I remember her. Last weekend, upstairs, that's right. He had another sip. What about her? What happened after the two of you left the bar upstairs? Mark frowned, then gave Hunter a slight shake of the head, followed by a mouth twist. Nothing. We didn't leave together. He shrugged. Don't get me wrong. I wanted to, but she said no, so... His eyes narrowed again. As far as I can remember, she left, and I think I left just a little after her. It was late. The crowd up at the Shaker was dying down, so I went home. You didn't follow Melissa home? Hunter asked. Mark looked confused. What do you mean, follow her home? Like how? Like jumped in a car, or a cab. Hunter said back, and followed her cab back to her place without her knowing. Mark almost choked on his wine. What? Why the hell would I do that for? Hunter was still studying Mark, his movements, his expressions, his voice, even his silences. There was no panic in him, no fear either. Maybe because she said no to you? Hunter replied with a question. Maybe you don't deal well with rejection, and hers kind of hurt your pride. Maybe you wanted to... The pause that came was deliberate, because Hunter wanted to emphasize his next few words. Teach her a lesson. Mark put down his wineglass and exaggerated a jaw drop at Hunter. Are you serious right now? And what the hell do you mean by teach her a lesson? Hunter's facial expression was a blank sheet, unreadable, cool, assessing. Mark looked down at the photo on the table again. Look, she's a pretty woman, there's no doubt about that. But come on, detective. Have one look at me. Have one look at the woman who was sitting right there, where you are. He chuckled. I have women who look like that lining up at my door, all of them dying to get a piece of this action. He pointed at himself. You got this back to front, detective. I don't chase women. They chase me. And there was no rejection, like you put it. She was more than willing. She gave me her phone number and all. She was just playing hard to get, probably hoping that I would chase her. Well, I didn't. As Mark spoke, Hunter nodded along, his hand folded on his lap. So you went home after you left the bar upstairs on Saturday night. That's what I said, isn't it? And home is where? Mark chuckled. Home is where the heart is, detective. Didn't you know that? Do you have anyone who can corroborate that? What? That I went home? Hunter nodded. No, Mark calmly said back. I live alone. Did you get a cab home? Maybe the driver remembers you. No, I walked. It was a nice night. Did you call her? Hunter nodded at the photo. Message her? Mark didn't reply. Instead, he twisted his body to look out the window to his right. You said that Melissa gave you her number. Hunter pushed. Did you call or message her at all? Another frown from Mark, as he thought about it for just a couple of seconds. No, I don't think I ever did. My week was pretty booked up as it was, you see. I was out on Wednesday, I'm out tonight. I have something arranged for tomorrow evening, which will probably carry on until Sunday. The edges of his mouth upturned in a humorless smile. I'm a guy in demand, detective. What can I say? He shrugged. Maybe I will give her a call sometime. She's pretty enough. So you date a lot of women, Hunter continued. Mark chuckled confidently. Yeah, I guess you can say that. It looked and sounded like Mark's narcissistic personality was about to swallow him whole, but despite his poker face being very good, Hunter still had one more weapon in his arsenal. He reached into his pocket for another photograph, this time of Kirsten Hansen. Without saying a word, Hunter placed the photo on the table right next to the one of Melissa, his attention on Mark's face and eyes. Mark's stare shifted to the new photo, and he studied her face for several long seconds. Very pretty, he said, nodding in an approving way. Who is she? The shrug was followed by another sip of his wine. You don't know her? A careless shake of the head. No? Why? Should I? She's not one of the many women you've dated, Hunter asked. Maybe a while back? Mark's attention went back to the photo before he once again shook his head at Hunter. No, I don't think so. A face this pretty I would remember. He paused and checked his watch. Seriously, Detective, what the hell is this all about? Like I've said, you came over here, you completely killed the romantic atmosphere that I had going on with Sarah. His head jerked toward the window. You show me a picture of a woman I talked to for about half an hour on Saturday night. Ask me a bunch of stupid questions. Mark paused, glared at Hunter, then lifted his hand. Hold on. Just hold on a minute here. Can I see that badge of yours again? Hunter placed it on the table in front of him. Homicide. Your LAPD homicide. Mark said the words a little too loudly, prompting the couple sitting at the table to his left to turn and look at him. In silence, Hunter picked up his badge and returned it to his pocket. You're kidding, right? Mark tried to sound shocked, but there was no sincerity in his tone. This woman. He tapped Melissa's photo with his index finger. The one that I talked to at the bar on Saturday night. Are you telling me she's dead? When? That same night, Hunter told him, after she left the bar upstairs. Mark's chuckle was hard to decipher. And you think I had something to do with that? That's why you're here. That's why you asked me if someone could corroborate that I went home that night. You gotta be joking, right? Hunter allowed his facial expression to do the replying. Look, Mark said, sitting up on his chair and placing both elbows on the table, his voice still. I'm sincerely sorry to hear about her death. I truly am. But you suggesting that I had something to do with it simply because I had a conversation with her at a bar is just ludicrous. Are you making those same sort of accusations to everyone who was there on Saturday night? Everyone who talked to her? Mark didn't wait for a reply. Yeah, I didn't think so. So if you'd excuse me, Detective, I've got a date to go back to. Hunter didn't move. You said that you were out on a date this past Wednesday, 3 nights ago. Yes, that's right, so? How about on Tuesday night? What? Were you out on Tuesday night at all? Maybe another date? Hunter was bombarding Mark with questions for a reason, but Mark's steadiness was unflinching, and Hunter once again got the impression that he had been in similar situations before. He flashed Hunter a smile that was more a baring of teeth than anything else. I think we're done here, Detective. It's a simple question, to which you got a simple answer, Mark replied. We are done here. Hunter knew that there was nothing else he could do. It was clear that Mark wouldn't be answering any more questions, at least not tonight. Hunter nodded his understanding, collected the photos from the table, and stood up. But as he turned to leave, his right hand brushed against Mark's wineglass, tipping it and spilling most of its contents onto Mark's lap. Oh, really? Mark laughed, getting to his feet. Wow, that's just cold, man. His tone was a lot calmer than Hunter expected. I'm so terribly sorry, Hunter said, quickly grabbing a napkin and placing it over the small puddle on the table.